Chapter 1103 Blue Flash Beauty Turfly. Chapter 1103 Blue Flash B. U. T. Turfly. Didn't you want to take revenge for him? Just now. Sending yourself forward and I'd be dead. Such a fine opportunity, you actually let it pass. Really feel not worth it for that dog of yours. Yi Yuan had a look of heartache, deeply piercing Zhao Lingdong. Awoo! Awoo! The howling sky divine hound let out 2 howls right then, seemingly cheering Zhao Lingdong on. Zhao Lingdong's expression turned cold, and he said, "Brat, don't pull that trick with me. The feelings between Hell Sky and me, you'll never understand. Killing you, there can be a myriad of ways." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Is that so? You guys even brought out the mountain and river state painting. Didn't it fail to kill me too? Do you think that the Son of Heaven's mandate is that easy to kill? Wouldn't I know if I try? Fierce wind, absolute domain." The moment Zhao Lingdong's divine king domain opened up, within a 1,500 feet radius, it turned into a sea of wind. That swift and fierce wind were akin to small blades, slicing up everything in the S.P.A.C. Exchanging a blow earlier, he discovered that Yi Yuan's reaction was seriously too quick. His advantage in speed could not be unleashed at all. Hence, he decided to directly use Cultivation Realm to overpower Yi Yuan. As long as he dragged until Datong and Santong came, with the combined power of everyone, could Ji Qingyin overturn the heavens still? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a light smile, "Then this young master will take a look at just how much capability you, this dog person, have." Yi Yuan took out the evil extermination sword and released his divine king domain fully. He was actually going to clash with Zhao Lingdong head-on. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lingdong could not help being secretly delighted in his heart. After breaking through to the 4th level Dao Profound, Yi Yuan's divine king domain already reached 150 feet. Through the evil extermination sword's boost, his divine king domain reached as vast as 900 feet all at once and was already very close to 1,000 feet. But just this tiny bit of disparity, the gap between him and Zhao Lingdong was not just a little bit. If attacking with the divine king domain, Yi Yuan would be bound to suffer a loss. Haha, just the likes of you want to measure my strength too? So what even if you have a divine artifact? Zhao Lingdong let out a roaring laugh and suddenly urged his fierce wind absolute domain, Cruise, H.I., plussing over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes. A terrifying sword intent surged to the skies. Limitless life-death sword. Yi Yuan used divine essence without being the least bit stingy, making the limitless life-death sword's power rise to another level. Rumble. 2 terrifying attacks collided in midair. Yi Yuan was still significantly worse in the end and directly had a large mouthful of blood blasted out by the violent energy. Blind, reckless fool. And wanna run? How can it be that easy? Borrowing this tremendous recoil force, Yi Yuan's figure sped towards the depths like lightning, directly merging into heaven and earth. Zhao Lingdong's expression turned cold, and he chased after with incredible speed. Yi Yuan had never thought about class H.I. plussing head-on with Zhao Lingdong before. Zhao Lingdong, this kind of powerhouse, was still not what the present Yi Yuan could forcefully contend with. Moreover, Yi Yuan was able to sense that Mo Datong and Mo Santong were already chasing on the way. If he lingered, there was only a path that led to death. Even if Yi Yuan was any more heaven-defying, it was also impossible to resist the besiegement of 4 great, void, mystic powerhouses. There were still divine artifacts in the other 2 persons' hands. Right from the beginning of this attack, he had his mind set on escaping. Yi Yuan ignored the injuries on his body and urged his movement technique to the limits. At the same time, he swallowed a healing medicinal pill and essence energy recovering medicinal pill, so as to ensure his endurance kept up. Zhao Lingdong discovered to his dismay that although he was that little bit faster than Yi Yuan, it was very limited. Hell Sky having a wing chopped off by Yi Yuan. Disregarding the great loss in vitality, his speed also dropped drastically. Without Hell Sky, he had no way of catching up to Yi Yuan within a short time at all. Zhao Lingdong's teeth gnashed till it clattered. Only now did he discover that ever since Yi Yuan discovered their ambush, the actions at every step all went through meticulous planning, from casting Moonlight Mirage and escaping, to using the 9-9 illusionary spirit Heaven Slaughter formation to kill Mo or Tong, then to concealing within the void to sneak attack Hellsky. This series of actions was actually just for the sake of one purpose, which was to escape. Eliminate all the factors that affected his escape. This carried on for 9 days and 9 nights. Finally, the transmission array that led to the 5th level appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He did not have the slightest hesitation, urging his movement technique to the limits. He dove head first into the transmission array. At this time, Zhao Lingdong also rushed over. After seeing Yi Yuan enter the 5th level, a look of struggle surfaced on Zhao Lingdong's face. The 5th level was rather dangerous to him as well. Once provoked those powerful existences inside, even if it was him, he would be dead for sure too. D.A.M. and it. This brat has a large stock of Tier 9 medicinal pills on him. He's not afraid of dragging it out with us at all. Zhao Lingdong gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Yi Yuan borrowed that recoil force and directly pulled far apart from Zhao Lingdong, merging into heaven and earth again. He shook Zhao Lingdong off all at once. With that, he became a full beat slower. How could he still catch up to Yi Yuan? The speed of merging into heaven and earth was very quick. Ordinary speed could not catch up at all. Want to knock Yi Yuan out of the state of merging into heaven and earth, it needed to be done within a certain radius too. They were separated so far away all of a sudden, it was totally beyond Zhao Lingdong's ability. However, there was not much time for him to regret it at present. Carry on delaying, and Yi Yuan would run out G. Oh, D knows how far. Zhao Lingdong gritted his teeth, brought Hell Sky along, and tunneled into the transmission array. Before long, Mo Datong and Mo Santong also arrived. Looks like they have already entered the 5th level. Big brother, what should we do? Mo Santong said in a solemn voice. Mo Datong gave a cold snort and said, Old Second's enmity we must avenge. So what if it's the 5th level? Don't forget, we have divine artifacts in our hands. Ordinary, desolate beasts aren't our match at all. Forget about the 5th level, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, we have to go too. Fine, go. The two people did not have much hesitation and immediately followed inside too. After entering the 5th level, Yi Yuan casually took out a small bottle. Inside the small bottle was a blue bee, T-turfly. Casually opening the small bottle, the blue bee, T-turfly directly flew out and vanished with a flash, inconceivably swift. Seeing the blue bee, T-turfly disappear, a hint of a smile appeared on Yi Yuan's face. This blue bee, T-turfly was called Blue Flash Bee, T-turfly. It liked to rest on the flame soul, vast universe, Lotus the most. This blue bee, T-turfly was already groomed for a long time by Yi Yuan with special means. If there were flame soul, vast universe, lotuses nearby, it would bring Yi Yuan to find it. The flame soul, vast universe lotus was a core medicine of the Tao, defying pill. Apart from the immemorial medicine garden, the places that Yi Yuan knew, only this blood-drained wilderness had it. Yi Yuan had long guessed that the flame soul vast universe lotus was at this 5th level. Looking at it now, it was indeed so. Walking not far away, there was another series of undulations from the transmission array in the distance. Zhao Lingdong's figure finally appeared at the 5th level. But when Yi Yuan saw this scene, he sneered coldly to no end. Indeed still came down. Later, this young master will prepare a feast for you all. You guys savor it well. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. his figure immediately disappearing, merging into heaven and earth. Chapter 1104 Dog-Gull Cowardly Like a Mouse. Chapter 1104 Dog-Gull Cowardly Like a Mouse. Zhao Lingdong was currently in hot pursuit. Suddenly his brows furrowed and he stopped, and, not moving anymore. Awoo, Hell Sky by the side also howled twice. Zhao Lingdong nodded his head and said, "This brat is crafty as a fox. Better not advance rashly. Wait for Mo Datong and Mo Santong to arrive, then we push on together. We just have to lock onto him and not let him escape. That will do." The current Zhao Lingdong was also somewhat jittery with imaginary fear already, being scammed by Yi Yuan time and again. Their side could be said to have suffered grievous losses. Zhao Lingdong still felt that waiting for the Devil Ridge 3 freaks to arrive and puss. Plussing on together was safer. Before long, Mo Datong and Mo Ertong finally caught up. Mo Datong could not help frowning when he saw Zhao Long standing still and not advancing. He said, "Why aren't you chasing anymore?" Zhao Lingdong gave him a glance and said, "He stopped. This punk is full of cunning tricks. It's safer for us to advance together." Mo Ertong's death made Mo Datong's entire person become much colder and gloomier. He shot Zhao Lingdong a glance coldly and said, "If you're scared, then you're scared," making it sound nicer than it is. Zhao Lingdong could not help being stifled when he heard that, and said angrily, "Mo Datong, watch your words." Currently, not just Mo Ertong died, even Hell Sky had a wing chopped off by that brat too. We've already suffered so many losses. Shouldn't we be a little more careful now? Mo Datong snorted coldly and said, "Merely just a dog, and you're comparing him to Ertong? Moreover, he only had a wing chopped off. If not for you being filled with misgivings, we'd have long killed him." Zhao Lingdong did not think that Mo Datong suddenly became so impervious to reason and was angered by his few words until smoke billowed from all 7 orifices. Mo Datong, don't you forget Lord Divine Master's words. Whatever you're discontented with, wait until after we kill Ji Qinyin, then say it. Carry on with the internal strife. Then the one who will be pleased with himself will be that brat. Zhao Lingdong knew that now was not the time to be quarreling. He could only forcefully rein in his temper. Hearing Zhao Lingdong's words, Mo Datong also snorted coldly and said, "Where's that brat? Let's go and exterminate him together. I want this brat to die a horrible death. There, inside the valley over there." Zhao Lingdong nudged with his mouth and said, ahead was a stretch of extensive mountain valley. Looking from here, it was all shrouded by a cloud of fog, and completely could not see the situation inside clearly. It was also no wonder that Zhao Lingdong was cautious. Under such circumstances, body would dare to rashly enter. It was just that Mo Datong already lost his head due to anger and completely did not care about what Zhao Lingdong was thinking. He just blamed him for not tying Yi Yuan down. Mo Datong darted him a sidelong glance and said with a cold snort, "A cloud of mist scared you until like this? Santong, let's go." Finished talking, the 2 people leaped and entered inside the valley. Zhao Lingdong's brows furrowed, and he was rather unhappy in his heart. But helpless, he still followed after. The 4 people were bold, stemming from superb skills. They dispersed the fog and directly entered the valley. But Zhao Lingdong's brows knitted together, and he said solemnly, "Did you guys detect it? There are quite a number of powerful existences inside this valley. That brat definitely doesn't have any good intentions luring us in here." Mo Datong said totally unconcernedly, "Scared of him for what?" With the mountain and river state painting bestowed by Lord Divine Master. Could those guys overturn the heavens still? If they are sensible, better know their place. If not sensible, slaughter them together. Zhao Lingdong felt that this guy already could not be reasoned with. At this time, he wished that he could slaughter these 2 fellows and take forcible possession of the divine artifacts. Of course, it was also just thinking about it. If he really made a move, it would definitely be him who would get the worst out of it. Before long, Zhao Lingdong suddenly said, "We are very close already. It seems like it's ahead." One sentence, and it roused Mo Datong and Mo Santong's spirits. The two people took out their divine artifacts and ACCU, Mulet power awaiting release. As long as they saw Yi Yuan, they would exterminate him with the force of a thunderbolt. Sure enough, they saw Yi Yuan not long after walking. Yi Yuan likewise saw them too and said with a smile, "Waited for you all very long already. Why did you only come now?" The moment Mo Datong saw Yi Yuan, his hair stood on its ends. "Boy, you actually dared to kill Tong. Today, I'll hack your body into 1,000 pieces to offer as a sacrifice to Tong's spirit in heaven." Mo Datong roared. Yi Yuan said with a light smile, still that same sentence, "Since you guys came to kill me, you'll have to be prepared to be killed." Mo Datong was furious to the extreme and said, "Good, very good. Since that's the case, you can go and die already." Mo Datong was just about to make a move, but was held back by Zhao Lingdong. "Don't go over. How can this brat allow himself to be captured without putting up any resistance? He definitely set up some kind of trap to let us jump into it. Don't fall for it anymore." Zhao Lingdong said with a cold yell. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he lifted his head to the sky and said with a loud laugh, "Zhao Lingdong, everyone says that a dog's gall is audacious to the extreme. Why is your dog gall even smaller than a mouse's gall? 4 great void mystic powerhouses. 2 divine artifacts you don't even dare to attack?" Hearing those words, Zhao Lingdong was not indignant, but his heart pounded. Yi Yuan's words were clearly to trigger Mo Datong. He was even more certain in his heart that Yi Yuan definitely had some ruse waiting for them. However, being teased by Yi Yuan like this, how could Mo Datong still endure it? He glared at Zhao Lingdong furiously and said, "Get lost. Wait until your father kills this punk. Then I'll definitely go to Lord Divine Master to lodge a complaint." Done talking, the painting in his hand suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. The mountain and river state painting was already deployed by him. The mountain and amp, river state painting was a very powerful divine artifact. Even if not drawing the other party inside, the power was extraordinary too. Mo Datong knew that Yi Yuan similarly had a divine artifact in possession, so he had no way of drawing him in at all. Hence, he directly activated the mountain and amp, river state painting, wanting to kill Yi Yuan. "Old third, attack!" Mo Datong shouted. No need for him to say anything. Mo Datong's short blade was already in his hand. His divine king domain opened up fully. The power of this chop could virtually shatter mountains and rivers. 2 surges of terrifying divine artifacts might instantly spread throughout the entire valley. Roar! Inside the valley, an earth-shaking roar suddenly transmitted out. Over a dozen black silhouettes galloped over from all directions. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lingdong's expression changed drastically and he said, "Damn it! The 2 of you idiots. Now, you startled the desolate beasts inside the valley. I see how you guys take care of it. Who cares? Kill for me." While talking, the mountain and river state painting and short blade released 2 dazzling lights, cleaving straight for Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan stood there firmly and did not move, as if those 2 attacks were not attacking him. Suddenly, over a dozen terrifying attacks converged from all directions and directly intercepted the 2 great divine artifacts' joint attack. These dozen over attacks, each one had power on par with void mystic powerhouses. The whole process from beginning to end was incomparably daunting. Even though 2 great divine artifacts were frightening, they were no match for the desolate beasts' numbers 2. Rumble! A surge of enormous energy exploded in the air and immediately sent everyone flying, including Mo Datong and the rest. Impossible! Why would these desolate beasts help this punk? This is not possible. Mo Datong roared. You idiot! With this, I see how you clean up the mess. Zhao Lingdong snarled. Chapter 1105, Little Flame. Chapter 1105. Little Flame, those dozen over desolate beasts seemed to have gone crazy, directly ignoring Yi Yuan and charging over towards Mo Datong and the others. Not just this, in this short while, several more black silhouettes dashed out again. Seeing this scene, even if he had a divine artifact in possession, Mo Datong felt his scalp tingle too. Only at this time did he know that what Zhao Lingdong said was right. This was obviously a trap. Quickly run! Zhao Lingdong shouted loudly and ran towards outside the valley like mad. How could Mo Datong still dare to stay there? Even if he had a divine artifact, facing close to 20 existences as powerful as him, he could not gain any advantages either. However, Mo Datong they all were surrounded. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus several desolate beasts blocked right in front of them. The other desolate beasts caught up too, and immediately enclosed them in tightly. You two idiots! Already said that there was a trap, but you just refused to listen. Zhao Lingdong stomped his foot in anger. Mo Datong regretted in his heart, but his mouth was unwilling to admit defeat as he said with a cold snort, who could have thought that this whole mountain's desolate beasts actually all seem like they want to protect that brat? Zhao Lingdong gave a cold snort and said, Enough CR, AP. Bring out all of your capabilities and carve an opening out. Make sure not to linger in battle. Otherwise, none of us can escape. These desolate beasts, the strength of every one of them was not inferior to Zhao Lingdong and the others. If not for having divine artifacts in their hands, they would all have to die here. Mo Datong saw that the desolate beasts were numerous. Resolving his heart, he was going to opening up the mountain and river state painting, wanting to take these desolate beasts in. The moment Zhao Lingdong saw, his expression could not help changing greatly as he hurriedly stopped him and said, Are you crazy? With your strength, can you suppress these 20 over desolate beasts? Do you really think yourself to be invincible by freaking wielding a divine artifact? If they go crazy inside, the disturbance will shock you to death. Having a torrent of abuse hurled at by Zhao Lingdong, Mo Datong did not dare to rebuke. It was true that the mountain and river state painting was powerful, but it was not truly unbeatable. If it was a deity realm powerhouse using it, even if 10,000 desolate beasts were taken inside, they would be thoroughly dead too. But he was just a void, mystic powerhouse. Furthermore, the desolate beasts being taken in were roughly the same strength as him. Over 20 at once they went crazy inside. With Mo Datong's strength, he could not suppress it at all. Then what do you think we should do? Mo Datong did not have any more temper this time. What to do? Break the encirclement. The two of you join forces and open up the path in front. We'll return to the 4th level, Zhao Lingdong said. Return to the 4th level. Mo Datong was stunned. Zhao Lingdong's face turned black, and he scolded right at Mo Datong's face. What else do you want? Now that it came to this, we can only seal off his exit. I refuse to believe that he can hide inside here for life. Mo Datong thought about it. It seemed like there was only this method. Now that it came to this, wanting to kill Yi Yuan was already impossible. Little Flame, the matter this time, thank you very much. Yi Yuan said to a youth beside him gratefully. The youth waved his hand and said, No need. Fiery and I are members of the same clan. You're his big brother, which also means that you're my big brother. These are just a matter of lifting a finger. There's no big deal. This youth was precisely a 1,000,000-year-old flame soul, vast universe lotus. The cleansing sandal flame lotus and flame soul, vast universe lotus, were both fire tribute lotus flowers, originating from the same source. Hence, that was why Little Flame said that they were members of the same clan. It was just that Yi Yuan's original plan was to use Fiery to get close to the Flame Soul vast universe Lotus, to make the latter not launch attacks at him. Wait until Zhao Lingdong they all came, then lure them into making a move. This way, it would be able to draw the desolate beasts in the proximity to deal with them. But Yi Yuan never thought that this Flame Soul vast universe Lotus actually gave birth to a primordial spirit, too, and was able to transform into human form. This way, communication became smoother. Little Flame was a million-year-old medicine spirit. His essence energy nurtured the numerous desolate beasts in this perimeter. For Zhao Lingdong to want to touch Little Flame, those desolate beasts naturally would not agree. Little Flame, make those desolate beasts not get serious. Just chase those few fellows out will do. They have divine artifacts in their hands. If they really risk their lives for real, you guys will definitely have losses. Yi Yuan exhorted. Little Flame nodded his head, his mouth emitting a series of bizarre syllables, transmitting into those desolate beasts' ears. Over there, Zhao Lingdong they all were already locked in a fierce struggle with the desolate beasts. No, accurately speaking, it was being badly thrashed by the desolate beasts. Over 20 void, mystic, desolate beasts, placed in the outside world. It was even more than the holy city. How could this terrifying power be what the 3 or 4 of them could resist? If not for having divine artifacts in their hands, they would have long been shredded into pieces by the desolate beasts. When those desolate beasts received Little Flame's order, they did not pester Zhao Lingdong the 4 people incessantly either. They showed a weak point and let the 4 people charge out. Of course, these 4 people were already in a wretched plight at this time. Each and every one of them was carrying considerable injuries on their bodies. Outside the valley, battle cries shook the heavens. The desolate beasts did not have the intention of letting it go yet, continuously chasing the 4 people in the direction of the 4th level. These 4 people finally managed to charge out of the heavy encirclement. How could they still dare to turn back? They fell back while fighting and slunk back to the 4th level. Seeing the 4 people's miserable appearances, the childlike Little Flame and Fiery both laughed loudly without ceasing. When the 4 people disappeared outside the valley, Little Flame said to Yi Yuan, "Big brother Yi Yuan, Fiery and I are as close as brothers. Why not you guys stay here for a few more days, all right?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, "Fiery has suffered considerable hards. I plus PS following me these few years. Now that he's able to encounter brother from the same clan, you guys naturally have to get closer." Fiery and Little Flame hit it off right from the beginning and naturally could not bear to part here and now. Yi Yuan agreeing made the 2 little ones involuntarily jump for joy. Chasing Zhao Lingdong and the others away, Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh in relief. This half a month's time, Yi Yuan's mental strength already reached the limits, hanging in there entirely based on a strand of willpower. The following few days, Yi Yuan stayed in the valley to recuperate. With the help of medicinal pills, Yi Yuan's recovery was very swift. Except, what gave him a headache was that he originally came to capture Little Flame. Did not expect that fate made a mockery out of men. Little Flame and Fiery actually became friends who kept no secrets from each other. Since the 2 were friends, Yi Yuan naturally had no reason to touch a friend. Furthermore, Little Flame even helped him to chase away Zhao Lingdong and the rest. Yi Yuan could not repay kindness with ingrat. 1, 2 even more. Thinking for a long time, Yi Yuan could only give up. Forget it. This Flame Soul, vast universe Lotus. Better think of another way. Yi Yuan said helplessly. This stopover took half a month's time. Yi Yuan also had a rare period of peace and tranquility. This half a month, apart from treating his injuries, the majority of the time was on sorting out the gains in this period of time. After entering the Bloodrain Wilderness, Yi Yuan virtually spent it in the midst of high-intensity battles constantly. Sitting down to sort it out carefully, Yi Yuan's gains were truly quite a bit. In concepts comprehension, Yi Yuan's sword Dao concept gradually closed in on the great circle of perfection. Slaughter and scorching heat, two supreme true intents. Yi Yuan also had significant improvements and was going to break through the bottleneck very soon. On this day, Yi Yuan was currently cultivating when Fiery suddenly brought Little Flame and dropped in. Chapter 1106, Flame Soul Crystal. Chapter 1106. Flame Soul Crystal. Looking at that piece of pale yellow crystal in Little Flame's hands, Yi Yuan's eyes stared until they became wide circles. Little Flame, this. Yi Yuan said somewhat, not daring to believe it. Little Flame said that pale yellow crystal in front of Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Big brother Yi Yuan, this is for you." This pale yellow crystal was not an ordinary item, but it was the Flame Soul Vast Universe Lotus's origin crystal body called Flame Soul Crystal. It could only condense one every 50,000 years. It was the crystallization of Little Flame's cultivation, which was also to say that Little Flame, this million-year-old spirit medicinal plant, only had a mere 20 pieces too. It was extremely valuable. Most importantly, the goal of Yi Yuan finding the Flame Soul Vast Universe Lotus was precisely for it. Receiving Little Flame's help previously, Yi Yuan dismissed this thought, planning to go and search in the outside world again later on. In the time that he stayed here, Yi Yuan did not reveal this notion either, because if he took away the Flame Soul Crystal, Little Flame's cultivation base would be greatly damaged. Did not think that Little Flame actually took the Flame Soul Crystal today and gifted it to him. This made Yi Yuan very surprised, only after being shocked for a long time. Did Yi Yuan resist the temptation and push the Flame Soul Crystal back, shook his head, and said, "Little Flame, I admit that I'm here for it, but I can't ask for this." Yi Yuan had a sincere look, but an expression of unwillingness to part still hung on his face. This Flame Soul Crystal, Yi Yuan was indeed very moved. However, Little Flame was Fiery's brother. He could not do such a thing. Little Flame and Fiery exchanged a glance, and suddenly started laughing hard. Yi Yuan was baffled by these two people's laughter, and could not help asking curiously, "What are you guys laughing at?" Fiery said to Little Flame, "You see, I didn't lie to you, right? As long as Big Brother sincerely treats you as a friend, he absolutely won't accept the Flame Soul Crystal." Little Flame also said with a smile, "I know the humans are mostly selfish people. Didn't expect that Big Brother Yi Yuan is actually so sincere. Truly hard to come by. Fiery, I'm really envious of you, to have such a nice big brother." Speaking of this, Fiery also had a proud look as he said, "You don't think about it a little either. If Big Brother isn't good to me, how can I, a Tier 4 Essence Fire, have such accomplishments within a short 20 over years' time?" Yi Yuan listened to the two people's conversation with a doubtful look and finally perceived a little something. This Little Flame was deliberately using the Flame Soul Crystal to feel me out. This made Yi Yuan rather surprised. He even thought that Little Flame's thoughts were simple and did not have any guard up against humans. Looking at it now, it was him who thought too much. Little Flame was also an old monster that lived for 1,000,000 years. He even ruled over so many desolate beasts. He would not be simple no matter what. But Yi Yuan also knew that Little Flame was still very pure. Feeling him out was purely stemmed from feeling worried about someone from another race. Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, "The two of you are really," Little Flame said with a smile, "Big Brother Yi Yuan, please don't take offense. I was the one who forced Fiery to come and feel you out together. Our Bloodrain Wildernesses, Herb Clan, and Beast Clan all dislike humans very much. Hence, humans who come down to the 5th level, we would always kill without mercy. Except, I never thought that Big Brother Yi Yuan is really different from other humans." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "It's also very normal for you to be on guard against me. If it were me, I might do it even more excessively than you. Therefore, little flame, you don't have to have any burden. Your fiery's brother, which is also my Yi Yuan's brother." Seeing Yi Yuan not take offense, little flame was delighted too. If Yi Yuan really fell out because of this matter, he knew that it would put Fiery on the spot. Heaven and earth spiritual plants, being able to transform and become primordial spirits, and even originate from the same family, it was truly incomparably rare. Hence, little flame also cherished Fiery all the more. This point, Fiery was similarly like so. Therefore, that was why they would feel like old friends at the first meeting. Little Flame said happily, "Big Brother Yi Yuan is really magnanimous. However, although I had the intention of probing, this piece of flame soul crystal is really to gift to Big Brother Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan looked at Little Flame with a doubtful look and appeared slightly angry as he said, "Stop joking around. Little Flame, if you really don't believe me, I'll bring Fiery along and leave right now. Men have principles to adhere to and baselines. This flame soul crystal, I cannot take it." Little Flame could not help being anxious the moment he heard and said, "Big Brother Yi Yuan, I'm not joking with you. This flame soul crystal is really giving to you." Seeing that the expression on Little Flame did not seem to be feigned, Yi Yuan was really astonished and opened his mouth to say, "Little Flame, this is your origin, crystal body. Once it leaves your body, your strength will greatly diminish. Plus this thing, even if you really gave it to me, I can't accept it either." If it was gifted by other people, Yi Yuan would accept it without the slightest hesitation. But since there was Fiery this layer of relations, HI plus P there, Yi Yuan would not accept it. At this time Fiery laughed and said, "Big Brother, just accept it. With me around, Little Flame's cultivation won't get damaged." Little Flame also said, "Fiery and I exchanged a piece of leaf, making us both have a trace of the other party's strength. The ability of the cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus is even stronger than my main body. Obtaining Fiery strength, not only will my strength not decrease, it will even advance a step further. Therefore, Big Brother Yi Yuan doesn't need to have any misgivings." Yi Yuan could not help being stunned, and he said, "There's still such a thing? It's my first time hearing about it." Fiery said with a smile, "Little Flame and I have bodies of the same origin. After exchanging, both sides will have a great advancement in strength. It's just that this sort of situation where bodies of the same origin both give birth to primordial spirits is too rare. The chances of two primordial spirits meeting each other are extremely rare. Hence, it's also not strange that Big Brother doesn't know about this matter." Yi Yuan thought about it and felt that way too. Fiery and Little Flame's encounter was indeed something rare to the extreme. Speaking of which, for me and Little Flame to be able to meet, it's all because of Big Brother still. If not for Big Brother bringing me out of the endless world, it would also be impossible for me and him to meet. Perhaps everything is foreordained by heaven." Fiery said with a smile. Little Flame grabbed Yi Yuan's hand, placed the flame soul crystal onto Yi Yuan's hand, and said with a smile, "Hence, Big Brother Yi Yuan, just accept it." Today's matter, Yi Yuan himself was dumbfounded. He completely did not think that such a miraculous encounter would actually occur still, by bringing Fiery out of the endless world back then. Perhaps it was really as Fiery said. Everything was foreordained by the heavens. Talking up to here, Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous anymore and said to Little Flame, "Since that's the case, then I won't be courteous with you anymore. Little Flame, today's matter, Big Brother Yi Yuan will remember it. There will come a day where Big Brother Yi Yuan will bring you out of this blood-rain wilderness." Yi Yuan knew that the entire blood-rain wilderness was an enormous sealed land. The sealing power of this place was frighteningly powerful. Otherwise, with these desolate beasts' terrifying strength, how could they possibly wait here obediently and become the holy city disciples' objects of trial? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, a glimmer flashed in Little Flame's eyes too. revealing an expression of yearning. Oh, body was willing to be sealed in this D.A.M. Ned place. Little Flame said smilingly, Big Brother Yi Yuan doesn't need to be courteous. I still have to thank Big Brother Yi Yuan for bringing Fiery to the Blood Rain Wilderness. Chapter 1107 Three Great Kings. Chapter 1107 Three Great Kings in the Depths of the Blood Rain Wildernesses, 5th level. Three figures were currently surrounding a medicine spirit. The strength of one of the figures was extremely powerful. Under his suppression, the battle portrayed a one-sided situation. Very soon, that medicine spirit was thoroughly subdued. These three figures were precisely Yi Yuan, Little Flame, as well as Fiery, and the one with extremely fearsome battle prowess earlier was precisely Little Flame. The moment the fight started, Yi Yuan was struck dumb with amazement by Little Flame's combat power. He also did not expect that Little Flame's strength was actually so formidable. Yi Yuan reckoned that Little Flame's strength was absolutely not inferior to the 10 great divine kings. Sure enough, after giving birth to a primordial spirit, these heaven and earth spiritual plants unlocked their intelligence, and their cultivation speed even advanced at a tremendous pace. Yi Yuan even felt that if not restricted by heavenly Tao, Little Flame would likely have broken through to deity realm already. Little Flame's strength was still just at the 5th level. Then, just how powerful was the strength of those living beings at the 6th level? Little Flame, you really broaden my horizons. If there wasn't you wanting to capture this unrefined gold earth spirit GRA, S would really not be easy, Yi Yuan said joyfully. Little Flame smiled and said, Big Brother Yi Yuan, you came prepared. Even if there wasn't me around, it probably can't escape either. This unrefined gold earth spirit GRA, S was also a core medicine of the Tao Defying Pill. Yi Yuan came to capture this unrefined gold earth spirit GRA, S. Little Flame tagged along too, but did not expect that he became a great helper. And these few days, Little Flame finally also knew Yi Yuan's means, and he could not help feeling lingering fear. Only later on did he know that if not for him giving birth to a primordial spirit and becoming friends with Fiery, he would probably also have become a stock of spirit medicine in Yi Yuan's storage ring already. At that time, he asked Yi Yuan what would he do if he launched attacks at him. Yi Yuan told him about his contingencies with a broad smile, frightening him badly. Only at this time did Little Flame knew that. Turns out Yi Yuan had long known about him like the palm of hands. Although his strength was much greater than Yi Yuan's, Yi Yuan was truly scheming against the unwary. The result was really hard to say. After all, each person had their own weakness, especially since Yi Yuan had long researched extremely thoroughly into the Tao Defying Pill's 9 core medicines already. Wanting to capture them was not something very hard, Yi Yuan said with a big laugh. Although that's the case, without you, wanting to catch him would probably still have to expend considerable effort. Little Flame said smilingly, Hoo, in this 5th level, things that are able to make me apprehensive are really not many. However, Big Brother Yi Yuan, do you really want to go to the 6th level? Those few fellows in the 6th level are not that easy to get along with. Yi Yuan said with a nod, Since the 6th level has the 10 fragrance immortal tuber, I must make this trip. With Little Flame, such a fine guide, Yuan naturally would not let it pass. How many of the 9 core medicines the Blood Rain Wilderness had? Yuan naturally had to inquire clearly. The unrefined gold earth spirit GRA, S was one, the 10 fragrance immortal tuber was another. Except the place where the 10 fragrance immortal tuber was at was the even more dangerous 6th level. When Yi Yuan obtained this news, he hesitated for a while, too, but still decided to make a trip in the end. The 9 core ingredients were too hard to come by. Once missed it, wanting to find it again would need do knows how long. This Blood Rain Wilderness could be said to be the most fleuries, plussing place for the divine realm's spirit medicines. But it only had a mere 3 kinds as well. The rarity could be imagined. Little Flame asked Fiery, "Big Brother Yi Yuan wants to go. You're sure that you want to go too?" Fiery nodded and said, "Of course. Where Big Brother goes to, I'm going there." Little Flame heaved a sigh and said, "All right then. Big Brother Yi Yuan, the 6th level, I can't go there. Otherwise, I'll be directly obliterated by the power of restrictions. Hold this lotus leaf well. Using it at a critical moment will be equivalent to my all-out attack. Perhaps it can let you escape a crisis." Yi Yuan was not courteous either. Receiving the lotus leaf, he clasped his hands and said, "Thanks." Toward Little Flame naturally could not bear to part with him, leaving. It was just that he knew that he and Fiery would have to be separated sooner or later. With Fiery opening up a path, naturally, no one dared to provoke Yi Yuan in the 5th level anymore. Little Flame sent the 2 people to the entrance area leading to the 6th level and was still reluctant to part as he said, "Big Brother Yi Yuan, Fiery, you guys have to come back and visit me." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, wait till I find the 10 fragrance immortal tuber. I'll definitely come back to see you." Seeing the 2 people off, Vanis, H.I. plus ing inside the transmission array, Little Flame had a wistful look. Entering the 6th level, Yi Yuan felt that even breathing became a little difficult. Faintly perceptible, powerful auras transmitted over from far away, making people shudder without feeling cold. According to Little Flame, this 6th level had 3 great kings. They were respectively the single-horned Mayun beast, heaven tunneling rat, as well as the heavenly thunder purple bamboo. The former 2 were desolate beasts, while the heavenly thunder purple bamboo was a powerful, primordial spirit. But regardless of which one, they were all overwhelmingly powerful. "Big Brother, those 3 great king strengths are so powerful. I just entered the 6th level and actually had a thought of prostrating in wars." H.I. plus P. Fiery said in alarm. Fiery was a heaven and earth spiritual plant too. Presently, his strength was not weak either. Before this, he had never had such a thought appear before. But now, this thought suddenly welled up in his heart. But Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard that and said, "Little Flame said, those 3 great kings are not deity realm powerhouses. Since they are not deity realm powerhouses, even if they are any stronger, it's impossible to make you give rise to such a thought either." Fiery could not help being stupefied when he heard and said, "Then what's going on? If my conjectures are right, what made you produce to this kind of thought is likely coming from the 7th level. It's just that this mysterious 7th level, no one has ever gone there before. What kind of existences are there? And, oh, body knows. But without a doubt, the 7th level's existences are definitely terrifying to the extreme," Yi Yuan said with a slightly grim look. Not just Fiery, Yi Yuan himself naturally sensed it too. Upon entering the 6th level, Yi Yuan sensed that there was a terrifying aura attempting to make him yield. But the strange thing was, the moment this aura touched him, the soul-suppressing pearl suddenly emitted a strange undulation and directly repelled this aura back. Yi Yuan seemed to sense that this aura seemed to have profaned the soul-suppressing pearl, making it angry. It was as if that terrifying aura had affronted it. This discovery made Yi Yuan abnormally shocked. The soul-suppressing pearl was a really hard-to-fathom existence. But no matter what, that aura was unable to affect Yi Yuan anymore. "I heard that Zhuge Qingxian entered the 6th level before. If my conjectures are right, he must have come aiming for the deity realm. Looking at it now, the 6th level shouldn't have secrets relating to the deity realm. Rather, that 7th level might really have secrets concerning deity realm. It's just, don't know if he went in or not. Fiery, you'd best enter the vast heaven pag." "Oh, da," Yi Yuan said. Fiery nodded his head and was directly taken in by Yi Yuan. His condition was clearly not too suited to continue penetrating deep in. Little Flame said that the 10 fragrance immortal tuber is within a 10,000-mile radius of the transmission array. Better find it as soon as possible and leave, so as to prevent unnecessary complications from cropping up. Once we startled the 3 great kings, it wouldn't be good. Yi Yuan restrained his aura and started searching for the 10 fragrance immortal tuber. Chapter 1108. 5-Colored Ever-Growing Soil. Chapter 1108. 5-Colored Ever-Growing Soil. Yi Yuan deployed Heaven Man Unity Heart Realm to the limits, taking everything in the surrounding into his sight. Those powerful existences, Yi Yuan avoided them one by one. To martial artists, 10,000 miles was not too large of an area. It did not take much time for Yi Yuan to search. Finally, 3 days later, Yi Yuan found traces of the 10 fragrance immortal tuber. The 10 fragrance immortal tuber was an earth attribute spirit medicine, adept at escaping through the earth. The strength of the medicine spirit was also not to be trifled with. But these did not pose any difficulty to Yi Yuan. He did not act rashly and alert the enemy, but laid down several Tier 9 array formations in the vicinity, enclosing its surrounding area into a metal bucket. This way, the 10 fragrance immortal tuber would be hard-pressed to escape even if it had wings. However, just as Yi Yuan was planning on taking action to subdue the 10 fragrance immortal tuber, an abnormality suddenly occurred. The 10 fragrance immortal tuber suddenly went berserk, ramming against the grand array abruptly. What made Yi Yuan stare dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape was that the originally impregnable grand array actually collapsed with a loud bang under the 10 fragrance immortal tuber's one strike. The 10 fragrance immortal tuber breached the grand array and sped towards the depths of the 6th level with immense speed. Yi Yuan had no time to dwell on it. Immediately merging into heaven and earth, he chased after it. It was just that this 10 fragrance immortal tuber's fleeing speed was actually incomparably fast. Yi Yuan actually could not catch up within a short time. It looked like the 10 fragrance immortal tuber was about to run out of the 10,000-mile radius. Yi Yuan could not help feeling greatly anxious. Forget about startling the 3 great kings, even startling the kind of existences like Little Flame. He would be unable to bear the consequences of failure too. Yi Yuan was very confident in his own strength, but he was not yet confident to the extent of being wildly conceited. The 3 great kings, that kind of existence, he was absolutely not a match. Unknowingly, the 2, one chased, one ran, already far exceeded the range of 10,000-mile radius. Can't keep chasing like this anymore, going all out. Yi Yuan's face fell, and the evil extermination sword was suddenly unleashed. Whose? H. Plus the speed of the evil extermination sword flooded with divine essence was inconceivable quick, directly pinning down the 10 fragrance immortal tuber in the midst of escaping. Yi Yuan could not help being overjoyed when he saw the situation and chased after with a flash. At present, it was also uncertain how far out he chased. Yi Yuan did not dare to stay and immediately sealed the 10 fragrance immortal tuber, planning on speeding over to the transmission array. But right at this time, an extremely powerful divine sense suddenly descended, locking Yi Yuan down firmly. Yi Yuan was akin to being struck by lightning, his entire person paralyzed there. This pressure, Yi Yuan had only sensed it before on Spirit Bristle, that kind of existence. Without a doubt, the owner of this divine sense was likely one of the 3 great kings. Yi Yuan sighed slightly in his heart. He did not expect that he would still alarm them in the end. A purple S, H.I. plus RT youth slowly walked out of the void. Staring at Yi Yuan with an unfriendly expression, he said coldly, "Ignorant human, you actually dare to act wildly in this king's boundary." Yi Yuan's scalp tingled. This purple S, H.I. plus RT youth, barring no accidents, was likely the heavenly thunder purple bamboo. The powerful undulations coming off his body. Even Yi Yuan felt his heart palpitate too. This youth was too strong. This one is most likely Senior Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo, right? Junior Yi Yuan, having affronted Senior, is seriously against my will. This 10 fragrance immortal tuber is too important to this Junior. If it disturbs Senior's cultivation, Yi Yuan is willing to compensate with other things. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. The Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo shot Yi Yuan a cold glance and said with a cold smile, Laughable! Do you think that there's still something in this world that can move this king? Yi Yuan could not help feeling awkward when he heard. To the Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo, this level of existence, most likely what could move them, was only that fleeting and ephemeral deity realm. Or perhaps, bringing them out of this S.P.A.C. Except Yi Yuan could say these words to Little Flame, but was unable to say them to the Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo, because he would not believe it at all. Of course, Yi Yuan still had the vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl, this sort of heaven-defying treasures, but it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to take them out. The Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo said coolly, You boy, your strength isn't strong. To actually be able to walk to the 6th level, it makes this king somewhat surprised. That aura earlier should be a divine artifact, right? Luckily, who you ran into was this king. If it were those two fellows, they probably wouldn't be as amiable. Yi Yuan's expression turned apprehensive, thinking to himself that this guy indeed took fancy on his divine artifact. But the evil extermination sword, he absolutely would not hand it over. Whatever requests Senior have, feel free to say. What Yi Yuan can accomplish, I definitely won't decline. But this divine artifact, Yi Yuan said. The Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo said disdainfully, Relax, divine artifacts are useless to me. But I'm rather interested in you. Stay behind and be my servant for 10,000 years. At that time, I'll naturally let you leave. Yi Yuan knew that this guy would not say anything nice. Disregarding other things, how could Yi Yuan be someone contented to bow down to others? This Junior can't do it. Yi Yuan said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. He did not wish to get into a conflict with the Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo, but it did not mean that he was really scared of the Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo. The Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo seemed to have long expected it, and said with a cold smile, You brat, could it be that you're making a joke out of this king? Divine artifact can't, being a servant can't as well. Why don't you say what else you have that can make this king take fancy upon? Yi Yuan thought about it and said, I wonder if Senior is interested in 5-colored, ever-growing soil. The Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo originally still had a never-making a concession appearance. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, his expression immediately changed, and he said, You actually have 5-colored, ever-growing soil too? Quickly take it out. It was also no wonder that the Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo was astonished. The 5-colored, ever-growing soil possessed lethal allure to any plant. Legends had it that the 5-colored, ever-growing soil was an earth attribute, supreme treasure, containing the power of the 5 elements source. The Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo, this kind of heaven and earth spiritual plant, could glimpse into the source of the great Tao through the 5-colored, ever-growing soil, reaching the Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo's level of realm. There naturally was nothing that they would take fancy upon anymore, but that did not mean that they did not have the room for improvement. This 5-colored, ever-growing soil was precisely one of the things that could let him advance further. So much so that if Heavenly Tao Laws was able to allow Deity Realm to appear once more, this 5-colored, ever-growing soil was absolutely able to let him cross that heavenly chasm. The Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo totally thought that Yi Yuan had the 5-colored, ever-growing soil on him. Who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said very scoundrelly, Don't have! The Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo's agitation instantly turned into rage. A terrifying aura immediately enveloped Yi Yuan. You dare to fool this king? Truly tired of living. The Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Senior, don't get worked up. It looks like Senior should have seen the 5-colored, ever-growing soil before, right? The heavenly thunder purple bamboo was not dumb either. He instantly understood Yi Yuan's meaning and said with a cold smile, "Your meaning is that you're planning on using that guy's stuff to bribe this king, to make this king let you go? Huh, brat, you really calculated really well. This kind of empty promise. Do you really take this king to be a 3-year-old kid?" That guy that the heavenly thunder purple bamboo was talking about was precisely Zhuge Qingxian. According to what Yi Yuan knew, Zhuge Qingxian had precisely a chunk of 5-colored, ever-growing soil in his hands. It was viewed by him as a forbidden slice of meat, and he absolutely did not permit others encroach on it. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo's current expression naturally ill. U.S. trotted that Zhuge Qingxian had indeed come to the 6th level before. Furthermore, he even made a deal with the heavenly thunder purple bamboo before. It was just that the heavenly thunder purple bamboo did not seem to have agreed to him. Chapter 1109, You Tricked Me. Chapter 1109, You Tricked Me. Clearly, the heavenly thunder purple bamboo had already reached the brink of eruption. Yi Yuan's insincere promise already made him lose the last of his patience. However, Yi Yuan did not care about his attitude and just said with a faint smile, "Senior, don't get angry first. Even if you kill me, there's no benefit to you either. But if you let me go within 10 years, I'll definitely offer up the 5-colored ever-growing soil. This transaction, I wonder how Senior feels about it?" The heavenly thunder purple bamboo said solemnly that Brat's strength is evenly matched with me. Back then, the 3 of us also expended considerable strength before repelling him. Just the likes of you, a brat whose hair isn't even fully grown, also dare to say this sort of big talk? Aren't you afraid of your teeth falling out? Don't bully a young man for being poor, Senior. How would you know that after 10 years, I won't be Zhuge Qingxuan's match, sup 1/sup? Yi Yuan had a calm look. What exuded was thick confidence. He admitted that Zhuge Qingxian was strong, very strong. He could even be said to be the divine realm's #1 person. But Yi Yuan had faith to catch up within 10 years, even Serpa. SS him, with the vast heavenstone steel and soul-suppressing pearl. If Yi Yuan could not even Serpa Zhuge Qingxian, then he, this son of heaven's mandate, was also too useless. Seeing that composed look of Yi Yuan's, no idea why the heavenly thunder purple bamboo actually believed Yi Yuan for that split second. Because the confidence that Yi Yuan showed was completely different from that sort of wild arrogance. That was the confidence belonging to a powerhouse. Every world-shocking powerhouse would have this kind of calm confidence. Humph. Talk is cheap. I want to see what kind of means you have to dare say this sort of big talk. I'll use 50% power to unleash a move. If you can resist it, what's the harm in promising you?" said the heavenly thunder purple bamboo with a cold snort. Yi Yuan said assuredly, Senior, go ahead and make your move. Seeing Yi Yuan's relaxed appearance, the heavenly thunder purple bamboo could not help being suspicious. But he was a peerless powerhouse at any rate. He naturally would not show leniency because of this hint of suspicion. A powerhouse like him, even if it was just 50% power, it was also not what ordinary void, mystic powerhouses could withstand. Using 50% strength was plenty to effortlessly cut down Zhao Lingdong. The S of powerhouse. In the heavenly thunder, purple bamboo's view, even if Yi Yuan had a divine artifact, it was absolutely impossible to block this blow of his either. The heavenly thunder, purple bamboo, seriously could not figure out just where this confidence of Yi Yuan's originated from, only to see the heavenly thunder, purple bamboo, slowly reach a finger out. All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, akin to the might of heavenly tribulation. Lightning of punishment! The heavenly thunder, purple bamboo, slowly spat these 3 words out of his mouth. Although it was just 50% power, The might of this bolt of lightning was 100 times as powerful as Yi Yuan's heavenly tribulation back then. When Yi Yuan saw that finger, his gaze contracted too. If 50% power had such might, then wouldn't 100% power have the ability to destroy the world? The fame of the heavenly thunder purple bamboo was indeed well-deserving. Quick as thought, in a blink of an eye, this bolt of lightning descended from the sky, smiting right for Yi Yuan, but no idea when Yi Yuan's hand actually had an additional wooden stick. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo was rather satisfied with this lightning of punishment move of his. Just nice taking it easy, wanting to see how Yi Yuan would respond. But when he saw that wooden stick in Yi Yuan's hands, his expression could not help changing drastically. Origin magnetism, spirit wood. This boy actually has origin magnetism spirit wood. The heavenly thunder, purple bamboo, exclaimed in shock. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, directly sticking the origin magnetism spirit wood in his hand into the dirt. That terrifying bolt of lightning landed straight for the top of Yi Yuan's head. But just as it was about to land on Yi Yuan, it actually deviated a tiny, but bizarrely landing on the origin magnetism spirit wood. Buzz. No earth-shaking exploding sounds transmitted over, but the origin magnetism spirit would erupted with rays of brilliant light, seemingly incomparably joyful. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Many thanks to Senior for bestowing lightning. My origin magnetism spirit would just happen to be on the verge of breaking through. With Senior's lightning, breaking through to middle stage tier 9 should be sufficient." The last time Yi Yuan transcended tribulation, the origin magnetism spirit would similarly absorbed large quant. 1. Ties of source power, successfully breaking through to tier 9. But just earlier, when the lightning of punishment was just about to smite Yi Yuan, the origin magnetism spirit would absorb it over instantly, greedily absorbing the power of lightning. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo was a heaven and earth spiritual plant with an extremely powerful lightning attribute. His cultivation realm was far greater than the origin magnetism spirit wood. Even though it was just a careless attack of the heavenly thunder purple bamboo, the energy undulations contained within was extremely powerful. The origin magnetism spirit would had long reached the boundary of breakthrough already. With this bolt of lightning, it broke through to middle stage tier 9 very quickly. "Boy, you tricked me!" the heavenly thunder purple bamboo said with a black face. He completely did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had such a trump card. If Yi Yuan had other treasures, the heavenly thunder purple bamboo had sufficient confidence to directly shatter it using that attack earlier. Even a divine artifact would not cut it either. But only the similarly heaven and earth spiritual plant, the origin magnetism spirit wood, could fully absorb his lightning powers, because this bolt of lightning was not some heaven-defying attack to the origin magnetism spirit wood. It was the best nourishment. It was also precisely because of so that Yi Yuan dared to agree to accept the heavenly thunder purple bamboo's conditions. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "I didn't say anything. It was Senior yourself who wanted to test Junior's strength. Moreover, Senior also didn't say they can't use origin magnetism spirit wood, right?" The heavenly thunder purple bamboo could not help choking up and was actually at a loss for words. He felt that he had completely fallen into the trap that Yi Yuan set up. Looks like this brat had been setting up a trap for him from the very beginning. If he had long known that it would be like this, might as well directly smite him down the moment he came up. Save the nonsense, too. Although this attack earlier was absorbed by the origin magnetism spirit wood, it still did not mean that Yi Yuan was really immune to the heavenly thunder purple bamboo. Earlier, Yi Yuan was scheming against the unwary, only taking out the origin magnetism spirit wood at the last second, resulting in the heavenly thunder purple bamboo not having time to react at all. The heavenly thunder purple bamboo also had feelings of belittlement towards Yi Yuan. That was why he resulted in such an outcome. If he unleashed that blow earlier with full power, even with the origin magnetic field. Yuan would have to suffer serious injuries too. Ha ha ha! Purple bamboo, you can't even take care of a little baby, how disgraceful! At this time, a voice suddenly transmitted out from within the void, laughing wildly. A Ma-S figure slowly walked out from within the void. This gigantic figure looked rather like a bull, but it only had one horn. Yi Yuan practically determined at the first moment that this should be the single-horned Mayan beast of the three great kings. When the heavenly thunder, Purple Bamboo, heard this laughter, his face turned black to the extreme. Yi Yuan lost all of his face with this. Squeak, squeak, really making your grandpa rat die of laughter. An exalted king was actually tricked by a human child. Another voice sounded out. A giant rat scurried out from underground and laughed mockingly at the heavenly thunder, Purple Bamboo. Yi Yuan could not help despairing in his heart. The sixth level's three great kings actually gathered together all at once. A heavenly thunder, Purple Bamboo, was already extremely hard to deal with. Three appearing all of a sudden, how could he escape? Yi Yuan's thoughts flashed like lightning, racking his brain hard for a strategy to escape. Chapter 11:10. The Formidable Strength of Peak Void Mystic. Chapter 11:10. The Formidable Strength of Peak Void Mystic. Brat, you caused me to make such a big fool of myself. You deserve death. These three great kings were mortal enemies in the sixth level. Neither one was acquiescent to the other, but Yi Yuan's scheme earlier was seen by the other two beasts. How could this not enrage the heavenly thunder, Purple Bamboo? He was currently filled with killing intent towards Yi Yuan already. The heavenly thunder, Purple Bamboo, slowly reached a finger out. The oppression this time was even more terrifying compared to the previous time. This finger, the heavenly thunder, Purple Bamboo, used 70% power. That violent energy undulation made Yi Yuan's heart palpitate. Ha ha ha! Human brat, kneel down and beg this king. Perhaps this king will be happy and agree to take action to save you. The single-horned Mayun beast laughed wildly and said. Yi Yuan shot him a glance coldly and shouted, "Scram!" The single-horned Mayan beast, who was earlier laughing wildly incessantly, suddenly froze with a gaping huge mouth. He said solemnly, "Brat, you're courting death here." The three of them were all unrivaled powerhouses, the absolute kings in the sixth level. Who dared to be so insolent in front of him? Yet Yi Yuan sent him a scram word. But that heaven-tunneling rat rolled on the ground from laughter and said, "Ha ha ha! Single-horned, I didn't think that you also ate a loss. This human brat is really quite interesting." Crack! Just as they were talking, another bolt of lightning landed. Seeing this attack, the heaven-tunneling rat squeaked with laughter and said, "Ah! Purple Bamboo, that guy is really furious this time. This brat is dead for sure this time." The single-horned Mayan beast had an incredibly grim look by the side, but he approved of the heaven-tunneling rat's words very much. This attack practically contained 70% of the heavenly thunder, Purple Bamboo's power. Even if they were dealing with it, it would expend some effort too, let alone this human fourth-level Tao profound brat in front of them. The two of them retreated a distance away sensibly to avoid being implicated by accident. Purple Bamboo's 70% lightning of punishment was not joking around, especially when they knew that Purple Bamboo's offensive power was incomparably fearsome to begin with. Confronting it head-on, it would be sufficient for even them to choke onto. A power that cleaved the heavens and covered the earth crushed down towards Yi Yuan. At this instant, Yi Yuan felt like the entire firmament was almost collapsing. This Purple Bamboo strength was in existence on par with Zhuge Qingxian. Such a powerhouse was too terrifying. This was still Yi Yuan's first time witnessing such a terrifying attack face-on in 2 lifetimes. The previous life, it was completely impossible for those 10 great divine kings to make a move against him. This time, Yi Yuan finally experienced what kind of existence true peak divine kings were. This attack was already unavoidable. Right now, Yi Yuan could only have a frontal battle, even though he knew that the outcome of a frontal clash could only be death. But letting him submit without putting up resistance, he was unresigned to it. Roar! Yi Yuan suddenly transformed and turned into an enormous azure dragon. Seeing this scene, the 3 kings' expressions all changed. They never thought that Yi Yuan actually still had such a contingency move, especially the single-horned Mayun beast and heaven-tunneling rat. The 2 of them were desolate beasts, having common ancestry with the demon race. That terrifying true dragon pressure actually made them have an impulse to prostrate in wars. HI plus P. Of course, their level of existence would not really prostrate in wars. HI plus P. It was just that kind of palpitation originating from the depths of the bloodline still made them endlessly shocked. This brat's true dragon bloodline was pure to the extreme. However, a scene that made them even more astonished occurred. In that instant, he transformed. Yi Yuan took out the vast heaven steel. Vast heaven steel, open. Yi Yuan gave a fierce cry. The vast heaven steel instantly soared SMAs. HI, plusing over towards the thunderbolt. Without any flash. HI plus Ness, just a ruthless smash. It was wrapped with the might of heaven and earth. The purple bamboo's thunderbolt brought the firmament along and suppressed down, while Yi Yuan's vast heaven steel wanted to smash a hole out in the firmament. What the HELL is this? Just a smash, and it has such terrifying power. If this brat was able to use this stone plaque, the result would be hard to predict. The single-horned Mayun beast secretly exhaled. With his strength, he was naturally able to sense the mysterious aura coming off of the vast heaven steel. Although he did not recognize it, he knew that this stone plaque was definitely not an ordinary item. At this instant, the single-horned Mayun beast and heaven-tunneling rat both made up their minds. The moment Yi Yuan died, they would immediately step forward to S. N. A. T. C. H. This stone plaque. With this stone plaque, their strength would surely increase greatly. Rumble. The thunderbolt and the vast heaven steel clashed directly, emitting a heaven-shaking boom. The single-horned Mayun beast and heaven-tunneling rat retreated once more as well, in order to avoid being affected by this attack. Poo work! The tremendous backlash force that came from the vast heaven steel immediately shocked Yuan to severe injuries, spewing out a large mouthful of fresh blood. But the thunderbolt directly pressed on the vast heaven steel cruce. HI, plussing down towards Yi Yuan. This attack of purple bamboos must thoroughly suppress Yi Yuan. If he could not even suppress a measly little Yi Yuan, then he could not lift his head up at all in front of the other 2 great kings in the future. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Yi Yuan disregarded the injuries on his body, bringing forth the strongest coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm while having blood in his mouth. Roar! An azure dragon phantom soared to the sky, flying straight for the vast heaven steel. Rumble! The vast heaven steel that received this blow that shot up to the sky actually slowly stopped Kraz. HI, plussing down. It gradually stabilized. However, purple bamboo's lightning of punishment had not utterly dissipated yet. At this time, Yi Yuan's body slammed heavily onto the ground, directly SMAs. HI, plussing out a deep crater. Yi Yuan immediately recovered to human form and brought out the evil extermination sword. Limitless life-death sword. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan used his strongest attack again. Poo work! Another tremendous backlash force shook Yi Yuan until even his internal organs were displaced. Divine King Domain. How is this possible? This human brat is simply too monstrous. 4th level Tao profound, and he's actually able to comprehend concepts to such a profound level. The heaven-tunneling rat looked at Yi Yuan and said in disbelief. Yi Yuan practically exhausted all of his trump cards. This time, he finally utterly dispersed this bolt of lightning of punishment from purple bamboo. However, Yi Yuan was drenched in blood all over currently, and he was completely unable to move a muscle anymore. Looks like the 10 great divine kings' appraisal indeed isn't groundless. This level of powerhouse is too terrifying. Yi Yuan laid on the ground and said with a bitter smile. Purple Bamboo's expression was incredibly ugly. He did not think that he used 70% power and was actually unable to immediately kill Yi Yuan. However, his current thoughts were already no longer placed on Yi Yuan, because Singlehorn and Heaven Tunneling Rat were already speeding towards the vast Heaven Steel with exceptionally swift speed. Through this attack, just now, he was already perfectly clear that this vast Heaven Steel was absolutely not an ordinary item. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus 3 figures sped towards the vast Heaven Steel with incredible speed. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan was helpless to the extreme too. The present him already did not have a trace of strength to stop these 3 great kings. The 3 people's strengths were about on par, practically reaching the vast Heaven Steel at the same time. Looking at the 3 of them were about to touch the vast Heaven Steel, an abnormality occurred once again. The area where the vast Heaven Steel was at, a surge of strange energy suddenly appeared and directly exploded. Chapter 1111. Mysterious Powerhouse from the 7th Level. Chapter 1111. Mysterious powerhouse from the 7th level, a blinding white light flashed past. The area where the vast Heavenstone Steel was at exploded with a loud bang. Powerful as the 3 kings were, they were actually sent flying by the power of this explosion. When the seriously injured Yi Yuan saw this scene, he stared dumbfounded with his jaws slack too. That explosion just now was too terrifying. Yi Yuan was seriously unable to imagine just what kind of existence could unleash such a move. One had to know that the 3 great kings were already existences at the summit of the divine realm. Who else could be even stronger than the 3 of them? Yi Yuan could not help being alarmed, his gaze abruptly turning towards the depths of the 6th level. Who else in the divine realm could defeat the 3 great kings so effortlessly? There was only that mysterious existence in the blood-rain wilderness's 7th level. An intangible divine sense suddenly descended. The feeling that this divine sense gave Yi Yuan was akin to a vast ocean, unfathomable. The 3 great kings hastily crawled with their feet and lay down in prostration in the direction of the 7th level, not daring to move a muscle. Swoosh! Suddenly, the vast Heavenstone Steel actually directly flew away, flying towards the 7th level's depths. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's eyes stared until they became wide circles. The vast Heaven Steel acknowledged him as its master. What was the meaning of flying away now? But in the next second, something that made Yi Yuan even more dumbfounded happened. His evil extermination sword actually broke free, similarly flying away out of control. What on earth is going on? Yi Yuan's astonishment could not be any greater. Right at this time, a deep voice that had experienced many vicissitudes of life descended from the sky. Divine items such as these are not what the likes of you all can take a share in. The 3 people's entire body trembled, and they hurriedly said, "Yes, Your Excellency. It was us who overestimated our ability. Bring him to see me." That mysterious voice sounded out once more. Yi Yuan was alarmed inwardly when he heard that. This him was clearly referring to him. But Yi Yuan was even more curious. He was very curious whether or not this 7th level's existence was really a deity realm powerhouse. Could it be that there were really still deity realm powerhouses in this world? Yi Yuan was unable to move at this time. He could only allow the 3 great kings to bring him away as they pleased. but riding on the single-horned Mayun beast's body, that feeling was still pretty good. The three great kings were all incessantly FLUS, tiered currently. They did not know what relations Yi Yuan had with the 7th level's lord. They were sealed in the 6th level for G. Oh, D knows how many years, but had never seen His Excellency actually take the initiative to request to meet someone. This was an unprecedented event. If Yi Yuan really had some relation with His Excellency, that joke earlier would have been really bad. Especially the Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo. He'd beat Yi Yuan until like this. This was simply dreadful. The three of them being in the 6th level for so many years, they were too clear how formidable His Excellency's strength was. Claiming their lives was merely a matter of waving a hand. Along the way, the Heavenly Thunder Purple Bamboo's emotions were incomparably complicated. He wanted to go and apologize to Yi Yuan, but was also afraid that His Excellency was just curious about Yi Yuan and was still going to kill him in the end. Not apologizing, he was also afraid that Yi Yuan was really related to His Excellency. It troubled him to death. The three people's speed was rather swift. They only used half a day's effort and arrived at the 7th level's entrance area. Half a day's time, Yi Yuan consumed medicinal pills, and his injuries were also much better, and he was already able to get down and walk around. Arriving here, the 7th level's undulation appeared all the more powerful. The feeling that the three great kings gave people was already powerful to the extreme. But compared to the undulations coming from the 7th level, they were on completely different levels. "Come on in, Junior!" A mysterious voice could be heard. Yi Yuan knew that there was no leeway for him to refuse either. Straight away, he directly entered the transmission array without much hesitation. Suddenly, it was pitch black in front of Yi Yuan. The 7th level's appearance was extremely far from what his imagination. This place seemed to be a different S.P.A.C. No blood rain, no desolate beasts, no spirit medicines as well. What there was just a pair of incomparably profound eyes. Yes, the area where Yi Yuan's gaze reached, there was only a pair of eyes, no other objects apart from that. This pair of eyes were buried in the darkness, but was so conspicuous, akin to two lighthouses S.H.I. plus Ning. But Yi Yuan could sense that ahead was a powerful restrictive force. As long as he advanced a little more, he would immediately be annihilated by this restrictive force. Yi Yuan attempted to communicate with the vast heaven steel and evil extermination sword, but he discovered that these two divine artifacts were akin to rocks that had sunk into the ocean. They were not giving him any bit of response at all. With this, Yi Yuan's heart hit rock bottom. "Junior, stop wasting your strength. These two divine items landing in your hands is simply a wanton waste of G. Oh, D's good gifts." That mysterious voice opened his mouth to speak again. Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said, "That's my own business. Don't need to trouble your esteemed self to worry." A terrifying aura instantly enveloped Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan felt like someone was clutching his throat, practically making him asphyxiated. Just a burst of aura that escaped made Yi Yuan powerless to revolt. This mysterious powerhouse's strength was truly terrifying to the extreme. "You, this junior, are so wildly arrogant. Aren't you afraid that this lord will kill you in a rage?" The mysterious powerhouse said with sullen anger. At this time, the soul-suppressing pearl finally showed its power. A surge of faint red glow spread out, easily repelling that burst of aura back. Yi Yuan instantly felt the pressure on his body lighten, and he was finally able to breathe. While at this time the mysterious powerhouse's aura clearly had a trace of disturbance. Soul-suppressing pearl. It's indeed the soul-suppressing pearl. Didn't expect it. The soul-suppressing pearl really saw the light of day anew. "Junior, your destiny is truly heaven-defying," the mysterious powerhouse said excitedly. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right?" The mysterious powerhouse could not help choking up and said crossly, I say, you this junior, why are you so impulsive when speaking? Can't you have a talk properly? Yi Yuan said coolly, return the vast heaven steel and evil extermination sword. I can naturally have a proper talk then. Yi Yuan could sense that this mysterious powerhouse did not seem to have any ill intentions toward him. Using his aura to suppress him earlier was merely in order to punish the latter slightly. That was all. It was just that the vast heaven steel and evil extermination sword landing in other people's hands. Yuan kept feeling anxious. This mysterious powerhouses clearly had words to say to him. Hence, if he was a little impudent, the other party should not really make a move to kill. If he really wanted to kill, he would have long killed too. If Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, this mysterious powerhouse should have some history with the vast heaven steel and evil extermination sword. Otherwise he could not H them from his hands so easily. You, this junior, are so petty. This lord just had not met with old friends for many years, and was somewhat agitated for a moment, that's all. Rest assured, since the vast heaven steel was obtained by you, it shows that you're this generation's son of heaven's mandate. This lord won't your divine artifact. If the vast heaven steel is yours, it's yours. Body can H it away. The mysterious powerhouse said. Done talking. Two streams of flowing light shot out from within the darkness and suspended in front of Yi Yuan. They were precisely the vast heaven steel and evil extermination sword. However, it is not that this lord is looking down on you, but your way of using the vast heaven steel, it is truly a bright pearl covered by sand in your hands. The mysterious powerhouse suddenly followed up, saying his words. Chapter 1112. Ancient Heaven One Sect. Chapter 1112. Ancient Heaven One Sect. The vast heaven steel and evil extermination sword arrived in front of Yi Yuan. That feeling of blood being thicker than water instantly recovered again. Only at this time did Yi Yuan finally set his mind at ease. But towards the mysterious powerhouse's words, Yi Yuan became interested too. The vast heaven steel could be said to be Yi Yuan's greatest trump card currently. It was even more powerful than the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, and limitless life-death sword. But the vast heaven steel's method of usage was pouring in Emperor Qi, then SMAs. Plussing it toward the opponent. Although simple, the power was incomparably powerful. The vast heaven steel contained extremely profound power of laws. Even if it was just a toss, it was extraordinary too. But right now, hearing the mysterious powerhouse's meaning, the vast heaven steel clearly still had other methods of usage. Furthermore, the power was clearly much stronger than SMAs. Plussing towards the opponent. I beseech Senior to condescend to teach. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, and finally can have a proper talk. Since you're this generation's son of heaven's mandate, then do you know the origins of this vast heaven steel? The mysterious powerhouse said. Yi Yuan shook his head blankly and said, I'm unaware. He only knew that this vast heaven steel's previous owner was Feng Tian. As for the rest, he really did not know. Over 100,000 years ago, heaven and earth had a cataclysmic change, forming a discontinuity in legacies. Many things were submerged in the long river of history along with divine Tao. But very clearly, this vast heaven steel's history was definitely far more long-standing than 100,000 years. That Heaven One Sect's Sup name have you heard before? The mysterious powerhouse asked again. Yi Yuan still shook his head blankly. Seeing the situation, the mysterious powerhouse sighed and said, Looks like time has already extinguished everything. Yi Yuan asked curiously, Was this Heaven One Sect very powerful? The mysterious powerhouse said laughingly, They were naturally strong. The ancient Heaven One Sect was one of the divine realm's 3 great leader sects, in full flourish for a time. especially around 1 million years ago. That generation's sect master Taoist absolute heaven came soaring into existence, virtually sweeping across the divine realm. The other two leader sects also had no choice but to temporarily hide their fangs, and treated the Heaven One sect as the head. The mysterious powerhouse's tone was also filled with admiration when mentioning Taoist absolute heaven. However, towards absolute heaven this name, it was rather familiar to Yi Yuan's ears. He thought about it and finally recalled that he had once heard it before from Jialan. It seemed like the one who sealed Jialan was precisely Taoist absolute heaven. Looking at it this way, this Taoist absolute heaven was most likely a truly terrifying existence. Moreover, Yi Yuan knew that Jialan was merely a small fry. What was truly powerful was still that Holy Mother, Devil Flower. Holy Mother, Devil Flower was similarly sealed by Taoist absolute heaven. It could be seen from this that this person was really powerful to the extreme. Presumably, Taoist absolute heaven was that generation's son of heaven's mandate, right? Yi Yuan was suddenly somewhat clear. That's right. 1 million years ago, the fiend race suddenly appeared. Under the leaders, H, I, plus P of the two great heavenly fiengi. O, DS, the Holy Mother, Devil Flower, and Kanua. They swept across the entire divine realm very quickly. Absolute heaven commanded the divine realm and led the Heaven One sect and various great sects to forcefully resist the fiend race, finally sealing all of them. It was just that after sealing Kanua, absolute heaven was already an expiring lamp, and he finally left this world. The mysterious powerhouse's words were filled with melancholy and regret. Although the mysterious powerhouse said it simply, Yi Yuan knew that great paramount battle 1 million years ago was surely incomparably tragic, and hearing that the Holy Mother Devil Flower was actually in existence on the same level as absolute heaven, Yi Yuan's brows could not help knitting together tightly. This was not good news. Yi Yuan also did not think that what was sealed inside the immemorial medicine garden was actually one of the two great fiends, the Holy Mother Devil Flower. Also, Kanua. Although Yi Yuan had not heard of this name before, the Tli of Heavenly Fiend. He had heard of it to some extent. That great battle 50,000 years ago. Fang Tian's opponent was precisely a self-proclaimed Heavenly Fiengi. If this Heavenly Fiengi, was Kanua, then wouldn't it mean that two great fiends actually all came into being? The mysterious powerhouse detected Yi Yuan's oddness and opened his mouth to ask, "Since you obtained the vast heaven steel, the fiend race should have come into being once more, right? Could it be that you've already come into contact with them?" Yi Yuan did not hide it, briefly recounting the events of the immemorial medicine garden and 50,000 years ago. A terrifying undulation spread out, causing the entire 7th levels S, P, A, C to shake incessantly. Not just the 7th level. The desolate beasts and medicine spirits in the 6th and 5th level were all quivering unceasingly. Fools. Truly a bunch of fools. Death isn't regrettable. Back then, how great a price did absolute heaven pay in order to seal the Holy Mother Devil Flower? This bunch of fools actually let them out just like that. Even if they die, it serves them right too. Under the mysterious powerhouse's wrath, Yi Yuan felt like the entire S.P.A.C. was going to collapse. This guy in front of him was definitely a deity, realm powerhouse. Void mystic powerhouses absolutely did not reach this sort of degree. Senior, just how powerful is this Holy Mother Devil Flower and Kanua? Yi Yuan asked curiously. That pair of eyes glanced at Yi Yuan and said, solemnly, very strong. With your cultivation realm, you're completely unable to imagine it. Back then, absolute heaven already reached the peak of origin deity realm. But he was still unable to kill the Holy Mother Devil Flower and Kanua. If not for him possessing the vast heaven steel, this kind of marvelous foreign treasure, there would simply be no way of defeating them. Finally, he exhausted his physical and mental efforts, and merely sealed them too. But I didn't expect that 1,000,000 years later they were released by a bunch of fools. Truly preposterous. Hearing these words, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. This was his first time hearing a description of the deity realm. He had long known that among deities likewise had the distinction of superiority and inferiority. And this origin deity, realm, should be a peak existence among deity realms. 1,000,000 years ago, absolute heaven should be a figure standing at the very summit of the entire divine realm. Then his cultivation realm was naturally also the highest realm. Yi Yuan looked at that pair of eyes with a fervent gaze. He had never felt so close to deity realm before. Senior, the origin deity realm that you said, what kind of realm is it? Yi Yuan guided along skillfully, seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's enthusiasm. That mysterious powerhouse suddenly fell silent. Yi Yuan held his breath, patiently waiting for the other party's response. After a long silence, the mysterious powerhouse suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Did a ma's sieve change happen to the divine realms heaven and earth 100,000 years ago?" Yi Yuan was stunned and immediately nodded his head and said, "That's right. Around 100,000 years ago, all of the deity realm powerhouses vanished overnight, even bringing along many deity realm inheritances and disappearing along with them too. At present, beneath this stretch of heaven and earth, there are already no more deity realm powerhouses. No wonder. Oh, no wonder." The mysterious powerhouse murmured under his breath. Yi Yuan was anxious in his heart, but asked verbally, "Senior, what on earth happened 100,000 years ago?" The mysterious powerhouse heaved a sigh and said, "I was sealed here. How was I able to know what is happening in the outside world? It's just that 100,000 years ago, my body had a portion of the power of laws being taken away out of the blue. Ever since then, I've been unable to use deity realm strength anymore." Hearing the mysterious powerhouse's words, Yi Yuan was rather disappointed, but he also obtained many information from it. One of it was that this powerhouse before his eyes was really a deity realm powerhouse. Another information concerned the present divine realm. If there were deity realm powerhouses who lingered here, their power of laws would likewise be siphoned off, and their cultivation would regress back to the divine king realm. Chapter 11:13 Divine Tao 3 Realms. Chapter 11:13 Divine Tao 3 Realms. If it was this reason, then did those deity realm powerhouses leave the divine realm because of this? But where did they go to? Could it be that there was still another expanse outside of this divine realm? Countless questions hovered in Yi Yuan's mind, unable to dispel them. The queries left behind by the disappearance of deity realm powerhouses were truly too many. The more one investigated, the greater the enigma discovered. I had once heard people say before that, at present, the divine realm's heavenly Tao is deficient. Senior, I wonder if there is any method that can resolve this predicament? Yi Yuan asked. Deity realms aren't G. Oh, DS. Deity realm is just a form of address. Even if they are origin deity realm powerhouses, it's impossible to truly take control of heavenly Tao as well. One can only say that they are able to borrow even higher level power of laws. That's all. Since divine Tao laws are already gone, and, body is capable of changing this outcome. Unless you can find the missing heavenly Tao, the mysterious powerhouse said. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered. He fell into rumination himself. If finding back the missing heavenly Tao was the only method to break through to the deity realm, then his Tao-defying pill was probably unable to let him break through to the deity realm either. But if he admitted defeat like this, Yi Yuan was unwilling. Junior, don't have wishful thinking. As long as there is a trace of means, those deity realm powerhouses would not possibly all disappear in the divine realm too. Since they disappeared, that means that they were helpless to do anything and could only choose to leave. The mysterious powerhouse naturally perceived Yi Yuan's unwillingness, But how was Yi Yuan the only one who could not accept it? The others felt the same way too. Something that even deity realm powerhouses were unable to solve. How could a measly little Tao profound realm martial artist possibly accomplish it? Yi Yuan did not refute the mysterious powerhouse's words. He then asked, "Senior, can you tell me about matters of the deity realm?" Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, the mysterious powerhouse knew that he did not give up hope. However, he did not refuse Yi Yuan and opened his mouth to say, "Divine Tao 3 realms can be categorized into Grotto Profound Deity Realm, Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm, and Origin Deity Realm. Essence, energy, and spirit, fusing all into one. Mystic chi flooding the body, gaining insight into Great Tao, that is Grotto Profound Deity Realm. Great Tao connecting to the heavens, inferring some aspect from a peak, glimpsing a corner of Heavenly Tao, that is Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. The end point of Tao, myriad life returning to their origins, drawing transcendent Heavenly Tao for their own use, that is Origin Deity Realm. Divine Tao 3 realms, each realm span is tremendous. The vast majority of people can only stop at Grotto Profound. In the ancient era, the fiend race rose up. Countless human geniuses corroborated their Tao and became deities. But those capable of reaching Origin Deity realm were only 3 people. Yi Yuan listened by the side, his thoughts surging like the tide. Such a secret, the people who knew about it in the divine realm were probably already scanty few. Only at this time did he know that above deity realm, there were still 3 major realms. Deity realm was also just another beginning. The mysterious powerhouse spoke rather detailedly and talked about his understanding towards deity realm for Yi Yuan to listen. Deity realm powerhouses had already glimpsed the source of Great Tao. Every movement and action secretly in Kampa. S said laws. If Tao profound powerhouses only had a fuzzy perception toward the power of laws, then deity realm powerhouses were able to draw powers of law for their own use. The disparity in between this could not be measured with distance. Even the lowest rank Grotto Profound Deity Realm was also capable of borrowing divine Tao laws to easily eliminate divine king realm powerhouses. These divine Tao laws were even able to be inscribed by deity realm powerhouses, creating divine inscriptions. Many thanks for Senior's teachings. This Yi has gleaned considerable gains. It's just until now. Yi Yuan still doesn't know who Senior is and what relation Senior has with the ancient Heaven One sect. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and asked. The mysterious powerhouse said, "I am a black tortoise divine beast under Taoist absolute heaven's command, sky distant, also the ancient Heaven One sect protecting divine beast." Black tortoise divine beast. Yi Yuan's shock was by no means insignificant. He did not think that this blood rain wilderness's 7th level actually sealed a genuine divine beast. For 100,000 years, true divine beasts had already become legends. At present, the bloodlines of those so-called divine beasts in the divine realm actually became increasingly thin. Even as powerful as the Azure Dragon clan could not escape this fate either. But now, Yi Yuan actually met with a living divine beast. How could he not be astonished? Since Senior is Heaven One sect-protecting divine beast, why would you be sealed in this place? Yi Yuan asked. When Sky Distant heard Yi Yuan's words, a wave of foul air suddenly erupted, and he said with a cold snort, "It was all that insidious Zhuazong truly deserved to die." Mentioning this Zhuazong, Sky Distant truly gnashed his teeth in hatred. Clearly he hated him to the extreme. Turned out that this Zhuazong was also one of the 3 great origin powerhouses back then. It was just that his strength was much weaker compared to Absolute Heaven. The human and fiend, 2 races were the U-Soul sect that Zhuazong was in showed up for work but did not exert themselves, causing the human race to fall into passivity at one time. If not for Absolute Heaven and the other human race leader fighting the fiend race to the death, the human race would have long become extinct. Later on, the war subsided, and the human race had a Pyrrhic victory. Absolute Heaven and the other human race, leader Pa-S, set away one after another. This Zhuozong became the #1 person in the world. Therefore, Zhuozong led the sect's disciples and charged up to the Heaven One sect together. This Bloodrain Wilderness was originally Heaven One sect's medicine garden, but was directly connected to the Yu-Soul sect by Zhuozong with great magical ability. Zhuozong, at that time, was truly incomparably mighty. He divided the SPAC, where the Bloodrain Wilderness was at, into 7 layers, and he sealed it layer by layer. He then suppressed Sky Distant at the bottommost section. The Heaven One sect at that time actually still had some deity realm powerhouses, but compared to Zhuozong, they were far too lacking. The strength of an origin powerhouse was completely not what ordinary people could estimate. Absolute Heaven only turned a blind eye to Zhuozong's actions for the human race's overall situation at that time. But Zhuozong probably never dreamed that Absolute Heaven had long left behind a big meal for him, just waiting for him to attack the Heaven One sect. Talking up to here, Sky Distant was truly incomparably delighted. He knew that Zhuozong was severely wounded by the contingency plan that Absolute Heaven left behind. Not long after, he perished too. Hearing these stories from way back, he felt his mind rattled too. He endlessly admired Absolute Heaven's actions. Humans were like that. Normally, when together, they would engage in petty intrigue and try to get the better of each other. But whenever a crisis happened, there would always be righteous people coming forward. Absolute Heaven was like that, and Feng Tian was similarly like so. But what made Yi Yuan surprised was that the present holy city was actually the descendant of the Yu-Soul sect 1 million years ago. Indeed descended from the same lineage. Even the filthy manner was Pa-S, said down perfectly. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. Oh, right. Senior said previously that the vast heaven steel and evil extermination sword had another way of using. I wonder if you can impart the method to me? Yi Yuan said. He currently desired strength and hoped to become stronger, regardless of whether it was in order to kill Ji Kanglin or suppress the fiend race. His current strength was far from enough. Just as Sky Distant said, if these 2 kinds of divine objects were unable to unleash the strength that they should have, then it was truly a wanton waste of D's good gifts in his hands. Sky Distant said, of course. As you said, the burden on your body is likely even heavier compared to Absolute Heaven, the Holy Mother, Devil Flower, and Kanua coming into being at the same time. Even if Heavenly Tao is deficient, they are still able to use divine Tao laws under deity realm. This way, their advantage is even greater instead. 0. Seems like there is a differentiation between Great Tao and Heavenly Tao. Because of that, they will be capitalized Great Tao, Heavenly Tao, including Divine Tao, starting from this chapter. This includes Sword Tao, Alchemy Tao, and so on, but not Sword Path or Path of the Sword. Son of Heaven's Mandate will also be capitalized. Chapter 11:14. Tranquility Results in Distance. Chapter 11:14. Tranquility Results in Distance. Divine Tao laws were not laws that only deity realm powerhouses used. One should say that Divine Tao laws were power of laws that only deity realm powerhouses could comprehend. Tao profound powerhouses, their life had not made a transition yet and were completely unable to touch the true source power. But ever since deity realm powerhouses created divine inscriptions and recorded down power of laws in the form of the golden characters, all of this became a possibility. Although divine inscriptions were unable to truly depict source power, it used a shallow method to express the fleeting and ephemeral source of great Tao. And this gave Tao profound martial artists the chance to comprehend the source of great Tao. Even though the comprehension of divine inscriptions was very difficult too, compared to genuine great Tao source, it was much simpler. Of course, powerhouses like Sky Distant and Holy Mother Devil Flower, they all were originally deity realm powerhouses and comprehended the source of great Tao in the first place. Using divine Tao laws was naturally nothing difficult. Furthermore, their comprehension toward the heavenly Tao was bound to be much deeper compared to a Tao profound martial artist like Yi Yuan. For Sky Distant to be able to send the three great kings flying in one move, this in itself ill. U.S. trotted many things. The reason why divine artifacts are powerful is naturally because they are deployed with the powers of divine Tao. Each divine artifact is inscribed with extremely profound power of laws. Only by stimulating the power of laws can one unleash a divine artifact's greatest might, Sky Distant said. When Yi Yuan heard, he felt deeply ashamed too. All along, his way of using divine artifacts was like a nouveau riche. Although pouring in divine essence could unleash a portion of a divine essence's ability, without corresponding powers of law to unleash it, the power was still very limited. Yi Yuan unwittingly recalled the White Tiger clan's heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask back then. That power compared to when he used it was simply a disparity of heaven and earth. Thinking about it now, it should be this reason. Senior, then how should one trigger the powers of law inside the evil extermination divine sword? Yi Yuan asked. Divine artifacts have a spirit. Grasp hold of the evil extermination divine sword. When you produce a resonance with it, you'll naturally understand, Sky Distant said. Yi Yuan froze and blurted out, Just that simple? Simple? Ha ha! Although the evil extermination divine sword acknowledged you as its master, with your cultivation realm, wanting to reach the level of resonating with it is difficult. It will likely be hard to even enter the rudiments without 10 or 8 years of effort, Sky Distant said mockingly. One was a divine artifact, while the other was a mortal. For the two to want to reach the extent of resonating, how could it be that easy? When Sky Distant was ridiculing, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed the evil extermination divine sword. To Yi Yuan, the evil extermination divine sword was merely a sharp weapon, used to storm and break enemy lines. Ever since acquiring it, Yi Yuan had never really thought before that the divine sword still had so many secrets. He also did not even try to examine the evil extermination divine sword. Under Heaven Man Unity Heart Realm, Yi Yuan's state of mind became incomparably tranquil. But when Sky Distant saw this scene, he smiled and said, This brat, does he really think that divine artifacts are so easy to grasp? To Tao profound realm martial artists, wanting to reach a resonance with divine artifacts is even harder than ascending to the heavens. Yi Yuan held the sword hilt with one hand, the other supporting the sword body from below, and sat with crossed legs, entering an empty state. Unknowingly, a mysterious power of law started winding around Yi Yuan. Sky Distant said in alarm, This is divine Tao law. This Brett actually already comprehended a divine Tao law. Furthermore, it's even the extremely profound divine soul law. Truly inconceivable. Yi Yuan sunk his entire mind into the evil extermination divine sword, attempting to find the trace of resonance. But he discovered to his dismay that this was really not that easy of a thing. Yi Yuan felt like he had arrived inside a vast expanse of the universe by himself. It was easier said than done than wanting to search for that trace of resonance inside this universe. No wonder Sky Distant said that without 10 or 8 years of work, even entering the door was hard. From Yi Yuan's view, Sky Distant's way of saying was likely still somewhat conservative. Losing one's self inside this universe, one might even be unable to find that trace of resonance for all their lives. What in the world is this resonance? How can one arouse the evil extermination, divine sword's resonance? Yi Yuan discovered that he really thought things too simple. He thought that since the evil extermination divine sword took the initiative to acknowledge him as master, finding the resonance should be something easily accomplished. But now, Yi Yuan sunk his mind inside it and discovered that he completely could not obtain a trace of the divine sword's response. seemed like it acknowledging him as its master was merely just because he was the son of heaven's mandate. Or perhaps it was merely because he possessed the vast heaven steel. Wanting to obtain the divine sword's acknowledgement was completely not such an easy thing, let alone producing a resonance with it. One had to know that the divine sword's previous owner was a peerless powerhouse, the likes of absolute heaven. Its view was naturally incomparably critical. Wanting to obtain its recognition was indeed not an easy matter. If one did not have any extraordinary aspect, they could probably forget about ever producing a resonance with it. Seems like I have to do a little something before I can obtain the divine sword's recognition, Yi Yuan thought to himself. Thinking this through, Yi Yuan's state of mind calmed down instead. In this word, there was no baseless love and also no groundless hatred. Since the divine sword had a spirit, it naturally would not acknowledge a stranger without rhyme or reason, and it produced a resonance with him. During this period of time, Yi Yuan had indeed neglected the divine sword's feelings, merely treating it as a sharp tool. Even he himself did not acknowledge the divine sword. On what basis should the divine sword acknowledge him? Therefore, that was how Sky Distant was able to call it away so easily, because to the divine sword, the relations H-I plus P between Sky Distant, and it was even a little more cordial compared to Yi Yuan, its owner. Perhaps it was because of his profession. Yi Yuan's attitude towards weapons was far from comparable to medicinal cauldrons. With this communication, it was 5 days and nights. In the 5 days, Yi Yuan did not move a muscle. He was attempting to understanding evil extermination bit by bit, getting evil extermination's recognition. However, evil extermination still did not have any stirring. Yi Yuan was still seemingly situated inside the universe, all alone by himself. Sky Distant did not interrupt Yi Yuan. He just watched him quietly like this. Sky Distant knew that Yi Yuan would ultimately still end in failure. Ha! Although this brat soul force is very strong, it should also pretty much reach the limits already, right? Communicating with a divine artifact, being able to do it to this extent, it is already very impressive, Sky Distant said coolly. The deity realm was another level. Even if it was a divine artifact, it was extremely taxing on the mind for Dao profound realm martial artists to communicate with it too. For ordinary martial artists, being able to communicate with evil extermination for a day and night like this was most likely somewhat biting off more than they could chew. For Yi Yuan to be able to communicate for 5 days and nights in one go, it was already several times that of an average person. Sky Distant could sense that Yi Yuan's soul force consumption was already right about there too. But right at this time, Sky Distant's pair of eyes suddenly constricted, as if he saw something inconceivable. How is this possible? Sky Distant exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his state of mind like an old well without ripples, as he said indifferently, "A simple life shows high goals in life. Tranquility leads to distance. I understand." Chapter 11:15. Enlightenment. Chapter 11:15. Enlightenment. You actually reached the perfection of Heart Realm. Sky Distant was greatly shocked. Just earlier, Yi Yuan's Heaven Man unity finally reached the realm of Great Circle of Perfection. To the average martial artist, the Great Circle of Perfection Heart Realm was the hardest step. But Yi Yuan was just 4th level Dao Profound, and he did it. Heart Realm Perfection was a requisite condition for breaking through to the deity realm. Without this step, wanting to break through to the deity realm was as hard as ascending to heaven. Sky Distant was all too clear that even in the divine Dao era, the powerhouses being blocked outside the great door of deity realm by Heart Realm could easily be found too. However, Yi Yuan accomplished it just like that. Yi Yuan lightly caressed the evil extermination divine sword and said with a calm look, "The more one pursues, the more one cannot obtain it. Only with indifference to fame and wealth, serenity and an enlightened mind, can it be achieved when the conditions are ripe. Evil extermination, do you think that what I said is correct?" Seemingly replying to Yi Yuan's words, the evil extermination divine sword emitted a light, sword humming sound. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Evil extermination, thank you." Hum. Another wave of acoustic resonance. Although Skydistant's expression could not be seen, he must be very amazed right now. You actually obtained evil extermination's recognition. It actually only took 5 days' time. Skydistant's astonishment could not be any greater. Evil extermination divine sword's recognition was the first step to producing resonance, and also the most crucial step. 5 days ago, he still said that without 8 to 10 years' time, it would be hard for Yi Yuan to even learn the rudiments. But now, Yi Yuan only used 5 days' time and already obtained the evil extermination divine sword's recognition. However, Skydistant understood what was going on. Yi Yuan's talent was too monstrous. In a mere 5 days, Yi Yuan gave rise to enlightenment. His heart realm was cultivated to the level of great circle of perfection. This was simply not what an ordinary person could achieve. The Son of Heaven's mandate, this term of address, Yi Yuan was fully deserving of it, since Yi Yuan exhibited his strength that Serpa said the rest. Winning the evil extermination divine sword's recognition was naturally not something difficult. Murmur. Yi Yuan was currently communicating with the evil extermination divine sword when all of a sudden, countless images poured into his mind. Yi Yuan's body suddenly trembled, feeling like his head was going to explode. Skydistant was startled again and said, "Evil extermination, you actually took the initiative to want to produce a resonance with this brat? Truly inconceivable. Looks like in your eyes, this brat completely has the ability to replace absolute heaven's position. Wanting to reach resonance, one must first obtain the evil extermination divine sword's recognition, and could only produce a resonance at the next step. But now the evil extermination divine sword actually took the initiative to throw out an olive branch and help Yi Yuan produce a resonance." Skydistant was shocked by evil extermination's action. Hum. Another series of light humming, seemingly replying to Skydistant's astonishment. Skydistant sighed slightly and said, "What you said is right. Currently, it's already not the Heaven One Sex era and also not absolute Heaven's era anymore. Wallowing in the past splendor doesn't help the situation. Holy Mother and Kanua coming into being at the same time. The perils of this age is probably even greater than in the past. This brat's talent is truly terrifying. In the future, his accomplishments might not be worse than absolute heavens. You following him, perhaps you'll be able to climb to the apex once again in the future." Being assaulted by countless images, Yi Yuan's mind felt like it was about to explode. These were all the evil extermination divine sword's memory fragments. Only by spending an entire day's time did Yi Yuan finish sorting out this massive amount of information. One image after another flashed inside Yi Yuan's mind. Those were all scenes together with absolute heaven. The evil extermination sword and absolute heaven experienced a great battle after another together, and finally reached the summit of the divine realm. Later on, it was they who battled the fiend race together and experienced hards. HI plus PS and dangers before absolute heaven finally sealed the Holy Mother Devil Flower in the immemorial medicine garden. But this time, absolute heaven left it in the immemorial medicine garden. Yi Yuan even found himself at the last of the images. That was the scene of him in the BLODY battle with the Holy Mother Devil Flower as well as Jiaolon. Turned out that all of these, the evil extermination divine sword, took it into its sight. For it to choose to acknowledge as master his life and death battle with the fiend race was likely a very important reason too, right? If he was a guy who did not undertake the responsibility, even if he had the vast heaven steel, evil extermination would probably not acknowledge him as master either. Sword intent soaring to the sky, evil can never prevail over good. The heart of a gentleman is broad-minded, the path of sword Tao connecting to the heavens. Evil extermination, rest A. S. Assured, even if I perish in the end, my Tao disappearing, I'll also utterly eradicate the fiend race. From henceforth, you and I will join hands and exterminate the evils of this world fully. Yi Yuan said heroically, as if sensing Yi Yuan's valiantness. The evil extermination divine sword started vibrating intensely in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan grasped the sword hilt. Suddenly, a series of golden characters converged into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Divine inscriptions. A hint of enlightenment was produced in Yi Yuan's heart. These divine inscriptions were the crux of wielding the evil extermination divine sword. Feeling the sense of intimacy coming off of the evil extermination sword, Yi Yuan felt that they were like old friends who had not met for many years. While the deep aura of having experienced the many vicissitudes of life made Yi Yuan sense the extensive and profoundness of Sword Tao, the azure, dipper floating zero supreme true, intent that he comprehended was weak as a little child that was learning how to walk in front of this aura. This was the aura of the source of great Tao. This was the aura of divine Tao laws. Same as when he saw the medicine D soul canon for the first time back then. Yi Yuan had a feeling of being petrified, being salt by this grand aura. Yi Yuan heart instantly gave rise to enlightenment. His sword Tao supreme true, intent, actually suddenly saw the light just like that and reached the great circle of perfection. So that's how it is. Supreme true intents are merely a prerequisite for unlocking the source of great Tao. Only by cultivating a supreme true intent to the realm of perfection can one use it as a guide to comprehend the source of great Tao. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and sighed with admiration. Sky Distant looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost and exclaimed in shock, "You brat are simply a freak." Comprehending divine Tao laws, the hardest is crossing the threshold. Even by cultivating supreme true intent to the realm of perfection, wanting to comprehend divine Tao laws got to look at lucky chances too. I didn't think that you actually directly crossed the threshold after obtaining divine inscriptions. The shock that Yi Yuan brought to Sky Distant was seriously overly intense. What divine inscriptions represented were exceedingly profound power of source laws. What Tao profound realm martial artists comprehended was merely some branch of the source power. Wanting to comprehend the source through this subfield, this required a tremendous opportunity. This turning point, the vast majority of the people could not obtain it for all their lives. But Yi Yuan actually gained enlightenment just like that under the impact of the divine inscriptions earlier. Even though what Yi Yuan comprehended was still very shallow, once he opened up this gate, the road at the back would be much easier to walk. This was Yi Yuan's second time comprehending divine inscriptions. They acquired the medicine D soul canon's divine inscriptions for a very long time, but kept failing to cross the threshold. All the way until he broke through to the Tao profound realm. It was when refining a Tier 9 medicinal pill did he comprehend it, stepping into the gates of divine Tao laws. But this time, Yi Yuan even directly comprehended the evil extermination divine sword Tao source power. Chapter 1116. Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art. Chapter 1116. Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art. Divine Tao laws are indeed extensive and profound. I thought that my comprehension in Sword Tao was already very high, but only now did I know that I haven't even learned the rudiments. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan's talent in Sword Tao was exceptionally strong. This point, even the extreme Sword Divine King was ashamed of his own inferiority too. After reviving, Yi Yuan's path in Sword Tao was smooth sailing and virtually did not encounter any obstacles. In a short 20 over years' time, Yi Yuan already comprehended the supreme true intent to rank 9. It could not be said to not be strong, but just now, Only when he sensed the sword Tao power of laws inscribed in the divine inscription did he know how superficial he was. The path of divine Tao was the true great Tao. That is, of course, absolute heaven was a sword Tao great master. His sword Tao attainments reached the acme of perfection. The divine inscriptions that you sensed are called evil extermination, sword formula. It's merely the spell that he used to activate the evil extermination sword, Sky Distant said. When Yi Yuan heard that, his heart could not help yearning for it too. Absolute heaven was truly a staggering great talent. Then, I wonder if Senior Absolute Heavens, sword Tao comprehensions, still exist in this world. Yi Yuan asked curiously. Sky Distant chuckled when he heard that and said, Brat, you're sitting on a treasure mountain, but are unaware of it. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, Senior is talking about the vast heaven steel. That's right. With your current realm, you can only barely manage to activate the vast heaven steel. When you step into the deity realm, you'll discover what kind of existence the vast heaven steel is, Sky Distant said. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he asked Senior, just what kind of an existence is this vast heaven steel? When Sky Distant heard, he could not help falling silent for a bit before saying, the vast heaven steel is a marvelous foreign treasure. Just what kind of existence it is, even absolute heaven couldn't explain it either. But comprehending great Tao source laws through the vast heaven steel yields twice the results with half the effort. Back then, absolute heaven was only able to overpower the other two sects and achieve supremacy in the divine realm because of its help. It's just a pity that he was still ruined at the hands of the fiend race in the end. Hearing Sky Distant's words, Yi Yuan was endlessly alarmed. This was Sky Distant's second time mentioning marvelous foreign treasure. Hearing the meaning in these words, the vast heaven steel did not seem to be an object of the divine realm. Furthermore, the vast heaven steel's power seemed to be even more greater than the evil extermination divine sword. Junior, the vast heaven steel can not only help martial artists comprehend divine Tao laws, but it's also a strong offensive weapon. I have a set of controlling magic arts called Vast Heaven Chaos Spell. Take it and study it well. The power can naturally multiply. It's just that this spell I only know the first half. The other half was brought into the coffin by absolute heaven. However, if you can break through to deity realm, you can naturally study the second half portion. Because he comprehended it from within the vast heaven steel too, Sky Distant continued explaining, as Yi Yuan was in shock. A series of golden characters flowed out from within the darkness and entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. These divine inscriptions were not long, but Yi Yuan also felt the extensiveness and profoundness. Many thanks, Senior. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, Sky Distant said, Heavenly Tao is already gone. Just based on you comprehending on your own, there's completely no way of controlling the vast heaven steel. Facing the Holy Mother and Kanua, you have no chances of victory at all. Since you're this era's son of heaven's mandate, I can naturally help you out. I still have a cultivation method here. If cultivated to the limits, myriad laws are unable to infringe. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he was immediately very interested. Sky Distant was born from the Black Tortoise clan among the 4 great divine beasts, while the Black Tortoise clan was precisely world-renowned for having extremely strong defense. Even though the Black Tortoise clan had already declined, it was an extremely powerful clan in the Divine Tao era. Legends said that in the Divine Tao era, the Black Tortoise clan had a Divine Tao cultivation method called Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art. It could train the fleshy body to a realm where myriad laws could not tame it. Extremely terrifying. It was just that this cultivation method was already lost for goodness, knows how many tens of thousands of years. Could it be that what Sky Distant was going to impart him was this cultivation method? Could the cultivation method that Senior be talking about be the Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art? Yi Yuan asked with some agitation. This cultivation method was an exceedingly powerful divine art and also the first true martial Tao divine art that Yi Yuan cultivated. As for the medicine D soul canon, it was just an alchemy Tao divine art. Its assistance towards the martial Tao was not very great. While the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was also only the first half, and it did not have the divine inscriptions portion. Although strong, the potential was very limited. Even though spirit bristle that fellows relations, HI plus P with him was pretty good, divine inscriptions were of vital importance. He might not be willing to give to him. If it was the black tortoise treasure body divine art, then Yi Yuan really picked up a treasure. Sky Distance said, "That's right. It's precisely the black tortoise treasure body divine art." This cultivation method was created by ancestor Black Tortoise. Its might is boundless. Cultivating to the limits, one can use the power of the fleshy body to shatter the firmament with force. Back then, even though Zhuozong was powerful, he could not breach this lord's defenses at all. Hence, that's why he would suppress this lord here. It's a pity that this lord didn't break through the 7th level of the black tortoise treasure body divine art back then. Otherwise, how could it come to Zhuozong, that punk, to destroy the Heaven One sect? Sky Distance words made Yi Yuan's pupils constrict. 7th level only cultivated to the 7th level boundary of the black tortoise treasure body divine art, and an origin deity realm powerhouse actually could not break his defenses. Such defensive ability could simply be rated as perverse. Along with the understanding of deity realm, Yi Yuan already knew the terror of origin deity realms. After absolute heaven, Zhuozong could be said to be the divine Tao's number 1 person. Even so, he could not breach Sky Distance defense too. The prowess of this cultivation method could be seen at a glance. Swizz, H, plus a stream of flowing light flew out from within the darkness. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed, clutching that stream of flowing light in his hand. Focusing his eyes to look, it turned out that it was a tiny little tortoise ELL. This little tortoise SHEL appeared as a dark green color, an undulation that made people's hearts palpitate, faintly transmitted from it, extremely profound. I'll impart you the black tortoise treasure body divine arts human path cultivation method first. You have a primeval dragon bone in your body, and your fleshy body is already very powerful. Cultivating this black tortoise treasure body divine art will yield twice the results with half the effort. When you cultivate the human path cultivation method to the great circle of perfection, you can study the mystic art holy tortoise SHELL. The black tortoise treasure body divine art is on this mystic art holy tortoise LL. Sky Distance said, "Done talking." A set of cultivation method was imprinted in Yi Yuan's mind. It was precisely the black tortoise treasure body divine art's human path section. Yi Yuan roughly skimmed through this black tortoise treasure body divine art's human path section and discovered that it was actually much more profound than the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. It seemed like the grade of this cultivation method was likely even far above the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. These 4 great divine beasts' founding ancestors were truly incomparably formidable figures. The cultivation methods that Pa S set down, even their descendants could not cultivate them to the highest realm. It could be seen that these 4 great founding ancestors were figures that rocked the heavens and shook the earth. But this cultivation method primarily cultivated the fleshy body. It did not clash with the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and he put the mystic art holy tortoise SHELL away. Clasping his hands at Sky Distant, he said, "Senior's great kindness. Yi Yuan will forget it. I wonder if there's a way to let Senior out? Hey, you have the heart. However, unless you can cultivate to origin deity realm, otherwise There's no way of breaking apart the restrictions that Zuozong laid down, Sky Distant said. Chapter 1117. Battling Zhao Lingdong. Chapter 1117. Battling Zhao Lingdong. At the 4th level, the entrance area that led to the 5th level, 3 figures were currently sitting with crossed legs, plus a dog. These 3 people were naturally the Mo Datong and Mo Santong of the Devil Ridge 3 Freaks, as well as Zhao Lingdong. The 3 of them had already guarded here for over a month, but Yi Yuan kept failing to show up. Currently, Mo Datong was very agitated. He could not resist standing up and pacing around back and forth, looking over to the exit from time to time. Half a year's time is going to be up soon. Could it be that this brat really wants to die inside? Mo Datong said in a cold voice. Each time the Blood Rain Wilderness's Pa-S Sageway opened was only half a year's time. Once half a year was up, the Pa South Sageway would automatically close. The restrictions would activate, eliminating all of the outsiders that did not belong to the Blood Rain Wilderness. Seeing as half a year's time was reaching bit by bit, Mo Datong was burning with anxiety. Although he very much hoped for Yi Yuan to die right inside, not seeing Yi Yuan's corpse, he still could not set his mind at ease in the end. But Zhao Lingdong was much calmer than him and said indifferently, "Yi Yuan not coming out, you should be happy instead." Russ. Plussing from here to the 1st level. Even if he spared no effort to press on with the journey, he'd need around 10 days too. As long as we wait until the last 10 days, he'll be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. But Mo Datong was not happy at all. Instead, he stomped his foot angrily and said, "Not being able to personally kill that brat, I'm truly not reconciled to it." Mo Santong also gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "This brat killed second brother. Not being able to take revenge for second brother personally, it's not satisfactory." Zhao Lingdong's expression turned cold, and he said, "Humph! You guys don't forget. What's the objective of coming here? You guys are here to kill the son of Heaven's mandate, not to take revenge for Mo or Tong. Compared to you guys, I believe in this Blood Rain Wilderness's restriction power more. It's much more reliable for this restriction power to kill him compared to us taking action." Zhao Lingdong had laid undercover in the Holy City for many years and was all too clear about the Blood Rain Wilderness's restriction power. Even Zhuge Qingxian, that level of existence, if he did not come out in half a year, he would still immediately be annihilated, let alone a measly little Ji Qingyan. There was still the last 3 days from the 10 days cutoff. As long as 3 more days pass, said, even if Yi Yuan had the ability to connect to the heavens, it would be impossible to escape too. Mo Datong's face fell, and he was just about to refute when suddenly a terrifying energy undulation came from the depths of the Blood Rain Wilderness. All of a sudden, 2 light beams came out from within the void. Rumble, rumble. Mo Datong and Mo Santong had yet to figure out what was happening and were directly blasted to residue. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lingdong's eyes became wide saucers, not daring to believe everything that happened before his eyes at all. This unforeseen event was too sudden, resulting in Zhao Lingdong's brain to somewhat short-circuit, completely not understanding what happened. He was certain that those 2 light beams earlier were absolutely not the Blood Rain Wilderness's restriction power. However, if it was not the restriction power who had the divine might to be able to instantly one-shot Mo Datong and Mo Santong, these 2 great void mystic powerhouses? Gulp. Zhao Lingdong could not refrain from swallowing a mouthful of saliva, feeling like his scalp was about to explode. He could clearly sense that if those 2 light beams hit him, his outcome would be exactly the same as the Mo brothers. Swoosh, swoosh. The 2 divine artifacts that lost their owners escaped through the void just like that. Zhao Lingdong could not resist taking 2 steps back. He wanted to flee, but fleeing just like that, there were still 3 days to go. Perhaps Yi Yuan would show up at this time? As if it was affirming exactly what he thought, there was a ripple in the void. a figure appeared. This person was currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Zhao Lingdong's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Yi Yuan did not come out from the transmission array, but directly shuttled through the void and arrived. How was this possible? Without the spirit horn shattering mirror, how did Yi Yuan do it? What? Are you very surprised to see me? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Zhao Lingdong's state of mind was already utterly messed up. He suddenly thought of a legend regarding the Blood Rain Wilderness in the Holy City. Legends had it that under the Blood Rain Wilderness's 7th level suppressed a terrifying existence. That terrifying existence was the true sovereign of the Blood Rain Wilderness. Back then, Zhuge Qingxian charged into the Blood Rain Wilderness's 6th level because he wished to meet with that legendary existence, wanting to seek that trace of lucky chance to become a deity. However, he returned in defeat at the 6th level. Could it be that Yi Yuan actually went down to the 7th level? Zhao Lingdong was taken aback with fright by his idea. This was simply something impossible. But apart from that existence in the 7th level, who else had the capability to let Yi Yuan directly shuttle through the void and arrive? Zhao Lingdong forcefully resisted the impulse to escape and asked with a rather guilty conscience, How did you accomplish shuttling through the void? Yi Yuan said smilingly, Want to know? Have a battle with me. Beat me and I'll tell you. Zhao Lingdong's face fell, uncertain where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. If it were in the past, he would definitely scoff in contempt towards Yi Yuan's action. Although Yi Yuan's strength was decent, facing him and Halski's teaming up, there was no chance of victory at all. But seeing Mo Datong and Mo Santong's bizarre death, as well as Yi Yuan's strange appearance, Zhao Lingdong became somewhat uncertain. If I don't fight with you. When he uttered this sentence, Zhao Lingdong was aggrieved to the max. But he kept feeling that Yi Yuan had some reliance. Not that he felt that Yi Yuan's strength was very powerful, but those 2 light beams earlier made him endlessly fearful. Hearing that, Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, You can give it a try. Sparing you from death is only to use you for testing my sword. Zhao Lingdong's heart thumped, thinking to himself that it was indeed so. Those 2 light beams definitely had the ability to exterminate him. However, they only killed the Mo Datong and Mo Santong, who possessed divine artifacts. Leaving him behind really just seemed to be in order to let Yi Yuan try his sword. Thinking up to here, Zhao Lingdong no longer had any thought of getting lucky in his heart. Those 2 formidable light beams were not fake. If he wanted to escape, it would definitely be a one-way ticket to HELL. But thinking up to here, Zhao Lingdong laughed coldly and looked at Yi Yuan as he said, Do you think that by breaking through a minor realm, you can overturn the heavens? Just based on your current strength, could it be that you wish to fight 1-on-2, dealing with Hell, Sky, and me, 2 people at the same time? The current Yi Yuan already broke through a minor realm, breaking through from 4th level Tao Profound to 5th level Tao Profound. Although Howling Sky Divine Hound had a wing chopped off by Yi Yuan, its strength was still there. It was just that its speed was greatly diminished. If it really wanted to fight a positional warfare, the influence of speed was negligible. With its tacit cooperation with Hell Sky, wouldn't dealing with a 5th level Tao Profound martial artist be effortless? Zhao Lingdong made a name for himself for 1,000 years, and had yet to be looked down upon by someone like this before. Could it be that this brat already forgot the experience of being hunted down previously? A short 1 month plus time. Could this brat still have some heaven-defying improvement? He, Zhao Lingdong, truly did not believe in this heresy. But Yi Yuan pulled out the evil extermination divine sword calmly and said with a light smile, That's right. What's the harm in fighting 1 versus 2? Chapter 11:18. Clearing the weeds and preserving the essence. Chapter 11:18. clearing the weeds and preserving the essence. What? You're already formidable to the extent that you can defeat me without using divine king domain? Currently, although Yi Yuan took out the evil extermination divine sword, he did not use his divine king domain. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lingdong mocked even more incessantly. If it was just aiming at Yi Yuan, Zhao Lingdong had enough assurance in striking him dead. But now, Yi Yuan actually pretended to be mysterious in front of him. Simply laughable to the max. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Killing you, this is sufficient." The moment Zhao Lingdong heard this, he could not quite dare to believe his ears and let out a wild laugh. He said, "Gee, brat, I know that you have some reliance behind you, but if you think that you can kill me by holding a divine artifact, I can only say conceited and ignorant." Yi Yuan said with a calm look, "Use your strongest attack. Otherwise, you won't have the chance." Zhao Lingdong laughed mockingly and said, "You're teasing me, right? With just the likes of you? Fine, since you want to take a look at my strongest attack, then I'll let you take a look. Hell Sky." While talking, Zhao Lingdong directly turned into a large dog. Immediately after, his divine king domain opened up fully. However, what was different from the past was that the Howling Sky Divine Hound directly tunneled into Zhao Lingdong's divine king domain and laid P.R.O.N.E. on his back. This scene was, remarkably, like colluding in doing evil one. In virtually an instant, Zhao Lingdong's divine king domain increased sharply close to 1,000 feet. This one human and one dog's divine king domain were actually able to superimpose. With this superimposition, Zhao Lingdong's divine king domain expanded to 2,500 over feet all at once. Its power increased greatly. To void mystic powerhouses, the divine king domain skyrocketing 1,000 feet in one go. The strength could be said to soar by leaps and bounds. Gee, brat, prepare to die. Fierce wind, absolute domain. Zhao Lingdong had a savage expression, seemingly incarnating to become a sea of wind between this heaven and earth. Countless wind blades were akin to little blades, virtually slicing the S.P.A.C. into countless fragments. The might of a void mystic powerhouse was displayed in its entirety at this moment. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, stood while grasping his sword. He actually slowly shut his eyes, as if paying no heed to the powerful Zhao Lingdong. In a blink, Zhao Lingdong's fierce wind absolute domain enveloped Yi Yuan inside. Seeing Yi Yuan enter his divine king domain without the slightest resistance, a hint of a mocking expression flickered across the corners of Zhao Lingdong's mouth. Yi Yuan's evil extermination sword, Zhao Lingdong had long had a taste of it. Although it was able to have an augmenting effect on Yi Yuan's divine king domain, using it to deal with him was still too tender, especially when right now was still him and Halski's divine king domain superimposing. The two of their minds becoming one was not just 1 + 1 = 2 that simple. Yi Yuan's actions were undoubtedly courting death. But very soon, Zhao Lingdong's mocking expression froze on his face, because he could not find Yi Yuan's traces within his divine king domain at all. Yi Yuan completely did not use divine king domain to contend with him. "Are you looking for me?" Yi Yuan's voice slowly sounded out behind Zhao Lingdong, but it made his scalp tingle. He was alarmed in his heart and hurriedly turned his head over, and could not help turning pale with fright. Merging into heaven and earth? Impossible. Even if you merged into heaven and earth, it's impossible for me to not find you. Could it be that you broke through again? Zhao Lingdong looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost, with a look of disbelief. The breakthrough of Heart Realm was far too difficult. But why did Yi Yuan break through like eating and drinking? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "That's right, my Heaven Man unity has already reached the realm of perfection. In addition, I had some comprehensions in sword intent. This sword, you receive it well. Evil extermination sword formula. First level. sword intent connecting to divinity. While talking, Yi Yuan turned his hand over. The evil extermination divine sword suddenly made a great show of invincible might. At this instant, the evil extermination divine sword seemed to have come to life, having quite the air of when it just came into being at the immemorial medicine garden back then. Clearly a sword, but it was akin to a divinity descending. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lingdong's expression changed greatly. In Yi Yuan's hands was clearly still that evil extermination sword. But why did it seem to have cast off its old self and underwent a complete transformation with a few days of not seeing? In the past, although the evil extermination sword was powerful, it was merely a slightly sharper fine tool. But now, this sword seemed to have become a peerless expert. It was just the incarnation of sword intent. Whose? H. Plus at this instant, Yi Yuan seemingly combined into one with evil extermination. A sword stabbed right onto the fierce wind absolute domain. Rumble. The originally appropriately shaped fierce wind absolute domain became oval-shaped in this instant, directly being crushed out of shape by the immense force penetrating the back of the paper one. The violent sword intent Pa S said right through the divine king domain and wreaked havoc in the entire PAC. Poo work. It was as if Zhao Lingdong was struck by the tremendous force, directly spewing out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Evil extermination divine sword intent penetrated right through the divine king domain and struck right onto Zhao Lingdong's body. This move of Yi Yuan's dealt with a greater force by using a weaker force. Evil extermination divine sword intent was already inscribed inside. Yi Yuan directly unleashed the sword intent belonging to divine Tao by employing the evil extermination sword formula. The truly formidable aspect of divine artifact lay precisely here. The current Yi Yuan was seemingly a sword deity descending upon the world, standing in the air. That aura truly showed disdain on all under the heavens, clearing the weeds and preserving the essence. Senior Sky Distant didn't deceive me. A bird in the hand is worth more than 10 birds in the forest. Looks like the previous me went astray. Yi Yuan said rather emotionally. Zhao Lingdong and Hal Sky rolled in midair for as far as 10,000 feet before barely managing to stabilize their figures. He looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief with a look of incredulity. The divine Tao sword intent that Yi Yuan unleashed already severely wounded his organs. Zhao Lingdong was completely unable to understand. Yi Yuan did not even utilize divine king domain at all and already utterly trounced him. What the H.E.L. did you comprehend in this period of time? Zhao Lingdong said with the unwillingness to yield. Yi Yuan's means completely subverted the understanding of normal void, mystic powerhouses. In the present divine realm, what was able to deal with divine king domains were only divine king domains. But Yi Yuan did not unleash his divine king domain. Yi Yuan shot him a pitying glance and said coolly, the great Tao of sword, what it pays particular attention to his pureness and innocence. Although the power of domain is strong, under this present heaven and earth, it's an aberrant existence. Forget it. You're not worthy of debating on Tao with me. Send you on your way first. Yi Yuan's expression turned intent. That multiple bursts of terrifying divine Tao laws were unleashed once more. Zhao Lingdong's gaze turned sharp, wanting to wage a last-ditch struggle. However, all of it was futile. The sword intent belonging to divine Tao directly crushed over. Puchi, a sword that swept all obstacles away. Zhao Lingdong, who was a spent force, was completely unable to resist. But what made Yi Yuan rather surprised was that who this sword pierced through was not Zhao Lingdong, but his spirit beast, the Howling Sky Divine Hound. At the critical moment, the Howling Sky Divine Hound's figure moved, and it blocked right in front of Zhao Lingdong. This sword Pa S said through it without any accidents. Awoo! A forlorn and bitter yelp transmitted over. The violent sword intent directly destroyed all of Halski's vitality. However, it was not over yet. The evil extermination divine sword's sword intent had yet to be depleted. Like sugar-coated haws on a stick, it pierced through Zhao Lingdong's chest. Chapter 1119. Preliminary Glimpse at the Door. Chapter 1119. Preliminary Glimpse at the Door. Divine Dao Laws. Zhao Lingdong's gaze looked towards Yi Yuan, still not daring to believe this conclusion. The might of this sword was actually horrifyingly powerful. A majority of the force was blocked by Hell Sky. Zhao Lingdong's vital signs did not extinguish right away. However, the evil extermination sword's tyrannical sword energy was currently wreaking havoc inside his body. The name Evil Extermination was not called in vain. Dealing with Zhao Lingdong, this fiend, Evil Extermination's awe-inspiring sword energy was the most useful. This was also the reason why absolute heaven hid it inside the immemorial medicine garden back then. Bang! Zhao Lingdong's body toppled heavily onto the ground. While his hands were still hugging the howling sky divine hound tightly, his eyes filled with a look of tender love. This pair was also considered affectionate and faithful. It was just that Yi Yuan did not have any intention of taking pity on them. If not for the fiend race being consumed by ambition, you guys also wouldn't have the current outcome. Therefore, want to blame that divine master behind you all. Yi Yuan said coldly. Zhao Lingdong looked at Yi Yuan and said with an icy cold gaze, "For the sake of this lifetime, Lord Divine Master has already prepared for 10,000 years. Even if you kill me, your human race has no chance at all too. H ha ha ha." Talking till the end, Zhao Lingdong let out a wild laugh. Yi Yuan's expression darkened, and he directly killed Zhao Lingdong. These few days' comprehension, Yi Yuan was finally considered to have learned the rudiments in the evil extermination sword formula. He was able to utilize 5% of the evil extermination divine sword's power. But just this 5% power was already incredibly staggering. The might of deity realm powerhouses was truly unimaginable. Recalling the days when he used the evil extermination sword and sacred dragon token, it was truly weak to the max divine Dao laws were the correct way to use divine artifacts. These few days, under Sky Distance guidance, Yi Yuan's sword Dao comprehension also obtained significant improvement. Sky Distant told him that his divine king domain was too motley, although it could let strength increase greatly within a short period, and was even able to leap realms to battle. In the long run, the losses outweighed the gains. Divine Dao powerhouses basically all specialized in one path, comprehending the source of great Dao, comprehending the power of laws. Motley concepts mixing together would affect the comprehension of the source. Hence, Yi Yuan relied on great willpower and shattered his divine king domain, specializing in Sword Dao. After specializing in Sword Dao, Yi Yuan discovered that his speed of comprehending the evil extermination sword formula indeed increased considerably. The first level of the evil extermination sword formula, sword intent connecting to divinity, Yi Yuan finally fumbled out the way to do it. Activating the power of the evil extermination divine sword, its might was truly unparalleled. Even the veteran void mystic powerhouse, Zhao Lingdong, died under his sword too. Furthermore, it was even under the circum stances of superimposing divine king domains with the howling sky divine hound. The slaughter concept and concept of fire really delayed his speed of comprehension from a certain degree. By relying on the power of the evil extermination divine sword, Yi Yuan's strength currently was even one up stronger than those void, mystic powerhouses. At the entrance area of the Blood Rain Wilderness at the Heavenly Saint Tower, Cloud Sky brought along several people and was currently staring at the transmission array with a complicated expression. "Lord Cloud Sky, there's still one last day. Do you think Qingyan died inside?" Guosu's mood was still rather complicated. He naturally hoped for Yi Yuan to die in the blood-drained wilderness, but also felt that once Yi Yuan died, he would have one less opponent, very boring. But in the end, he still hoped for Yi Yuan to die inside more, because the humiliation that Yi Yuan brought to him was too much. From past life to this life, Yi Yuan had always been a great mountain cruise. Plussing on top of him. Cloudsky's expression was complicated. Thinking it over, he still said, logically speaking, Ji Brat won't die inside. But, Guo Su also frowned and said, there's still Lord Spirit Hound. He wouldn't accompany Ji Qingyin to mess around inside too, right? Cloud Sky also shook his head and said, no way. Zhao Lingdong's strength, I'm still very clear. If he doesn't let Ji Brat enter the 5th level, it's absolutely impossible for Ji Brat to go in. Could it be that some unforeseen event really happened to them inside? Thinking it over and over, Cloud Sky could not figure out the reason why as well. There was only the greater half a day's time from the closing of the Pa S Sageway. If Yi Yuan wanted to come out, he should have come out long ago. But up until now, Yi Yuan did not even show up. It involuntarily made him somewhat hesitant. He knew that Yi Yuan was the son of heaven's mandate. It should not be possible to die in the blood-drained wilderness, this sort of place. But why had he still not showed up until now? The two people were currently talking when a series of ripples came from the transmission array. Very soon, Yi Yuan's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing Yi Yuan appear, a look of disappointment in Guo Su's eyes flickered past. But Guo Su's gaze said through Yi Yuan and looked towards the transmission array. After a long time, the transmission array still did not have activities. With this, Cloudsky's brows knitted together and he questioned, Ji Qingyin, where's Elder Spirit Hound? Thud! A dull sound echoed out. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish either, directly throwing out Zhao Lingdong and Halsky's corpses. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The atmosphere immediately became strange. Ji Brat, what's the meaning of this? This lord let you, an outsider, enter the blood-drained wilderness unprecedentedly. You actually repaid kindness with ingrat. 1. Tooed and killed our elder? Cloudsky's expression changed, interrogating. The wounds on Zhao Lingdong's body were clearly caused by a sharp instrument. In the entire blood-drained wilderness, there was only Yi Yuan and Zhao Lingdong left. Who killed if it was not Yi Yuan who killed? It was just that the astonishment in Cloudsky's heart said even his fury, how Zhao Lingdong's strength was like he was all too clear. In addition to Hell Sky, ordinary void mystic powerhouses were not a match at all. However, he and Hell Sky actually died under Yi Yuan's sword at the same time. What did this indicate? It showed that Yi Yuan's strength already said these two people summing up. Merely half a year's time from start to end. How could Yi Yuan's strength possibly have such a great increment? What in the world happened during this blood-drained wilderness trip? Ji Qingyin, Elder Spirit Hound escorted you into the 4th level, and you actually killed him. Lord Cloud Sky, still talking what nonsense with him? Directly kill and be done with it. Seeing Zhao Lingdong's corpse, Guo Su was beside himself with rage. Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to glance at Guo Su, and said to Cloud Sky coolly, no meaning, just helping you all clean your household. This dog person is a spy of the fiend race. Finished talking. Yi Yuan casually fired out a spell and got rid of the restriction on Zhao Lingdong's body. A cloud of fiendish energy billowed to the sky. When Cloud Sky saw this scene, his expression changed once more. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ji Qingyin, it must be you playing tricks. Elder Spirit Hound has already been in my holy city for 1,000 years. How can he possibly be a spy of the fiend race? Guo Su shouted. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, impossible? If not for the accident 20 years ago, who could have known that Ji Kanglin is a member of the fiend race? The fiend race has clearly plotted for a long time, and was long already able to completely camouflage themselves as humans. It's still unknown how many of such spies the 8 great super holy lands have. Chapter 1120. You dare to trick me? Chapter 1120. You dare to trick me? Cloud Sky gradually recovered from the shocked state and recovered to that appearance of the holy city's king. Ji Qingyin, don't you beguile the minds of people here. Although you and Ji Kanglin have an enmity, you shouldn't slander him like that. You keep harping on and on that he is of the fiend race. I wonder if you have any proof? However, you killing the holy city's elder spirit hound is an ironclad truth. My holy city is the leader of the divine realm. How can we allow you to be so insolent? Cloudsky's eyes narrowed slightly as he called to account with a stern voice and countenance. Yi Yuan also did not expect for Cloud Sky to actually tell bald-faced lies. But those present were all the holy city's upper echelons. Just the void mystic powers numbered quite a few. Even if he was lying through his teeth, Yi Yuan could not do anything to him either. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Cloudsky's plans. He did not want the matter of the fiend race to leak out and also did not wish to take part in anything that had to do with the fiend race. Therefore, even if he knew that Zhao Lingdong was a member of the fiend race, he would not acknowledge it at all. As long as he contained the matter to within the heavenly Saint Tower, everything could be discussed. Looking at Cloud Sky, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, leading the divine realm, the likes of you are worthy too? Your Yu Soul sect has been shameless for close to 1,000,000 years. It's also truly a wonder of the divine realm. Before meeting Sky Distant, Yi Yuan had that tiny trace of hope towards the holy city. But now, Yi Yuan was disinclined to have even a hint of a favorable opinion. This sect was simply the disgrace of the human race, and this disgrace actually lasted for close to 1,000,000 years. However, the expression on Cloudsky's face when he heard the name Yu Soul Sect was fascinating to the max. Other people did not feel anything when they heard it, but in Cloudsky's ears, it was another scenery altogether. The name Yu Soul Sect, it was already unknown how long it had been since anyone mentioned it before. The current holy region was gradually developed from precisely the Yu Soul Sect back then. One could say that the current holy region was one of the sects with the most complete inheritances in the entire divine realm, even though they had also experienced several catastrophes before and between. For 1,000,000 years, they had always pulled through. And it was precisely because the Yu Soul Sect back then was already notorious that the future generations abandoned this name. However, this name was Pa-S, set down among the holy region's upper echelons. Cloud Sky was naturally aware. It was just that he did not know how in the world Yi Yuan knew Yu Soul Sect this name. Could it be? Cloud Sky thought of a possibility, and his entire body involuntarily shuddered. The thing that Zhuge Qingxian was unable to accomplish. Could it be that Yi Yuan did it? Cloud Sky stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, his gaze glimmering with a cold light, and he said coldly, "Gibrat, what the H.E.L.L. did you experience inside the blood-rain wilderness?" Yi Yuan looked at Cloud Sky with a broad smile and said, "Haven't you already guessed it?" The surrounding atmosphere started to become weird. These people were all aware that the secret of becoming a deity might be hidden inside the blood-rain wilderness. Yi Yuan's meaning was all too clear. He went down to the 7th level. For a moment, everyone's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became burning hot. "Gibrat, say out the secrets that you obtained. Today's matter, this lord can sweep it under the rug." Cloud Sky said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan said, smilingly, "It's not impossible to say it out. But old man Cloud Sky, you aren't thinking that the secret to become a deity is only worth a Zhao Lingdong, right?" The moment Cloud Sky heard that there was hope, his expression could not help turning intent, and his breathing also became ragged. What was able to move him was only the secret of becoming a deity. Although the holy city's inheritances were very complete, that unforeseen event 100,000 years ago, they similarly did not avoid it. Overnight, all things related to deity realm vanished without a trace. Hence, the holy city's 3 Tans were the same as the other void, mystic powerhouses, filled with yearnings toward the deity realm. If not for so, how could Zhuge Qingxian possibly take the risk to enter the depths of the blood-rain wilderness? What do you still want? Cloud Sky said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan suddenly said with a stern countenance, I want your holy city to step forward and resist the fiend race. Cloudsky's face fell, and he said, As long as the things you speak of are worth it, what's the harm in resisting the fiend race? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, How about this? You show a bit of sincerity first. Send people to destroy the Medicine King Hall first. I'll naturally tell the secrets I know. Cloudsky's expression involuntarily changed when he heard that and said grimly, Ha! You said it lightly. You entered the blood-rain wilderness for half a year already and are probably still unaware. This period of time, the Heavenly Sword sect mustered up the power of the entire sect to attack the Medicine King Hall. In the end, they suffered grievous losses and were virtually completely wiped out. Jian Feiyang is seriously injured and dying, nearly losing his life. At present, these 8 great super holy lands already lost one. You're also aware Jian Feiyang's sword Dao cultivation is not beneath this lord. Even he couldn't get any results. It will be of no help at all even if this lord goes too. Even if really making a move, need to wait for Qingxian to come back first. Then talk. Yi Yuan's expression turned intent, his brows involuntarily knitting together. He urged Sword 13 not to act rashly without careful thought back then. He did not think that the Heavenly Sword sect still acted arbitrarily. In the end, they ended up in such a state. Hearing that, Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Since that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. The moment Cloud Sky heard, he hurriedly said, How about this? This lord will issue a heavenly saint order first, summoning the entire divine realm and joining hands to deal with the Medicine King Hall. What do you think? Yi Yuan's expression eased up, and he said, That's more like it. Ji Qingyin, our sincerity is already brought out. I wonder where is your good faith. At the very least, you also have to let this lord take a look at whether or not it's worth it for the holy city to do so, right? Cloud Sky said, What he used was a delaying tactic, planning on coaxing out some secrets of becoming a deity from Yi Yuan's mouth. As for dealing with the Medicine King Hall, forget it. The holy city absolutely would not meddle in the affairs of the fiend race. Yi Yuan's face suddenly revealed a smile and said, You really want to know? Cloud Sky immediately said, Of course. Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head and said, Okay, then I'll tell you. The secret to becoming a deity is actually, Yi Yuan deliberately dragged his tone out, keeping people in suspense. Including Cloud Sky, everyone craned their necks, wanting to hear the startling secret from Yi Yuan's mouth. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan's figure instantly vanished from where he was, merging into heaven and earth. When he appeared again, Yi Yuan already arrived not far from Guasu. Yi Yuan and Guasu were not far in the first place. This merging into heaven and earth was something that happened in virtually a blink of an eye. Everyone did not react to it. Guasu was currently paying close attention, listening attentively to what kind of secret Yi Yuan was going to say, but did not expect such a sudden turn of events to occur. Guasu's scalp tingled at this instant. A feeling of extreme danger welled up in his heart. Courting death. Guasu's reaction could not be said to not be quick. He opened up his own divine king domain at the first moment, but it was all futile. A terrifying streak of sword energy easily broke apart his divine king domain. He had yet to come around to his sense what was going on when the evil extermination divine sword was already propped against his neck. All of this was completed in virtually a blink of an eye. When Cloud Sky reacted to it, He was incredibly alarmed and furious. Using a gaze that could kill people to look at Yi Yuan, he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Brat, you dare to trick me!" Chapter 11:21. 9 Heavens, Rumbling Thunder. Chapter 11:21. 9 Heavens, Rumbling Thunder. So what if I tricked you? Yi Yuan looked at Cloud Sky and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Old punk Cloud Sky, your Yu-Soul sect's shamelessness has been verified over 1,000,000 years. Do you think that I'd be deceived by your little trick?" Cloud Sky was incomparably remorseful and angry. He actually made such a low-level mistake just now. It was not that he, Cloud Sky, was foolish, but hearing the Yu-Soul sect and the secret of Deity Realm. These two things that Yi Yuan threw out were too shocking, resulting in him having that instant of lowering his guard. And Yi Yuan took advantage of precisely this instant and succeeded in sneak attacking. Sensing the traces of cold intent coming from his neck, Guasu's heart went utterly cold. Yi Yuan making a trip into the blood-rain wilderness. His current strength already flung him beyond the 9 heavens. Just now, his divine king domain was simply as weak as a piece of blank paper in front of Yi Yuan's evil extermination sword. Ji Qingyan, you despicable man. This place is the holy city. Do you think that by holding me hostage you can escape? Dream on. Guasu clenched his teeth and said. Yi Yuan made a move like lightning, directly sealing Guasu's essence energy. Yi Yuan then lightly patted his shoulder and said smilingly, "You'd best worry about yourself. My matters don't need you to be concerned. If I die here, you'd definitely die before me." Guasu's face was ashen pale. He was really meat on somebody's chopping board right now. "Ji Qingyan, what do you want?" Cloud Sky asked in a solemn voice. Guasu's status in the holy city naturally went without saying. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan chose him to be the hostage. Yi Yuan said coolly, 2 conditions. First, immediately attack the Medicine King Hall. Second, hand over the holy city's divine inscriptions. Don't look at me with that kind of look. There's no room for discussion. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Once the time is up, Guasu will die. You're dreaming, Ji Qingyan. Divine inscriptions are my holy city's non-transmissible secret. Even ordinary elders can't cultivate either. Why should we give you? Cloud Sky said fiercely, but Yi Yuan ignored him and started counting backward very calmly. 10 breaths. 9 breaths. 8 breaths. 7 breaths. 3 breaths. Cloudsky's expression was incredibly grim as he said with a cold smile, "Brat, you want to use this kind of method to scare this lord? You're too naive. If you really kill Guisu, you'll also die beyond all doubt today." Along with Yi Yuan's countdown, Guisu's breathing also became ragged. The sweat on his body already soaked his clothing. However, Cloud Sky still did not have the intention of agreeing to Yi Yuan. 2 breaths. 1 breath. Cloud Sky looked at Yi Yuan with a cold sneer just like that. He did not believe that Yi Yuan really dared to make a move. This place was the holy city. If he killed Guisu, Yi Yuan definitely could not escape. "Guisu, you set your mind at ease. I assure you with my head that Brat absolutely won't dare to kill you." Cloud Sky said to Guisu, "Time's up." Right at this time, 10 breaths' time was up. Cloud Sky laughed loudly and said, "Brat, why don't you kill? Just now, weren't you still threatening this lord?" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and a hint of a mocking smile flashed past. The evil extermination sword pressed forward lightly. Slash. Guasu's head flew high up, turning into a headless corpse in a blink of an eye. The evil extermination sword's edge ground Guasu's divine soul into pieces along with it too. Everyone was stunned. Only all the way until the head hit the ground did they abruptly startle awake. The holy city's successor was actually killed so easily? Yi Yuan really killed Guisu. Yi Yuan actually really dared to kill Guisu. Was this guy mad? You really dared to kill him. Cloud Sky said angrily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If killed, then killed. What's to dare or not dare about? You wouldn't think that I was joking with you earlier, right? Oh, right. You even guaranteed it with your head just now. Now, can you take it down? Rumble. Cloudsky's divine king domain suddenly erupted, sweeping over towards Yi Yuan instantly. Gee, brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Cloud Sky roared as he rushed over. Cloud Sky was one of the holy city's 3 great titans. His strength connected to the heavens and penetrated the earth. His strength was not what ordinary void mystic powerhouses were able to compare to. One could say that Cloud Sky was the divine realm's true apex existence. Below the 10 great divine kings, he reigned supreme. The moment the divine king domain opened up, it enveloped Yi Yuan inside instantly. However, Yi Yuan was long prepared and completely did not give Cloud Sky any chance at all. The instant that Cloud Sky's divine king domain opened up, Yi Yuan's figure already merged into heaven and earth, escaping outside the heavenly saint tower with a flash. How could Cloud Sky allow Yi Yuan to flee? He immediately chased outside. S down the order, seal the city gates. I want to see if this brat really can't be killed. Outside the heavenly saint tower, Cloud Sky and Yi Yuan faced each other across a great distance. He was already beyond furious and completely did not care about the matter that Yi Yuan was the son of heaven's mandate. He only knew that he had to kill Yi Yuan today. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of running away. He still stood there in a collected manner, looking at Cloud Sky from a distance. Yi Yuan said with a calm smile, Old punk Cloud Sky, you don't have to be like this. This young master hasn't played enough yet. How would I leave readily? Come. I've long heard that the holy city's 3 Tan's strengths are exceedingly formidable. This G wants to experience it today, whether or not it's really as powerful as in the rumors. Cloud Sky snorted coldly and said, Fine, since you're not running, then this lord will let you witness what's true might. Cloudsky's divine king domain opened fully. The entire holy city was shaken. The radius that his divine king domain covered was too large. The horrifying aura that came from inside virtually made people asphyxiated. A hint of a cold sneer flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. His figure became erratic all of a sudden. When Cloud Sky saw this scene, his gaze involuntarily turned intent. With his strength, he was actually unable to lock onto Yi Yuan. This brat's heart realm actually already reached the realm of perfection. Heaven-man unity. D-A-M-N it. How on earth did this punk do it? Since I'm unable to use aura to lock on, then I'll directly annihilate you. 9 heavens, rumbling thunder. Cloud Sky said indignantly. Above the sky turned into a sea of lightning, enveloping the 10,000-foot radius that Yi Yuan was inside entirely. Cloudsky's divine king domain actually reached a terrifying 10,000 feet. This terrifying undulation shocked the entire holy city. Only at this moment did people know that Wu Yuanxiao, who was known as the Thundercry Divine King, was simply not worth mentioning in front of Cloud Sky. This was a true peak powerhouse. That violent lightning ocean could simply obliterate everything. Back then, the spirit bristled divine king exterminating 100 divine king powerhouses with the power of flames was also nothing more than this. So strong. How did Lord Qingyun Z provoke Lord Cloud Sky? This time, it's really dying without even leaving dregs behind. Truly didn't think that Lord Cloudsky's strength is already terrifying to such an extent. Looking at the power of this divine king domain, his strength is probably already not beneath the 10 great divine kings, right? 9 heavens, rumbling thunder. This is the divine realm's most powerful domain of lightning power. The holy city's 3 Tans are indeed all not ordinary people. Such tremendous undulations naturally incurred large numbers of powerhouses to surround and watch. Everyone was unbelievably shocked towards Cloudski's 9 heavens, rumbling thunder. Such a grand occasion. How many years had it not appeared already? Chapter 11:22 Greater Teleportation. Chapter 11:22 Greater Teleportation. Quite a few people were very sympathetic towards Yi Yuan. The consequences of angering Lord Cloud Sky was not that fun. The price was death. But right at this time, Cloudski's expression suddenly changed drastically. Behind Cloud Sky, inside the void, a peerless sword light tore through the air, akin to a falling star, falling fiercely to the ground. Ji Qingyin, you dare? Cloudski's eyes turned bloodshot, but looking at that sword light in the distance, he felt powerless. Yi Yuan was able to hear his roar, but the sword light could not hear it. With a boom, a tile building was directly ruined by the sword light, kicking up clouds of dust. No way, right? What happened just now? Wasn't Ji Qingyin trapped by Lord Cloud Sky inside the 9 heavens rumbling thunder? How did he run over there? That sword light of Ji Qingyun's was so strong. Isn't he just 5th level Dao Profound? How could he release such a powerful attack? No, wait. That direction seems to be the purple gold hall. This is severing the lineage. Ji Qingyin, what ruthless means. The holy city's powerhouses spoke at great lengths unceasingly. Only now did they discover that the direction Yi Yuan attacked was actually the purple gold hall. What kind of place was the purple gold hall? That was the holy city's future. Each disciple inside were all peerless geniuses that the holy city spent countless resources to groom. This baffling sword of Yi Yuan's was actually going to eliminate those purple gold hall's disciples. He already killed Guisu, annihilating the purple gold hall's powerhouses. The blow to the holy city was tremendous. Although this move was rather vicious, Yi Yuan did not have much sympathy in his heart. The price of this sin was death. Ever since becoming aware of the Yu Soul sect's actions and conduct, as well as the holy city's attitude, Yi Yuan had the idea of destroying the holy city. This kind of sect existing in the world, even continuing the shameless behavior for a million years, was simply the divine realm's nightmare. Cloud Sky, they all still had this sort of attitude toward the fiend race. It indicated that the holy city's style was already penetrated deep into the bones and was simply hard to change anymore. Since there was no way of changing, then let him destroy it. Currently, Yi Yuan was not the 3Tan's match yet, but it did not impede him from claiming a bit of interest first. At this time, wailing cries echoed out inside the purple gold hall. Second senior brother, third senior brother, you guys, why have you guys departed? Senior apprentice brother, seems like our divine king realm senior brothers all died. Who in the world did this? Yi Yuan did not annihilate them completely. Under the great circle of perfection, heaven-man unity, he was able to clearly sense the situation of those disciples in the purple gold hall. This streak of sword light, he was targeting those divine king realm disciples. Ji Qingyin, you'll die a horrible death. Such an inhuman and brutal thing. You're actually capable of it. Cloud Sky pointed at Yi Yuan and let loose a torrent of abuse. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a calm look, Your Yu Soul sect has powerhouses being born every generation. Zhuge Qingxian is even hailed as the divine realm's #1 divine king. But you all watch on with folded arms regarding the matter of the fiend race's invasion. Think about it. How many people are plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering because of you? Several tragic wars. You all stayed aloof from the matter, comparing cruelty, comparing shamelessness. This Ji is truly far off. Yi Yuan's words were akin to rolling thunder, resounding throughout all major streets and small alleys in the holy city. Although everyone had not heard before the great name of the Yu Soul sect, Yi Yuan's meaning was already very clear. For a moment, there was another wave of commotion. Cloudsky's face was livid with rage, hating Yi Yuan to the bones. Of course, he was more regretful now. If he did not allow Yi Yuan to enter the blood-rain wilderness back then and chased him away with forceful measures, perhaps there would not be so much trouble. Now, the consequence caused by a wrong decision made in a moment of weakness was too severe. Nangong Zifeng, what are you still waiting for? All void mystic martial artists, obey my command. Everybody attack together and eradicate Ji Qingyin. Cloud Sky said solemnly. There was a series of ripples in the void. 6 to 7 figures surrounded Yi Yuan in the middle at the same time, cutting off all of his escape routes. A purple-robed powerhouse stepped out slowly and looked at Yi Yuan with a frown as he said, "This boy's heart realm broke through to the realm of perfection and already comprehended the art of greater teleportation. Unless Qingxian is here, no one can make him stay." This purple-robed powerhouse was precisely one of the 3 Tan's Nangong Zifeng. Nangong Zifeng's words stirred up Siv waves in the crowd. Art of greater teleportation. It's actually the art of greater teleportation. No wonder Lord Cloudsky's 9 heavens, rumbling thunder, couldn't do anything to Yi Yuan either. Art of greater teleportation is an extremely profound spatial secret art. Rumors have it that this is a magical ability that only deity realm powerhouses can comprehend. This Ji Qingyin is simply too monstrous. It's fine if his alchemy Dao talent is strong. Didn't think that resurrecting again, even his martial path talent became so terrifying as well. The holy city's 2 great Tans moved out at the same time and actually can't do anything to him either, and even had their lineage severed by Ji Qingyin. If this were to spread out, the holy city's face would be utterly lost. The art of greater teleportation was actually the upgraded version of merging into heaven and earth. When heaven-man unity reached the great circle of perfection, one's comprehension of heaven and earth would reach a higher level. Within a certain radius, the martial artist could reach another spatial node as they pleased, making people incapable of grasping. Even Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng, this kind of void mystic powerhouses whose divine king domains reached 10,000 feet, were also unable to lock onto Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan's current cultivation realm was on the low side. At most, he could only teleport roughly a 10,000 feet distance. It was just that these 10,000 feet were already sufficient. The art of greater teleportation was not an exclusive right of deity realm powerhouses. It was just that those able to use the art of greater teleportation in the legends were all deity realm powerhouses. Hence, that was why these martial artists would have this kind of mistaken cognition. Casting the art of greater teleportation. One's heart realm must reach heaven-man unity's great circle of perfection. This was an extremely difficult thing to accomplish, even during the Divine Tao era. Even if the Divine Tao era powerhouses cultivated essence, energy, and spirit to the great circle of perfection, they might not be able to cultivate heart realm to perfection either. Hence, Divine King powerhouses who used the art of greater teleportation were virtually non-existent. Cloud Sky looked at Yi Yuan from far away, his face livid with rage. How could he not know that he could not make Yi Yuan stay? But this current sort of situation, what else could he do? Ji Qingyin, your cultivation increasing greatly is also all thanks to the holy city. Why not we each take a step back? You leave the holy city and we'll let today's incident pass. Just treat it like nothing happened. How's that? Nangong Zifeng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Uft." These words actually made Yi Yuan laugh. What are you laughing at, Ji Qingyin? Cloud Sky said in a deep voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm laughing at your shamelessness. This blood-rain wilderness is the medicine garden of the ancient Heaven One sect. You guys took forcible possession of it. Now, using it to treat it as a favor, isn't it funny?" You. Cloud Sky could not help being rendered speechless, but his inner heart was endlessly shocked. Looks like Yi Yuan really entered the 7th level. Otherwise, how could he know so many ancient secrets? Chapter 11:23. Easier to call up an evil spirit than to allay it. Chapter 11:23. Easier to call up an evil spirit than to allay it. Ji Qingyan, you comprehended greater teleportation. But those subordinates of yours didn't comprehend it. Do you think that they can escape the holy city? Nangong Zifeng suddenly opened his mouth and said. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and finally knew why Nangong Zifeng did not show up all along. It looked like this guy had been preparing a contingency plan the whole time. It was naturally impossible for a sly old fox like Cloud Sky to give Yi Yuan opportunities on the heavenly Tao oath. His oath was merely just up until Yi Yuan exited the Blood Rain Wilderness. Now that Yi Yuan came out, the oath naturally ended here too. The holy city could not touch Yi Yuan, but they naturally could turn the blades onto Ao Qianleal. If you dare to touch them once, I'll kill a void mystic powerhouse. I'm not the two of your match, but the others you can give it a try. Yi Yuan said with a frosty expression. Ao, Qian, they all followed him and braved through fire and water. Yi Yuan had long viewed them as bosom friends already. Nangong Zifeng, using them to threaten him, really made Yi Yuan genuinely give rise to killing intent. Ji Qingyan, don't be COCKY. If you have the capabilities, bring it on. You really think yourself to be invincible after comprehending greater teleportation? A void mystic powerhouse said furiously. This person was called SHI plus Renhui, a holy city elder and a veteran void mystic powerhouse. His strength was even a bit stronger compared to the Zhao Lingdong after fusing bodies. Toward Yi Yuan's arrogant speech, he naturally could not carry on listening. In his view, for Yi Yuan to still be able to stand here, it was merely because of the art of greater teleportation. Yi Yuan grinned widely and said, Is that so? Old man SHI plus I'm coming. You have to get ready. SHI plus Renhui only felt a blur before his eyes, and he already lost track of Yi Yuan. In virtually an instant, his hair stood on its ends. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. Yi Yuan wielded the evil extermination divine sword and actually already arrived behind us. HI plus Renhui. Another ray of sword light. This sword was like a death-hastening talisman. How many years had it already been since HI plus Renhui felt that he was so close to death? Without the slightest hesitation, he opened up his divine king domain. Nangong Zifeng also did not expect Yi Yuan to attack when he said so. Expression changing, his divine king domain instantly expanded out. His distance away from SHI plus Renhui was exactly what the divine king domain was able to reach. But the power was already very weak. Divine king domain, the closer to oneself, the more powerful. The more towards the borders, the weaker. Facing Nangong Zifeng's divine king domain, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation, pressing forward with an indomitable SLAs. H plus like Cruz. HI plus ing dead branches and leaves. The sword intent connecting to divinity state, evil extermination, sword scattered Nangong Zifeng's divine king domain. Rumble. The sword light's remnant force did not abate, directly slamming onto SHI plus Rinhui's divine king domain. Poo work. SHI plus Rinhui vomited a mouthful of fresh blood violently, his body akin to sustaining a heavy blow, flying out backward. Everyone looked at this scene with wooden stares and slack jaws, deeply astonished by Yi Yuan. If talking about that sword of Yi Yuan's prior to this, it only killed some divine king powerhouses and was not breathtaking enough yet, then this sword really shocked them. How could it be so strong? Ji Qingyin didn't even use Divine King Domain, and he beat Elder S. H.I. plus to serious injuries? If not for Lord Nangong making a move, Elder S.H.I. plus would most likely be dead already. Too inconceivable. Could it be that this is the true power of divine artifacts? A 5th-level Tao profound severely wounding Elder S.H.I. plus in one blow. This battle achievement is simply outrageous. This sword of Yi Yuan's utterly subverted their understanding toward divine king domains. The way these martial artists saw it, divine king domain was the zenith of martial Tao. Those able to defeat void mystic powerhouses were only void mystic powerhouses. But Yi Yuan only used one slash and almost eliminated a veteran void mystic powerhouse. This scene was seriously too inconceivable. Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng both looked at the evil extermination sword in Yi Yuan's hands with heated eyes. Those ordinary martial artists could not tell, but how could they not perceive it? Yi Yuan triggered the divine Tao laws inside the divine artifact. That was how it unleashed such a terrifying sword intent. Yi Yuan comprehended divine Tao laws, and body was clearer than the two of them why the 10 great divine kings were so powerful. The reason was that they all comprehended divine Tao laws. But now, Yi Yuan comprehended divine Tao laws when he was at the 5th-level Tao Profound. What was even more Nable was that Yi Yuan actually still had a divine sword in his hands. A divine artifact that activated divine Tao might. That was very frightening. This point to the holy city with a long-standing lineage, they were all too clear. Nangong Zifeng forcefully pressed down the astonishment in his heart and drew a deep breath as he said, Ji Qingyin, I admit that you have this strength. Fine, your subordinates. I'll bring them over wholly intact. Now can you leave? Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, Okay, you let people bring them to outside the gates. I'll go there and rendezvous with them. I urge you to best not have any devious thoughts. Otherwise, the holy city will definitely shed blood like water today. Easier to call up an evil spirit than to allay it. Hearing Yi Yuan agree to leave, all of the holy city's powerhouses all heaved a sigh in relief. They had never thought that a super alchemy emperor would actually have a day where his martial Tao strength would reach such a level. Finally sent this G. Oh, D of plague away. You already proved your strength. Rest A.S. Assured, we absolutely won't find trouble with you again. However, you also have to swear a heavenly Tao oath to never go on a killing spree again under no circumstances. Nangong Zifeng said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, As long as you all don't provoke me anymore, I won't attack again. Following that, Yi Yuan swore a heavenly Tao oath before Nangong Zifeng ordered people to bring Ao Qian all over. Seeing Yi Yuan leave, a hint of a wicked plan succeeding smile flashed past the corners of Nangong Zifeng's mouth. Roughly the time it took to brew a pot of tea, Ao Qian, they all were brought outside the city gates. Seeing Yi Yuan return safe and sound, Ao Qian and the rest were all overjoyed. Haha, my lord, you finally came back. Holy city, this bunch of fellows are truly despicable. To actually drug our food, then capture all of us, said Jiang Taitsong. The moment Jiang Taitsong saw Yi Yuan, he immediately complained. This place was where the Alchemist A.S. Association's headquarters was located. Drugging the few of them was all too effortless. Moreover, with the heavenly Tao oath previously there, the holy city was very courteous to them this half a year. They did not have suspicions either, resulting in being directly put down. Seeing that everyone was fine, Yi Yuan finally set his mind at ease and said with a smile, With me around, they don't dare to do anything to you guys. Entering the blood-rain wilderness this time, my harvests are considerable. Later, I'll help you all refine medicinal pills and help you advance a step further. Old Ao, especially you. I'm very much looking forward to your bearing when you recover to your peak strength. Ao Qian's entire body trembled when he heard that and immediately revealed a look of wild elation. Yi Yuan saying it like this, he definitely found the last spirit medicine inside the blood-drained wilderness. This way, he would be able to recover to his peak strength. With Sky Distant around, it was naturally nothing difficult for Yi Yuan to find a few stocks of spirit medicines. Just as the few people were preparing to leave, a terrifying aura came from above the skies all of a sudden. Ha ha ha, Ji Qingyan. This lord wants to see if you're really unkillable. Even if Qingxian isn't around, this divine Dao Grand Array is likewise able to exterminate you. Cloud Sky laughed wildly as he said, Chapter 1124. Don't come and provoke me again. Chapter 1124. Don't come and provoke me again. Above the sky, streams of light spilled over. A horrifying pressure made everyone's countenance change. That was the power of laws belonging to divine Tao. Haha, Ji Brat. Do you really think that my holy city's million-year-old inheritance is to be trifled with? Enjoy the terror of divine Tao laws to your heart's content. To be able to die under a divine, rank Grand Array, you can be sufficiently proud. Cloud Sky was incomparably exhilarated in his heart. Ever since Yi Yuan came to the holy city, he was constantly being led by the nose. Don't mention how aggrieved he felt in his heart. But today, Yi Yuan even killed Guisu and the Purple Gold Hall's divine king powerhouses, destroying the holy city's several hundred years of painstaking effort in a single day. This enmity was formed huge, just allowing Yi Yuan to leave unchecked. How could the two of them be reconciled to it? The reason why Nangong Zifeng let Ao Qian they all out was in order to drag the time. Activating the divine rank Grand Array, the price expended was too great. The time needed was also somewhat long. Nangong Zifeng knew that ordinary level attacks were totally useless to Yi Yuan. It could not even touch him. But under the pressure of divine Tao, Yi Yuan's art of greater teleportation was useless too. Jibrat, you're too conceited. If we let you walk out of the holy city today, where will we put our old faces still? Nangong Zifeng said with a cold laugh. The divine Tao Grand Array has already not been activated before for no idea how many years. This time, making an exception for you. Enjoy this despair well. Cloud Sky followed up. The divine Tao pressure in the sky became more and more intense. The feeling that it gave people was like the sky was falling down. When Ao Qian and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of them involuntarily swallowed their saliva. They still did not understand up till now what on earth His Excellency did to actually incite the holy city to activate the divine rank Grand Array. My G. Oh D, it's really the divine rank Grand Array activating. Looks like Ji Qingyan really offended the 2T. Tans badly. Ji Qingyun's lineage ending sword virtually ruined the holy city's future. How could they not be furious? Divine rank Grand Array activating this time, Ji Qingyan would be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. TSK, this power. To be able to sense divine Tao laws in this lifetime, there are no regrets in death too. It was the holy city's martial artists' first time witnessing the might of the divine Tao Grand Array. Each and every one of them was incomparably excited. Yi Yuan's composure exceeded Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng's expectations on the other hand. In their view, Yi Yuan should have given up all hope currently. But why was he still so calm? Could it be that this punk thought that his art of greater teleportation was able to avoid the divine rank Grand Array? You all don't need to have this going to die expression. All enter the vast heaven peg. Oda, leave this divine rank Grand Array to me. Yi Yuan said with Ao Qian and the rest with a smile. Ao Qian's eyes became wide circles as he said in disbelief, My lord, this is a divine rank Grand Array. Could it be that you have ways to deal with it too? Enough nonsense. Quickly go in. Yi Yuan scolded with a smile. When Nangong Zifeng saw the scene, he said with a cold sneer, Death is nigh. Still feigning arrogance here. Right at this time, the divine ranked grand array that ACCU, Mulat power to await release, seemed to have finally finished storing up power. Everyone knew that horrifying power was already lurking above the 9 heavens. Once it landed, it would surely strike with the force and momentum of a thunderbolt. Quickly retreat. Don't get dragged in by the divine rank grand array's attack. At this time, Yi Yuan was like, AG, oh D of plague. Everyone avoided him like the plague. Once this attack landed, and Body knew what would happen either. As for the Holy City's people, they had naturally maintained a safe distance from Yi Yuan long ago. After all, Yi Yuan's greater teleportation was no joke. What if he lured the attack over to their side? They would turn to ashes. Whoosh! Several dozen multicolored flowing light landed from above the sky, looking just like a sunset, beautiful to the extreme. But everyone knew that behind that beauty, there were extremely terrifying divine Tao laws. The divine rank grand array finally activated. These multicolored flowing lights were extremely swift. In virtually a blink of an eye, they landed on top of Yi Yuan's head. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan moved. His figure immediately vanished from where he stood, disappearing without a trace. However, those multicolored flowing lights flew towards the city gates with even greater speed. Seeing this scene, Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng's expression changed drastically. They did not think that Yi Yuan wanted to do something to disgust them even on his deathbed. He actually wanted to borrow the power of this grand array to destroy the holy city's gates. Bang, bang, bang. Those dozen over multicolored flowing lights landed on the city gates, directly blasting the impregnable city gates to smithereens. For a moment, debris flew everywhere. The holy city's walls were all made using special stone materials. It would be hard for void mystic powerhouses to even damage it in the slightest. But this time, it was destroyed by the divine rank grand array. Ji Qingyan, this brat truly deserves death. His death is at hand, and he doesn't even let people be carefree. Cloud Sky said crossly, Forget it. Either way, this brat is dead too. He has 2 divine artifacts in his hands. It should also be sufficient to match up to the city gate's losses. Nangong Zifeng consoled him. Upon hearing this, Cloudsky's eyes lit up, and he immediately showed great interest. The unhappy feelings earlier immediately vanished without a trace. The dust settled, and the divine Tao pressure above the sky gradually faded away. Everything returned to how it was. Everyone was stupefied by the powerful might of these divine Tao laws. This was the foundation of the holy city, presently in the divine realm. Sects that possessed a complete divine Tao grand array was only the holy city. Seeing everyone's reaction, Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng exchanged a glance and smiled, clearly very satisfied. Although they were forced to use the divine rank grand array this time, it also awed all of the martial artists in the holy city. This was their foundation. The negative impact brought by Yi Yuan would be dispelled very soon. Come, go over and take a look. The sacred dragon token and that divine sword are both not ordinary items. Cloud Sky said. Nangong Zifeng nodded his head and followed after as well. Those void, mystic powerhouses, hiding in the dark, also all showed themselves at this time. Ha ha ha! Ji Qingyan, this brat finally died! S.H.I. Plus Ren Hui laughed loudly and walked out. The power of divine doubt earlier was too powerful. S.H.I. Plus Ren Hui felt his heart palpitate even when hiding so far away. There were absolutely no chances of survival for Yi Yuan under such an attack. However, just as he approached the city gates, a sudden change occurred. An unparalleled sword light suddenly came out from within the dust, cleaving straight for S.H.I. plus Ren Hui. He completely did not have any guard up at this time. In his carelessness, he actually did not even open up his divine king domain. Pucci. The sword light tore right through the air, splitting S, H, I, plus Ren Hui into two halves. A void, mystic powerhouse of his generation was actually gone just like that. This unexpected change was what everyone did not antic. 1. P. 8 from start to end. When Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. This swift and sharp sword. Who else could release it apart from Yi Yuan? He actually didn't die. Everybody be careful. Cloud Sky felt like his scalp was going to explode. I had said it before. Don't come and provoke me again. It was you all who broke the agreement first. Don't blame this young master for not being polite. Amidst the dust, Yi Yuan's voice transmitted out as if coming from the netherworld, making everyone's hearts turn cold. Chapter 1125, Killing Spree. Chapter 1125, Killing Spree. Yi Yuan's words made those void mystic powerhouses all break out in Guseb. MPS, everyone feeling endangered. The dust gradually dispersed. An enormous turtle I was displayed in front of everyone. Seeing the mystic art, Holy Tortoise Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng's expressions both turned intent. Although they did not recognize the mystic art, Holy Tortoise the extraordinariness of this turtle they perceived it with one glance. On it faintly revealed extremely profound power of laws. Shockingly, it was precisely divine Tao laws. Yi Yuan was actually perfectly unscathed under the protection of this turtle Yi Yuan put away the mystic art Holy Tortoise killing intent revealing in his gaze fully. The holy city's provocation utterly stirred up his wrath. If not for Sky Distant drawing out the divine, Tao might have the mystic art Holy Tortoise Yuan would be dead for sure this time. But with Sky Distant's present state, he could at most only make the mystic art Holy Tortoise resist deity realm attacks 3 times. Yi Yuan also did not expect that just exiting the Blood Rain Wilderness, he would already use up one. Today, this young master is going on a killing spree. His voice had yet to fade, and Yi Yuan's figure instantly vanished from where he stood. Pucci, a divine king guard, directly had his head severed from his body. While only at this time did Yi Yuan's words spread out far away like rolling thunder, making everyone's hearts turn cold. Swizz. Plus Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. Those divine king powerhouses could not capture Yi Yuan's silhouette at all. Each and every one of their scalps tingled, uncertain who Yi Yuan's next target was. Yi Yuan's art of greater teleportation was elusive as a ghost. With their strength, they could not detect Yi Yuan's attacking direction at all. Pucci, another divine king powerhouse, had a sword pierced through the heart by Yi Yuan from behind. His life force instantly extinguished. I plussing. Cloudsky's eyes turned bloodshot, and he cried out, Ji Qingyin, stay your hand. Don't you forget, my holy city still has a heaven-stabilizing divine king. If you dare to kill any more people when Zhuge Qingxian returns, you'll die even if you escape to the ends of the world. What replied him was a ray of terrifying sword light. This ray of sword light naturally was not aiming for Cloud Sky, but targeting several of the holy city's divine king powerhouses. Without the least bit of suspense, these few divine kings were directly slashed into minced meat by the sword light. In front of the current Yi Yuan, ordinary divine king powerhouse completely did not have the slightest strength to counterattack. Places that he said through, there was a series of wails. Everybody quickly disperse apart. Flee. The further you flee, the better. Cloud Sky shouted loudly. He knew that it really poked the hornet's nest this time. Yi Yuan was already utterly enraged. They had to pay a terrible price for their actions. Right now, under this sort of circumstances, he could only make everyone split up and run. Yi Yuan was just alone with a sword. It was impossible to kill everyone. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan already killed over a dozen divine king powerhouses. Currently, apart from Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng, who were safe, the rest all became Yi Yuan's prey. Cloud Sky, we can't look on with folded arms. Take action. My divine king domain and yours can cover as wide as 20,000 feet. As long as the cooperation is arranged properly, we might not be incapable of taking care of him. Nangong Zifeng said solemnly. Cloud Sky nodded and said, Fine. If I don't kill this punk today, I, Cloud Sky, am lesser than human. Done talking, Cloud Sky's 9 heavens, rumbling thunder, instantly opened up. The terrifying lightning sea appeared once again, and Nangong Zifeng's divine king domain was an extremely rare purple evil domain, wounding people using wicked energy. Places that it said through was akin to death descending upon the mortal realm. The process from beginning to end was incomparably terrifying. Seeing such horrifying power, those innocent people in the holy city hurriedly retreated far away once more. Too great Tans joining hands to deal with the enemy. Such a spectacle was truly too grand. As long as they touched a little, they would be dead without chances of survival too. A 5th-level divine realm actually forced the holy city's too great Tans to team up and fight the enemy. Today's event is bound to shake the entire divine realm. This is also something that can't be helped. Comprehending the art of greater teleportation, Yi Yuan is virtually established in an invincible position already. As long as he doesn't lose his mind and forcefully clash with the two great Tans, the two of them likely can't do anything to him at all. Although saying that the holy city is the leader of the divine realm is somewhat reputation falling short of reality. The might of the holy city is indisputable. Even the 10 great divine kings don't dare to be impudent in the holy city too. But today, Ji Qingyin actually wants to turn the holy city upside down. Nangong Zifeng and Cloud Sky crushed over towards Yi Yuan in a carpet bombing style. However, they were completely unable to lock onto Yi Yuan's position. Yi Yuan had long abandoned his divine king domain already. Just one person and one sword, doing as he pleased. In comparison, Nangong Zifeng and Cloud Sky, the two people's divine king domains were like two big dumb elephants. Empty power, but inadequate mobility. The two of them could only forever eat the dust behind Yi Yuan. The evil extermination sword was just like the scythe of the death God, willfully reaping the lives of the holy city's powerhouses. Under Yi Yuan's perfected heart realm, those martial artists were laid completely bare. Those powerhouses discovered to their dismay that no matter how they hid, how they ran, they could not escape Yi Yuan's sword. Yi Yuan was just like devil, no idea when he would appear behind them, and then he would end their lives with a slash. Qi Daoming, next is you. Hearing Yi Yuan's voice, Qi Daoming's gaze turned intent. An aura of death pounced from head on. Finally, Yi Yuan turned his gaze on void mystic powerhouses. Qi Daoming was precisely another void mystic elder of the holy city. Qi Daoming was currently sprinting like mad. But under Yi Yuan's greater teleportation, his speed was too slow. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. Cloud Sky! Nangong Zifeng shouted fiercely. Cloud Sky immediately understood. Two great, divine king domains opened up, instantly protecting Qi Daoming with all their power. Hoo-hoo, you guys are still really naive. In the void, a mocking voice came over. But Yi Yuan's figure already appeared 10,000 feet away. The next instant, Yi Yuan's figure vanished once more, merging into heaven and earth. Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng's expressions changed drastically at the same time as they exclaimed in shock, "Damn it! His target is Su Qian." That direction Yi Yuan went in was precisely another void mystic elder, Su Qian. He deliberately baited Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng. the two people, to Qi Daoming. However, he was actually making a feint, thoroughly shaking off the two people. He was Russ. H.I. plus-ing towards Su Qian. Su Qian's strength was even a notch weaker compared to Zhao Lingdong's. He was completely not Yi Yuan's match. Yi Yuan merged into heaven and earth. How could he not know that Yi Yuan was chasing after? Ji Qingyin, this old man will fight it out with you. Su Qian also knew that he could not run. Giving a frenzied shout, he directly opened up his divine king domain and charged over toward Yi Yuan, who merged into heaven and earth. However, the Yi Yuan that he originally locked onto actually vanished into thin air. It was as if he had never appeared before. Ji Qingyin, I want you dead. Su Qian went utterly insane. He was like a madman, randomly unleashed. H.I. plussing terrifying martial techniques in all directions. He completely did not know which direction Yi Yuan would come from and could only use this sort of method to reduce his terror. Whose? H. Plus a streak of sword light tore through the air and reached its target, directly tearing through Su Qian's divine king domain, puncturing his chest and grinding his innards into pieces. Chapter 11:26. Heaven Stabilizing Divine King. Chapter 11:26. Heaven Stabilizing Divine King. Su Qian. Nangong Zifeng's and Cloudski's eyes turned bloodshot, virtually going crazy, helplessly watching a void mystic elder die before their eyes, but incapable of action. This sort of feeling made their chest almost explode. The two of them had roamed the divine realm unobstructed for several thousand years. There had yet once where they were so helpless like today. Counting in Zhao Lingdong and Hell Sky, in a short 1 day's time, the holy city actually had 5 void mystic powerhouses Paris. H. Plus this kind of loss was an unbearable weight to any sect. Not just so, Yi Yuan even killed the Purple Gold Hall's divine king disciples. Today's 1 day of loss was likely able to compare to the holy city's 1,000 years of losses. Except, as the holy city's 2 great Tans, they could not even touch Yi Yuan's hair. Ji Qingyin, don't kill anymore. Don't kill anymore. We admit defeat. As long as you're willing to leave the holy city, we can agree to any terms. In Cloudski's shout virtually carried tears. He really did not expect that things would develop to this sort of situation today. Cloudski's intestines were green with regret right now. What he regretted was not about not letting Yi Yuan enter the blood-drained wilderness, but that he should not have provoked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan wanted to leave, then let him leave nicely. Why was there a need to stir up so many things? Truly blinded by obsession. In between this, he had a number of opportunities to let Yi Yuan leave safe and sound. But he did not. In fact, he did not believe in the outcome of going against destiny. He insisted on challenging the prestige of the Son of Heaven's mandate. In the end, he suffered a cruise. H.I. plussing defeat. Yi Yuan looked at Cloud Sky and said with a cold smile, "If people don't offend me, I don't offend people. If people offend me, I'll definitely repay it 100-fold. Do you know regret now? It's too late. Today, I'll carry out justice on heaven's behalf and eradicate your shameless you-soul sect's Tao teachings. Let the two of you become generals without an army." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved, and another dozen over holy city powerhouses died under his sword. Yi Yuan was truly enraged today as well. He was extremely annoyed with the holy city in the first place, and was provoked time and again by Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng, even nearly dying under the divine rank grand array. Since the grudge was already sowed, then make it irreconcilable then. Even if he did not go on a killing spree today, could it be that Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng could let him off? Cloudski's chest was like puffing bellows at this time. Poo work. Finally, he could not hold back and spewed out a mouthful of blood. In this short while, Yi Yuan already killed several dozens of divine king powerhouses. Even chopping vegetables was not so fast. The might of a divine artifact was completely not what ordinary divine king martial artists could resist. Yi Yuan was currently Ma's sacring wantonly when suddenly alarm bells went off. Sudden impulse was triggered once more. An ominous feeling welled up in his head, making Yi Yuan's actions suddenly pause. He put away the sword and stood there, looking at Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng as he said, "Consider yourselves lucky today. The next time this Ji comes to the Holy City again, it will be your Yu Soul Sex Tao Teachings Day of Doom." Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, his figure swayed, and he disappeared. After several breaths, someone came to report that Yi Yuan exited the city through the wrecked city gates. Hearing this news, Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng, the two people, both heaved a long sigh in relief. This killing Ji, finally left. Quick, seal the city. Absolutely can't let that punk take a step into the holy city again. Cloud Sky immediately instructed. He was cowed by Yi Yuan's killing. Today could be said to have suffered grievous losses. This killing Ji. Leaving, his first reaction was not never let this brat enter the city again. As long as they cut Yi Yuan off outside, with the divine Tao Grand Array defending, he definitely could not come in either. The Grand Array activating, Cloud Sky's heart finally landed too. "Cloud Sky, why do you think Ji Qinyin suddenly pulled back?" Nangong Zifeng was a little calmer than Cloud Sky and kept feeling that Yi Yuan left oddly. Except he was the same as Cloud Sky, both terrified by Yi Yuan's killing. Hence, that was why he did not recover to his sense for a moment. Thinking about it at this time, the more he thought, the more amiss it felt. With him questioning, Cloud Sky also immediately felt something amiss and said with furrowed brows, he either has urgent matters to attend to, or the holy city has an existence that he's apprehensive of." But the two people exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock from the other party's eyes. Very clearly, they thought of a possibility. Except this kind of possibility, how could Yi Yuan know in advance? Cloud Sky's pupils suddenly constricted, and he said with a face full with remorse, how could I forget this? This brat even comprehended the art of greater teleportation. He definitely comprehended sudden impulse, too. Him leaving at this time, apart from fearing Qingxian, who else could he dread? Nangong Zifeng also came back to his senses and said with a look of astonishment, "Could it be that Qingxian is already on the way back?" Nangong Zifeng's words had yet to finish speaking when there was a ripple in the void. An azure-robed man slowly walked out. The azure-robed man wore a head ornament, his face frosty, with every movement and action. It gave people a feeling of profoundness and inscrutability. Seeing the wrecked holy city, the azure-robed man's brows knitted together. He shot a glance at the Cloud Sky duo in the distance, and actually slowly shut his eyes. After several breaths, his eyes suddenly snapped open. His figure abruptly vanished. Plussing on the spot. Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng exchanged a glance and said in shock, "Qingxian seems to have had some gains entering the Tsval Mountain range this time." Nangong Zifeng deeply felt that way too and said with a nod, "I discovered that I can't see through him more and more. Perhaps Qingxian might really be able to be the first powerhouse to step foot into deity realm in these 100,000 years." Cloud Sky suddenly smiled coldly and said in delight, "It's still too early to talk about this. I want to take a look instead at whether or not Ji Brat can escape Qingshuan's pursuit. Zifeng, you make arrangements for the aftermath. I'll follow after to take a look. That brat practically brought to us an apocalyptic disaster today. Not seeing his head separate from his body, personally, this lord isn't reconciled to it. In my view, Qingshuan's destiny isn't weaker than his. I want to see just what kind of a conclusion the clash of two great living unparalleled geniuses will be." Yi Yuan executed greater teleportation to the limits, 10,000 miles in a single breath. The current Zhuge Qingxian was not what he was capable of contending with. The moment's sudden impulse gave an early warning. Yi Yuan knew that it was definitely Zhuge Qingxian returning. Regarding this, he could only secretly curse his misfortune. I didn't think that Zhuge Qingxian actually returned at this time. So unlucky. Yu Soul sect has been adept at being opportunistic these last few years. It looks like they ACCU, Mulat considerable destiny, and isn't fated to die. Yi Yuan secretly sighed. The destiny ACCU, Mulat for 1,000,000 years was not so easy to extinguish. In this 1,000,000 years, no idea how much the Yu Soul sect profited from wars. ACC, you mulating year in and year out, that was how there was the holy city today. Although divine Tao dwindled to zero, the situation of the holy city leading the divine realm was an irrefutable fact. This point, Yi Yuan was unable to deny it to. If not for so, Yi Yuan would not come and seek help from Cloud Sky either. It was just that, did not expect that it would be such a conclusion in the end. While currently flying, alarm bells suddenly went off. Yi Yuan's countenance changed, and he forcefully stopped his moving momentum in the air. Ahead, an azure-robed man stood with his hands behind his back, his hand fanning a paper fan. Who could it be if not Zhuge Qingxian? Chapter 11:27 Unexpected Turn of Events. Chapter 11:27 Unexpected turn of events, younger brother Ji, long time no see. Why are you in such a hurry? The heaven-stabilizing divine king fanned his paper fan, with the appearance of an elegant young master. Looked too frail to stand up to a gust of wind, but in reality he was the most dangerous man in the entire divine realm. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together. Not seeing him for many years, Zhuge Qingxuan's strength became increasingly unfathomable. This was not a good sign. The last time he met with Zhuge Qingxian was more than 100 years ago. At that time, the oppressive feeling that Zhuge Qingxian gave Yi Yuan was far from as powerful as right now. Looks like over these 20 years, the one who improved was not just him, Yi Yuan alone. Zhuge Qingxian, put away that act of yours. You're saying it like this young master is very familiar with you, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Since he could not run, then there was only a fight. If it was a frontal clash, Yi Yuan was not even Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng's match, let alone Zhuge Qingxian, who was known as the Divine Realms #1. Yi Yuan also did not think that Zhuge Qingxuan's speed was actually so fast. He only used an hour and blocked him. One had to know that with his current speed, even Nangong Zifeng might not be able to catch up. For Zhuge Qingxian to be able to catch up was not strange, but this speed was truly a bit too freakish. Zhuge Qingxuan's brows raised up, and he said, "Coolly, fine then. Since that's the case, how should the matter of you slaughtering the holy city today be resolved?" The heaven-stabilizing divine king was calm and collected and did not have much sullen anger mixed inside, but his words radiated awe without being furious. Don't be so hypocritical, all right? If you covet the divine inscriptions, just say it straight. Those people are merely ant-like existences to you. Don't tell me that you only chased after because you have Kampa. Sham for them. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The corners of Zhuge Qingxuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a faint smile, "Hoo-hoo, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Hand over the divine inscriptions, and I'll make it painless for you." The moment the word painless came out of his mouth, a faintly discernible source power instantly spread out. Yi Yuan instantly felt the entire world cruise. Plussing down toward him. A faint divine Tao power of laws spilling over warded this pressure off outside. Seeing this scene, the heaven-stabilizing divine king's gaze sharpened slightly and actually revealed some delight. "Looks like your extent of shamelessness as the Yu Soul sect's #1 person in this age is the greatest in the world," Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Zhuge Qingxian did not get too annoyed and said, "Coolly, since it seems like there's no need for this seat to waste my breath. Are you handing it over yourself? Or do you want this seat to personally take action? In Zhuge Qingxuan's eyes, those divine king powerhouses, even void mystic powerhouses, were also merely ant-like existences. Perhaps Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng, they all would still take to heart their secular status and care about the life and death of the holy city's powerhouses. But Zhuge Qingxian would not care at all. What was truly able to move him was only deity realm. Yi Yuan also smiled lightly and said, "If you have the capabilities, come and take it yourself." Swiss. H. Plus Zhuge Qingxian folded his fan and put it away, and still had a collected look as he said, "Looks like you're refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit." Zhuge Qingxuan's fan pointing out, the entire world collapsed because of it. Yi Yuan's eyes turned intent. An oppressive force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas instantly restrained his entire person. The art of greater teleportation actually utterly lost effectiveness at this instant. Bystanders completely had no way of imagining how such a sloppy and ordinary attack actually encompassed. Said the might of heaven and earth. Your divine Tao laws are too simple and plain. Zhuge Qingxian had a look of disdain. In this world, powerhouses able to obtain divine inscriptions could be counted on one's fingers. But powerhouses able to comprehend divine inscriptions were in the minority. But if discussing whose comprehension in divine realm laws ranked at the top of the list in the divine realm, it was none other than the heaven-stabilizing divine king, Zhuge Qingxian. Previous life, Yi Yuan had interactions with Zhuge Qingxian before. It was just that, at that time, Zhuge Qingxian did not display his true strength before at all. But today, Yi Yuan finally experienced why Zhuge Qingxian was able to be respectfully toward the heaven-stabilizing divine king. This fan, Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of being powerless to resolve it. Crack, crack, crack. Yi Yuan sensed that his surrounding SPAC was collapsing due to it. Along with it, his body also had a feeling of being torn apart by SPAC. Currently, Yi Yuan was able to feel that the divine Tao laws which Zhuge Qingxian comprehended were much stronger than his. Pooh, pooh, pooh! Yi Yuan's powerful fleshy body actually cracked apart inch by inch under the heavy pressure, fresh blood spraying wildly. Yi Yuan clenched his jaws tightly, feeling like the entire world was crumbling. This was the true power of divine Tao laws. Yi Yuan's sword Tao had merely just crossed the threshold. Facing Zhuge Qingxian, he was too weak. Hoo-hoo, when the tiger isn't in the mountains, the monkey proclaims itself as king. Do you really think that my holy city is a soft persimmon that anybody can need? Zhuge Qingxian had plenty of strength to spare and was filled with scorn towards Yi Yuan. The blood vessels in Yi Yuan's arms and legs ruptured inch by inch, fresh blood pouring out like a fountain. He finally knew why the 10 great divine kings were hailed as invincible. The divine realm's number 1 was too strong. Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was greater teleportation. It was also precisely because he had this secret art that he dared to dance around with a powerhouse like Cloud Sky. But now his greater teleportation could not be displayed. Right at this time, Cloud Sky finally rushed over. He was just in time to see the scene of Yi Yuan's death throes and could not help letting out a wild laugh. This entire day he was in a state of extreme breakdown. Seeing Yi Yuan about to be eradicated, all of Cloudsky's dejection was released at this moment. Gee, brat, aren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want to wipe out my holy city's Tao teachings? Why don't you wipe it out? Cloud Sky said with a wild laugh. Toward Cloudsky's mocking, Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to it. He did not have time to care about Cloudsky's ridiculing at all. The current Yi Yuan already entered a mysterious state. Zhuge Qingxuan's pressure made his fleshy body sustain tremendous pressure. But the vast heaven steel in his body actually had a reaction at this time. Sky Distant imparted Yi Yuan the vast heaven chaos spell. but this kind of profound divine Tao laws. Yi Yuan had not learned the rudiments yet. But now, Yi Yuan felt like his head was exploding. Those divine inscriptions just like a bunch of bandits, forcefully barging into his sea of consciousness. After obtaining the vast heaven chaos spell, Yi Yuan had once taken the initiative to attempt to comprehend it, but gleaned nothing. The hardest thing about divine inscriptions was crossing the threshold. The vast heaven chaos spell, Yi Yuan could not even cross the threshold. Currently, it was as if those divine inscriptions had life. Yi Yuan clearly did not go and comprehend them, but they took the initiative to integrate into Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. A pale yellow light thoroughly enveloped him. The squaws, H-I plus ing of S, P-A-C originally was actually blocked outside by this pale yellow light. Zhuge Qingxuan's smile immediately froze on his face. His divine Tao Law's power was actually unable to advance an inch further. He could not help increasing his force more. But that yellow light did not budge an inch, wrapping Yi Yuan up and protecting. Chapter 1128 Peak Confrontation. Chapter 1128 Peak Confrontation. Vast Heaven Steel. A change in countenance appeared for the first time on Zhuge Qingxuan's face. Boom! Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, directly disintegrating Zhuge Qingxuan's restrictive force. Accurately speaking, it was the vast heaven steel who scattered it. The vast heaven steel suspended above Yi Yuan's palm quietly. A pale yellow light halo intertwined around it akin to wandering dragons, exuding waves of mysterious aura. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuge Qingxian and said with a cold smile, "Looks like the vast heaven inheritance hates the Yusol sex inheritances very much. Thanks, Zhuge Qingxian." Cloudski's laughter abruptly ceased. He was still waiting for Yi Yuan to be crushed into minced meat earlier. In a blink of an eye, such a sudden turn of events actually occurred. Could it be that this brat is really unkillable? Cloud Sky was angered until his expression was livid. Fortunately, an body was around here. Otherwise, this old face would really not have places to put today. After the shock, Zhuge Qingxian composed himself very quickly and said coolly, although the vast heaven steel is strong, your strength is still too weak. Even if you're able to control the vast heaven steel, it's hard to escape death today as well. Zhuge Qingxian opened up the folded fan and fanned towards Yi Yuan without another word. His action did not have much pompousness, just a simple fanning, but it gave people a feeling of profoundness and inscrutability. Ho! A terrifying essence energy light beam shot straight at Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, instantly feeling a mountain-like pressure. This fan was way stronger compared to that one just now. Yi Yuan hurriedly revolved the vast heaven chaos spell he just comprehended and cried out loudly, "Go!" The vast heaven steel was like a cannonball welcoming Zhuge Qingxuan's essence energy light beam. Boom! The essence energy light beam smashed onto the vast heaven steel, giving off a dazzling light. The vast heaven steel that had always succeeded was actually directly smashed, flying backward. Poo work! Yi Yuan spewed out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs already suffered serious injuries. Zhuge Qingxian was too strong. The vast heaven steel is merely thus. Zhuge Qingxian said indifferently. Although his words were very calm, it exuded a thick, mocking intent. When Cloud Sky saw the situation, he was similarly overjoyed. He had to admit that attack Yi Yuan controlled the vast heaven steel to perform earlier was very impressive. Even he would likely need to expend quite a bit of effort to deal with it as well. Ha ha ha! Son of Heaven's mandate, this old man wants to see if you're really unkillable. Zhuge Qingxuan's might let Cloud Sky find confidence once more, giving Yi Yuan H-E-L-L. Yi Yuan's face was deathly pale. That attack of Zhuge Qingxuan's earlier was truly incomparably profound. Yi Yuan comprehended quite a few divine inscriptions presently and already had a shallow understanding of divine Tao laws. The divine Tao laws contained in that fan of Zhuge Qingxuan's was extremely profound. One had to know that Zhuge Qingxian only unleashed the attack with essence energy and not divine essence. Facing such an attack, if Yi Yuan did not take the mystic art Holy Tortoise SHL out, he could not block it at all. Yet, even if he took out the mystic art Holy Tortoise SHL, once the power was exhausted, he was likewise a cooked goose sup. At the moment, he seemed to have walked into a blind alley. Zhuge Qingxian looked at Yi Yuan and said indifferently, "Son of Heaven's mandate, is it? I want to take a look at whether or not I can contest for this Heaven's mandate with you." While talking, Zhuge Qingxuan's body actually gradually became illusionary. At this instant, he seemed to have merged into one with this heaven and earth. It was as if he was the world and the world was Zhuge Qingxian. When Cloud Sky saw this scene, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha! What a terrific Qingxian! Your Brahma Heart Sutra actually broke through once again. When you kill Ji Qingyin and S.N.A.T.C. H his vast heaven steel, you might not be incapable of breaking this heaven and earth's fetters and step foot into deity realm. Carefree, empty intent." Zhuge Qingxuan's wrist shook. A surge of terrifying divine Tao laws crept out. For a moment, the winds blew and the clouds rolled. The power of laws roused a terrifying essence energy undulation, gradually forming an essence energy dragon. Yi Yuan's eyes turned intent. This move was too strong. He knew that he was completely unable to match it. Just as he was planning on taking out the mystic art Holy Tortoise an abnormality suddenly occurred. In the sky, flames suddenly surged. That terrifying temperature was seemingly going to incinerate this world entirely. Likewise, a terrifying divine Tao law, a fire tribute, divine Tao law. This unexpected sudden turn of events did not make Zhuge Qingxian have any change in countenance, but his brows knitted together tightly. Rumble. Two surges of immensely powerful source power collided together. That impetus directly shattered the firmament. That kind of power truly shook heaven and earth and made DS weep. The unceasing air billows lasted for 15 minutes before it gradually dissipated. Zhuge Qingxuan's carefree empty intent was actually neutralized just like that. In this world, there was actually still someone capable of rivaling the head of the 10 great divine kings, the heaven-stabilizing divine king. Tang Yin, could it be that you want to set yourself against this seat? Zhuge Qingxian said with furrowed brows. Inside that boundless flames, a yellowed-clothed man slowly walked out. It was clearly the Tang Yin from Zhuge Qingxuan's mouth. "I'm here to bring Ji Qingyin again. If you dare to bar the way, what's the harm in making an enemy out of you?" Tang Yin's nonchalant words had a manner of not placing the heaven-stabilizing divine king, this divine realm's number one, in his eyes at all. The people that this seat wants to kill, there has never been anyone who's able to bring them away before. Zhuge Qingxian said. Ting Yin said coolly, "People that this seat wants to bring away, and, body can kill either, even if you're hailed as the number one divine king. Ting Yin, you and I will eventually have a battle. Picking a date is not as good as a chance encounter. Since we met today, battle it out then. I want to take a look if you, this spirit bristle divine king, are really as formidable as in the legends." Zhuge Qingxian said. It turned out that this Ting Yin was actually the legendary spirit bristle divine king, ranked second among the 10 great divine kings. Who else in this world that could be Zhuge Qingxuan's match? It was none other than the spirit bristle divine king. Looking at Ting Yin's back view, Yi Yuan felt a multiple 1, 2 to feelings surge up too. He never thought that at the final moment, it was actually Ting Yin who came to save him. It seemed like only Ting Yin had the ability to save him. Looking at it now between the heaven-stabilizing Divine King and Spirit-bristle Divine King, there ultimately needed to be a battle. Among the 10 great Divine Kings, they had never battled in front of outsiders before. Their relative superiority or inferiority in strength and, body ever knew as well. But today, could it be that a victor was going to be decided between the 10 great Divine Kings, number 1 and number 2? Ting Yin said coolly, "If you want to fight, then fight." The heaven-stabilizing Divine King's Brahma Heart Sutra. This Ting has long wanted to have a taste of it as well. Ji Qing Yin, you leave first. I'll follow soon after. Ting Yin turned around and said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan revealed a complicated look, but finally still nodded his head and said solemnly to Ting Yin, "Take care." Done talking, Yi Yuan directly cast the art of greater teleportation, and he appeared 10,000 feet away. "Want to run? Where are you going?" How could Cloud Sky Pa-S Sively watch Yi Yuan leave? He instantly gave chase, but he had yet to chase out very far when a ball of terrifying flames came from head-on. Cloud Sky was greatly astonished and hurriedly mustered up his divine king domain. Boom! Cloudsky's body floated down to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 1129. It's all fate. Chapter 1129. It's all fate. Yi Yuan's fleeing speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he went several tens of thousands of miles away. But his injuries were extremely severe, and he was completely unable to exhibit his movement technique anymore. So he simply found a secluded place and recuperated his injuries. Consuming Tier 9 healing medicinal pills, after a day, Yi Yuan's injuries finally obtained preliminary control. The Tli of the 10 great divine kings are indeed well deserving of their reputation, reaching their kind of boundary. Even void mystic powerhouses are ant-like existences too. Recalling that scene previously, Yi Yuan felt considerable vicissitude of emotions too. Someone as powerful as Cloud Sky also could not last more than one exchange in front of Ting Yin. When Yi Yuan escaped, even separated by a distance of 10,000 miles, he could also feel that terrifying undulation at the back. This kind of confrontation between experts, using rocking the heavens and shaking the earth to describe it, was not over the top in the slightest. Just as Yi Yuan was feeling emotional, a trace of ripple surfaced in the S.P.A.C. Ting Yin's figure appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Ting Yin and said with a frown, "You got injured?" Ting Yin said with a smile, "Minor injuries. He isn't much better off than me either." "Who won or lost?" Yi Yuan said curiously. "Considered a draw." Ting Yin said. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help saying rather surprisedly, "Looks like this divine realm's number 1 is somewhat undeserved reputation." "No, he's stronger than me. I can sense that he still has trump cards yet to use. If we really have a life and death struggle, I most likely wouldn't be his match," Ting Yin said. Yi Yuan was endlessly shocked when he heard. Reaching Ting Yin's level of realm, everyone cherished life greatly. Especially Zhuge Qingxian, his cultivation realm was extremely high and could be said to be the person with the greatest potential of breaking through to the deity realm. If it ruined the chance to break through to the deity realm because of a battle, it was not worth it. Even if Zhuge Qingxian was able to kill Ting Yin, he was certain to have to pay a terrible price. He naturally would not do this kind of meaningless thing. Although killing Yi Yuan was very important to Zhuge Qingxian, compared to breaking through to deity realm, it was not considered a big deal. The two people battled for a day and night and finally still wound up the matter with a draw. But to be able to fight to a draw with Zhuge Qingxian, this outcome still greatly exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. After all, Zhuge Qingxian's awe-inspiring reputation was too overwhelming. The Tli of Divine Realms number 1 was no joke. He even personally experienced it before previously. When Yi Yuan left, he was still very worried about Ting Yin. First and second sounded about the same, but just how far apart, and Oh, body knew without fighting at all. Looking at it now, the spirit bristle divine king strength was even stronger than what the average person imagined. He, this number 2, lived up to his reputation. Yi Yuan fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to Ting Yin and said, "Eat it. Your injuries are not severe and should be able to heal very quickly." Tang Yin received the medicinal pill. A burst of exotic fragrance hit his nose, and his expression could not help turning intent as he said, "Arcane insight rank. What a fine Ji, Qing Yin. Looks like you finally comprehended the medicine Ji. Oh, Di's soul canon." But hearing these words, Yi Yuan heightened vigilance in his heart and said, "You know that my father had the medicine God's soul canon?" He heard his father mentioned it before, that there was barely anyone knew about the medicine D's soul canon, although the relations H.I. plus P between the spirit bristle divine king and the medicine king hall was pretty good. It was not good to that degree. Seeing Yi Yuan's vigilant look, Ting Yin smiled and said, "You don't have to be like this. This seat isn't your enemy. When Ji Zhengyang obtained the medicine D's soul canon, I was right beside him." Yi Yuan was incomparably stunned when he heard that. If it was really this case, then Ji Zhengyang and Teng Yin's relations H.I. plus P was not as simple as on the surface. It was just that Yi Yuan was no longer an ignorant person long ago. How could he easily believe these words? Seeing Yi Yuan's look of disbelief, Ting Yin continued, "Do you know why I impart you this spirit bristle nine yang divine art?" Yi Yuan was stunned and thought to himself, although this spirit bristle nine yang divine art only had the first half, without a doubt, it is one of the divine realm's pinnacle most cultivation method. If so, then why would Ting Yin impart it to him? Back then, he only naively thought that the medicinal pill he refined was too valuable. That was why Ting Yin would reluctantly part with what he treasured. Thinking about it carefully now, this logic seemed to be somewhat flawed. It was just that in his previous life, Yi Yuan did not pay attention to these things before. While in this life, Yi Yuan was constantly embraced by hatred and never thought of this problem at all. Actually, the ones who calculated that this era's son of heaven's mandate is you weren't merely just the fiend race. Our human race also have a major power who divined that you're the son of heaven's mandate. Imparting you the spirit bristle nine yang divine art was in order to let you cultivate well and protect yourself. But who knew that man proposes while God disposes? I was still a step slow in the end. Talking until here, Ting Yin also heaved a slight sigh. He was not a member of the Medicine King Hall after all, and he had many matters himself too. It was impossible to keep on staying at the Medicine King Hall. Except he did not expect that the fiend racist scheme was a stroke higher, resulting in the entire Medicine King Hall to be destroyed. Hearing up to here, Yi Yuan was unbelievably shocked in his heart. It turned out that in the past several hundred years, the two races' major powers have already been secretly contending in the dark already. And the focal point of contention was on him. It was just that in the end, it seemed like it was the fiend race's major power who was ultimately a notch higher. Back then, when the spirit Bristle Divine King was informed of the Medicine King Hall's accident, he planned to charge up to the Medicine King Hall, but was stopped by the human race's major power in the end. Yi Yuan was perplexed as he said, "Since you know that I'm the son of heaven's mandate, why not tell me bluntly?" Yi Yuan felt that if Teng Yin had told him earlier, perhaps his father would have been able to take precautions early. Maybe there would not be so many things afterward. Teng Yin shook his head and said, "Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. Moreover, identifying that you're the son of heaven's mandate was only a conjecture. The major power could only calculate an approximate location. As for the specifics of who it was, there was no way of determining. I believe that the fiend race's major power is likely the same as well. Honestly speaking, the former you was still lacking the qualifications to be called the son of heaven's mandate." It was not that Teng Yin looked down on Yi Yuan, but the previous lives Yi Yuan pursued alchemy, Tao, wholeheartedly and completely had no time to attend to the martial path. Although alchemy Tao was powerful, it was unable to overturn the raging tides. What could truly lead the human race to rise up was still a martial Tao Supreme Overlord. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled that the spirit bristle divine king had once consciously or unconsciously urged Yi Yuan to cultivate the martial path back then, but was directly ignored by him. Thinking about it now, turned out that Tang Yin had expended much thought and care back then. It was just that it seemed like his performance in his past life made him somewhat disappointed. The Son of Heaven's mandate was already dead. Then what did you do in those few years? Yi Yuan said. Tang Yin looked at him and said smilingly, being informed of the news of the Medicine King Hall's destruction and you guys' father and son's death, I felt like the sky had fallen down at that time. Who knew that later on? The major power summoned me over and said that there's still a turning point for the matter and made me dive into cultivation and quietly wait for the appearance of the turning point. Now, I finally know what this turning point is. Talking up to here, he let out a sigh and said, looking at it now, heavens, well, it's hard to infer. Regardless of whether it was the human race's major power or the fiend race's, it seems like it was all making a wedding gown for your appearance. They schemed against Heavenly Tao, but never would have thought that they themselves were actually schemed against by Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1130 Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art's Origins. Chapter 1130 Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Arts Origins. The information obtained out of the Spirit Bristle Divine King's mouth made Yi Yuan feel an upsurge of emotion too. He never thought before that he actually became the center of the whirlpool of the human and fiend. Two races veiled strife. He also never thought that there was actually someone truly capable of prying into Heavenly Tao and calculating everything. The major power that you speak of, just what kind of person is he? With your strength, could it be that you still have to bow down to him? Yi Yuan said with a frown. From Tang Yin's words, Yi Yuan could sense that he was very respectful towards that so-called major power. Yi Yuan examined himself and thought that he was already very familiar with the divine realm, but he had never heard before that the human race actually still had such an existence. According to what the people knew, the 10 great divine kings was already the apex of what humans were capable of reaching. Who else could make the spirit bristle divine king, this kind of powerhouse, be so respectful? Tang Yin shook his head and said, he said before, we'll naturally meet if fated. It's just that right now the time isn't right. As for how formidable his strength is, I can't say for sure either. But for me to be able to have today's fortunes, it was all thanks to him. Tang Yin's words made Yi Yuan endlessly shocked. To be able to foster the spirit bristle divine king, this kind of powerhouse single-handedly, then how powerful should his strength be? Yi Yuan frowned and said, if he really has this kind of strength, why doesn't he step forward himself? Tang Yin said, he naturally has difficulties in disclosing. His strength might not be very great, but his prophetic ability is unmatched by all. It was him who told me the news of the spirit bristle 9 young divine art coming into existence. He made me take action to seize it. If not for his guidance, how could I, this martial artist who was only first level Tao profound back then, be able to obtain such a heaven-defying cultivation method? This was truly a mysterious existence. He seemed to be an invisible hand, manipulating the entire divine realm's direction. Even the spirit bristle 9 young divine art, this kind of heaven-defying cultivation method, he was actually able to accurately predict too. Yi Yuan could not help sighing emotionally after hearing it. This was really a terrifying existence. It was just that fiend race existence did not seem to be some nice person either. Under his schemes, Fiendji, Di Jialan and the Holy Mother Devil Flower came into being one after another. On this point, it seemed like this human race major power fell into a disadvantageous position again. Looking at the current divine realm's direction, it was clearly the fiend race who took them all. Of upper hand. Thinking about it like this, That fiend race existence seemed to be even more fearsome. Then you coming to save me this time was already divined by that person? Yi Yuan said curiously. Ting Yin did not deny it and said with a nod, "That's right. A month ago, I suddenly received his news, making me come to the vicinity of the holy city. I didn't think that you were actually being hunted down by Zhuge Qingxian." Yi Yuan also heaved a long sigh when he heard that and said, "Originally, I planned on exterminating the Yu-Soul sect's Tao teachings. But I didn't expect Zhuge Qingxian to actually come back at this time. However, although I didn't succeed this time, they suffered a great loss in vitality too." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, with Ting Yan's composure, he drew a cold breath too. Exterminating the holy city's Tao teachings, this kind of thing. Even he did not dare to think about it. To think that this brat did it. When he heard Yi Yuan say that he killed 5 of the holy city's void mystic powerhouses and eliminated the Purple Gold Hall's divine king powerhouses, he could not help staring aghast with his jaws slack. With his cultivation realm, it was already very hard for something to be able to make him visibly moved. But Yi Yuan's actions were undoubtedly a heavyweight bomb, making him incredibly alarmed. Only after a long time did Ting Yin said emotionally, "You, this brat, are truly a freak." But this matter was beautifully done. The two people exchanged a glance, both roaring with a hearty laugh. Although Yi Yuan's actions were incapable of wrecking the holy city's foundations, it was absolutely able to make it hard for them to bear. Divine king powerhouses were not considered much, but void mystic powerhouses, each one was extremely valuable. Yi Yuan's indiscriminate killing could be said to have severed half of the holy city's foundation. Since you already know about the Yu-Soul sect, then you should also know about the ancient Heaven One sect, right? Ting Yun asked. Yi Yuan nodded his head, expressing that he was aware. Then do you know where the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art originated from? Ting Yun asked again. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that. Could it be that this spirit bristle 9 Young divine art still had a great background? Recalling it a bit, seemed like it really was so. If not for a great background, what right did Tang Yin have to be evenly matched with Zhuge Qingxian? Yi Yuan suddenly recalled Sky Distant mentioned before. There had once been 3 great origin deity realm powerhouses 1,000,000 years ago. The strongest was Absolute Heaven, next was Zuozong, while the other person, Sky Distant, did not say. But he was clearly an exceptionally terrifying existence too. Could it be that this spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art was actually his legacy? Could it be that the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art is the legacy cultivation method of the ancient 9 Suns true sect? Yi Yuan said in amazement. Ting Yun smiled and said, "That's right. The sects from 1,000,000 years ago, the information left behind, currently are already extremely few. But this spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art and the Yu-Soul sect's Brahma Heart Sutra were known as the 3 great unparalleled cultivation methods at that time, along with the Heaven One sect's vast heaven sword art. 1,000,000 years ago, the 9 Suns true sect master, Jiangqin, cultivated it to the 8th level, his cultivation reaching the heavens." Yi Yuan was amazed as he said, "I didn't think that the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art actually still had such an origin." Senior Jiang Cheng A.S. Sist Senior Absolute Heaven and defeated the fiend race with the utmost effort, but he was willing to stay behind the scenes. Truly respectable. Rather, that Zuozong left behind a Tao teaching that brought harm for 1,000,000 years. Simply the disgrace of the human race. Tang Yin deeply felt that way too as he said, "I cultivate the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art. The person that I respect most in this life is Senior Jiangqin, Ji Qingyin. You entered Tao with the sword, but you never seem to have cultivated the vast heaven sword art. This spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art's second half, I'll impart it to you. If you can have some comprehensions, you can similarly carve out a great Tao." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said, "You can really bear to part with it?" Ting Yin said with a smile. What's there to be reluctant about? As long as we can repel the fiend race, forget about a cultivation method. Even if it wants this tongue's life, why not? Toward Ting Yin, Yi Yuan could not help feeling great respect. Deity realm cultivation methods were incomparably precious, let alone the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art, this sort of cultivation method that could cultivate to the origin deity realm. Tang Yin actually took it out without even batting an eyelid. It could be seen that he did not just obtain the 9 sons' true sex legacy. Even the character was Pa-S said down too. It looked like when this cultivation method chose the successor back then, not anybody could obtain it. Everything was foreordained by heaven. Divine inscriptions slowly flowed into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. The spirit bristle 9-yang divine art within Yi Yuan's body started to automatically revolve. Everything was achieved without effort. Yi Yuan's spirit bristle 9-yang divine art's first half had not been cultivated fully yet. His comprehensions toward these divine inscriptions were not deep, but some of the originally obscure aspects became clear now. Under this surge of divine Tao laws putting into motion, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm actually showed some improving. Seeing that Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was so high, Tang Yin was greatly shocked too. Back then, he went into closed seclusion for 500 years before cultivating the first half of the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art to the perfection of the 9th level. But Yi Yuan only cultivated this cultivation method for over 20 years and was actually almost reaching the great circle of perfection realm already. Chapter 1131. Meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Chapter 1131. Meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land, indeed worthy of being the son of heaven's mandate. Your talent is truly heaven-defying. With such excellent talent, your previous life was truly wasted. Watching Yi Yuan, who broke through to the 6th level Tao Profound, Spirit Bristle Divine King had a look of shock. Under this contrast, the disparity emerged. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Brother Ting is too modest. Who doesn't know your talent in the divine realm? To be able to comprehend the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art to such an extent, a second one can't be found in this divine realm. It was not that Yi Yuan was flattering him. Divine inscriptions were not what anybody could comprehend. Like Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng, they were likewise the Brahma Heart Sutra successors. But regarding comprehension towards divine inscriptions, they could not even see Zhuge Qingxuan's back. Also, the Dragon Clan similarly had divine inscriptions, but Ao Duo's comprehension was likewise limited. Hence, to be able to comprehend divine inscriptions to such a level, Ting Yin was absolutely a talented prodigy. Ting Yin scolded with a peal of laughter. Aren't you this second person? I'm only several thousand years older than you. Your accomplishments along this path in the future will surely not be beneath mine. No, wait, with your comprehension ability, you'll definitely Serpa. S your predecessors. Oh, right, Brother Teng. I wonder which level your spirit, bristle 9-yang divine art is comprehended to. Yi Yuan suddenly asked curiously. Apart from the medicine G, D soul canon, Yi Yuan's comprehension of divine Tao laws were still very superficial. Towards the ranking of divine Tao laws, Yi Yuan was still very fuzzy. But Teng Yin was unable to stifle laughter when he heard that and said, What level can there be? Without deity realm cultivation, how can comprehending divine Tao laws be so easy? To be able to comprehend the first level to the great circle of perfection realm is already very fortunate. Just this first level, this tongue has already comprehended for over 1,000 years, and also just barely managed to reach the late stage of the first level. Yi Yuan was unbelievably surprised when he heard that too. Teng Yin, this kind of peerless genius who cultivated along this path for over 1,000 years, actually did not even reach the perfection of the first level. It could be seen how difficult the comprehension of divine Tao laws was. Except, Yi Yuan also knew that this was primarily still limited to cultivation realm. If he was able to break through to the deity realm, Ting Yan's accomplishments definitely would not stop here. Right then, Ting Yan took out a piece of jade pendant and set it to Yi Yuan as he said, "This jade pendant contains a trace of my divine sense imprint. If you need my help, crush it. I'll naturally rush over. At present, the fiend race is itching to take action. I still have other matters to attend to and won't accompany you on your journey." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you very much for this trip, Brother Ting." After separating from Ting Yin, Yi Yuan also behaved in a low-profile manner and hastened along the way. This place was still within the holy region's boundary. Yi Yuan was unable to enter into the city and transfer away. Probably the moment he entered the city, the holy city's side would know. With Zhuge Qingxuan's strength, if he chased after again, it would likely not make it for Ting Yin to want to rush back. Hence, Yi Yuan exercised caution along the way and only left the holy region after traveling for more than a month. Tranquil Sun City was a rank 2 Holy Land's main city. This Tranquil Sun Holy Land was also a Virginia S. Sal Holy Land of the Holy Region. But this place was already very far from the Holy City. The Holy Region's control was already comparatively weaker. As long as Yi Yuan was a little more careful, there was naturally no harm. After entering the city, Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he seemed to not have much heaven essence crystals on him anymore. Inside the Blood Rain Wilderness, in order to set up the 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation, Yi Yuan virtually exhausted all of the heaven essence crystals on him. Currently, he was practically without a penny in his pocket. Riding the transmission array and leaving naturally required a considerable sum of heaven essence crystals. "Looks like I got to sell off some things," Yi Yuan said with a sigh. Apart from that period when he just ascended, Yi Yuan never seemed to have worried about essence crystals before. He did not think that at this time a single cent stumped a hero. Fortunately, Yi Yuan had numerous spirit medicines on him. The medicinal pills that he refined were also not in small numbers. There was no harm in selling off some. Since it was selling off, Yi Yuan naturally had to find a trustworthy merchant. Yi Yuan stopped a martial artist and asked, "This brother, is there a meteor trading company in Tranquil Sun City?" The moment that person heard the name Meteor Trading Company, he could not help looking at Yi Yuan with an odd expression and said, There is still today, but tomorrow reckon that there won't be any more. This little brother, if you want to buy stuff, it is best to go to the Pola Trading Company. After today, the Meteor Trading Company is going to be thoroughly incorporated into the Pola Trading Company." The Pola Trading Company out of the martial artist's mouth. Yi Yuan was naturally aware it. The Divine Realm had a total of 9 great trading companies. 8 great trading companies among them were all rank 1 forces. Only this Pola Trading Company was a quasi-super holy land. There was naturally some tie-in between the 9 great trading companies, but it also formed a delicate balance. For so many years, the 9 great trading companies mostly competed financially. This time, it seemed to be somewhat unusual. Yi Yuan could not help being very surprised when he heard and asked again curiously, "What does this mean?" That martial artist looked at Yi Yuan with a look of disdain and said, "Such a major event happened to the 9 great trading companies, and you're actually unaware." Yi Yuan flushed red and said, "This younger brother stayed for the greater part of a year inside a mystic realm. What happened to these 9 great trading companies? I'm really unaware." The martial artist had a look of realization and explained, "So that's how it is. Around half a year ago, the Pola Trading Company suddenly launched an attack, sweeping across the other 8 great trading companies with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. At present, those of the 8 great trading companies who died are dead, and those injured are down. They are already long in tattered wrecks. Only this Meteor Trading Company escaped a calamity instead, because the main boss is missing and the daughter, Miss Chinner, has been searching for her father all along. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence, too, that Miss Chenner just happened to come to this tranquil Sun City 2 days ago, but was directly confronted in tranquil Sun City by the Pola Trading Company's powerhouses. At present, the two great trading companies are duking it out. Even City Lord, His Excellency, don't dare to intervene either. I reckon that after tonight, the Meteor Trading Company won't be able to hold on anymore. Hearing these words, monstrous waves surged in Yi Yuan's heart. The 9 great trading companies had always been living harmoniously in peace in these 1,000 years. He did not think that such a sudden turn of events actually occurred. Yi Yuan knew that the Pola Trading Company was stronger than the other trading companies, but to say annihilate the other 8 houses overnight, they definitely did not have that strength. Could it be that it was the fiend race causing trouble in between this again? The fiend race could even plant informants in the Holy City. It was still unknown how many contingency plans they set up. Them secretly controlling the Pola Trading Company did not have any strange areas at all. This big brother, thank you very much. I wonder where this Meteor Trading Company is at in the tranquil Sun City? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Pa S2 streets, make a right turn and you'll reach it. Young lad, although your strength is decent, I urge that you'd best not tread into the muddy waters. Otherwise, it will be hard to even fend for yourself. This martial artist was warm-hearted and warned him. Yi Yuan clasped his hands with a smile as he said, "Many thanks to this big brother. This younger brother got it." The moment that martial artist left, Yi Yuan's expression turned grim. Even if this matter was not done by the fiend race, Yi Yuan had to stick a hand in as well. Matters of the world were hard to predict. Yi Yuan also did not expect that it was so coincidental. Chenner was actually in this tranquil Sun City. Back then, Yi Yuan had just ascended not long and was considered to have gotten along merrily with her. He did not think that this farewell over a decade had gone by. Since Chenner was here, Yi Yuan had to intervene in it no matter what. Chapter 1132 Trading Worlds Change. Chapter 1132 Trading Worlds Change. Meteor Trading Company's Tranquil Sun branch. At this time, it was surrounded by a group of experts until it was impermeable. Those powerhouses were wearing the Pola Trading Company's attires. Each and every one of them was actually all Divine King Realm experts. To a trading company, Divine King Realm experts were not often seen. Dispatching out so many at once was truly rather exaggerated. The Meteor Trading Company's side also had some Divine King experts, but each and every one of them was having injuries on them. By the side, even laid quite a number of dead bodies. These Divine Kings guarded a dainty and exquisite girl in the center, who had the appearance of looking at death calmly in the face. "Ha ha, little girl." Zhao Qian, hand over the meteor star, token obediently. "Maybe this old man can still take you in as a concubine and give you a way out. If you put up a stubborn resistance, once Lord Qinchuan arrives, it'll likely not be that easy even if you want to die," said a Pola Trading Company's middle-aged Divine King with a licentious smile. This person's strength already reached peak Divine King, bringing along 7 to 8 of the Pola Trading Company's Divine King powerhouses and surrounding the Meteor Trading Company. The Meteor Trading Company's powerhouses fought desperately to resist. At present, there were only 4 or 5 Divine King powerhouses left. They were already an arrow at the end of its flight, a spent force. These few people protected Zhao Qian in the middle. There was already no path to retreat. But that fair and ethereal face of Zhao Qian's was filled with despair at this time. The Pola Trading Company swept across the 8 great trading companies in an overpowering manner. At present, only the Meteor Trading Company survived. The Meteor Star token was the Meteor Trading Company's cardinal token. One could use it to deploy all of the Meteor Trading Company's resources. Once seized, the Meteor Trading Company would be thoroughly finished. Zhao Qian knew that the other 7 great trading companies' cardinal tokens already landed in the Pola Trading Company's hands. This piece in her hand was the final piece. Zhao Qian let out a sigh and said to the elderly person beside her, "Elder Ten, you guys leave. I'll ask Li Zhong to let you guys leave with the Meteor Star token as the price. There's already not much meaning in continuing to defend." This Elder Tan was the Meteor Trading Company's head elder. His strength also reached peak Divine King. It was also precisely because of him being around that the Meteor Trading Company could last until now. It was just that the Pola Trading Company's void mystic powerhouse was already on his way. As long as that Qin Chuan arrived, these people would be all out of luck. Elder Tan's face fell, and he said, "Chinner, this old man's old bones are Meteor Star's man in life and Meteor Star's ghost in death. You let me leave, where can I go to? This old man will carve out A-B-L-O-O-D-Y path right here. The few of you escort Chinner away. As long as the Meteor Star token exists, our Meteor Trading Company isn't lost." Zhao Qian forcefully held back tears, but she knew that this was merely putting up a last-ditch struggle. She held on to Elder Tan and said, "No, the Pola Trading Company concealed too deeply. We can't escape at all. Elder Tan, you contributed to Meteor Star all your life. I can't let you lose your integrity in old age." Done talking, Zhao Qian leaped and jumped out of all the guards. Facing Li Zhong, she said coldly, "Li Zhong, I'll give you the Meteor Star token. Let Elder Tan they all leave. If not, I'll destroy the Meteor Star token and let you guys get nothing." The Meteor Star token was refined with special materials. It was extremely hard to destroy, but as the current Meteor Trading Company's leader, Zhao Qian had the method to destroy it. Li Zhong's expression changed when he heard that and said with a nod, "Fine. They're merely clowns jumping around. What's the harm in letting them leave?" He waved a hand, and the subordinates opened up a path. He was actually really going to let Elder Tan and the others leave. These people remaining were all die-hard devotees of the Meteor Trading Company. Elder Tan's expression changed, and he said, "Qian." Zhao Qian turned around. Her expression was cold, and she pressed the short sword in her hand on her neck and said sternly, "Elder Tan, if you all don't go, Qian'er will die in front of you guys." Zhao Qian did not notice that right at this time, a hint of a hideous grin flashed across the corners of Li Zhong's mouth. His figure suddenly erupted, heading straight for Zhao Qian. Seeing this scene, Elder Tan's expression changed drastically, and he held, "Be careful, Qian." But it was already too late. Li Zhong was a peak Divine King. How swift was his movement technique! In just a blink of an eye, he arrived beside Zhao Qian and grabbed towards her arm. As long as he restrained Zhao Qian, she would not have any chance to destroy the Meteor Star token anymore. This sudden turn of events came too quickly. Everyone could not react in time at all. Zhao Qian's turned pale with fright and was instinctively going to destroy the Meteor Star token. Just as Li Zhong's hand had just touched Zhao Qian's arm, a streak of sword light shot out diagonally, its speed swift to the extreme. Pucci! Li Zhong's hand was severed at the wrist. Arg! The crowd was flabbergasted. Only Li Zhong's shrill, miserable cries reverberated. Zhao Qian's hand froze there, and she actually forgot to destroy the Meteor Star token for a moment. The Pola Trading Company's powerhouses were all akin to facing a great enemy. They completely did not see clearly where this sword light came out from. They looked all around and could not find the enemy at all. Who dares to ambush this seat? Get out here for the seat." Li Zhong bared his teeth and yelled fiercely. Slap! Li Zhong's voice had yet to face when he was directly smacked onto the ground by someone with a slap. The Pola Trading Company's Divine King powerhouses were all as if they had seen a ghost. This slap they totally did not see clearly who struck it. Mouth is so stinky deserves to be hit. A young profile suddenly appeared at the scene, causing everyone to give a sidelong glance. When Zhao Qian saw this figure, her gaze was filled with a look of pleasant surprise. No, Ji. Zhao Qian was just about to call Yi Yuan's name when she suddenly recalled his other ident. 1. Tai and hurriedly, correctly herself. With the Meteor Trading Company's information channels, how could they possibly not know the intel of Ji Qingyin returning to the divine realm? Back then, when Zhao Qian obtained this information, she was stunned for a long time before calming down. It was just that she never thought that after a time interval of many years, Lord Qingyinzi actually made a move and saved her. Yi Yuan turned around and said with Zhao Qian with a smile, "No worries. You'd best call me Yi Yuan." Zhao Qian's face became joyful, and she said with a nod, Lord Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan shook his head helplessly and turned around towards the Pola Trading Company's powerhouses. He asked, "Who'll come and tell me who's controlling the Pola Trading Company right now?" Those divine king powerhouse exchanged glances, their faces revealing blank looks. Yi Yuan saw their expression and knew that these guys did not know anything at all and could not help being greatly disappointed. Yi Yuan was just about to make a move to annihilate these divine kings when a powerful aura suddenly locked him down. Where did this brat come from? To actually dare meddle in my Pola Trading Company's affairs? A figure descended from the sky, his aura imposing. Seeing this person, everyone's expressions changed drastically. It's actually a void mystic powerhouse. I didn't think that the Pola Trading Company's strength was actually so great, sending out a void mystic powerhouse randomly. Earlier, I still thought that the Meteor Trading Company escaped a calamity. Looking at it now, a disaster is imminent. That young man's strength seems to be very formidable, but he's only 6th level Dao Profound. Dealing with divine king powerhouses is still pas sable, but once void mystic powerhouses arrive, it will most likely be fraught with grim possibilities. The moment Zhao Qian saw the arrival, her expression could not help changing greatly as she hurriedly shouted to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, quickly go! This Qin Chuan is the current Pola Trading Company's protector. He's a veteran void mystic powerhouse. You're not a match, Sup 1/Sup. Chapter 1133, Hero? Chapter 1133, Hero? Leave? With this seat here, none of you can leave today. Hand over the meteor star, token obediently, and I can leave you with an intact corpse." Qin Chuang glared fiercely with an awe-inspiring appearance. Those people surrounding and watching were silent like cicadas in winter. A void mystic powerhouse, the martial artists of rank 2, Holy Lands never saw before in their lifetimes too. This kind of power, when they saw it, was akin to a God-like existence. This tranquil sun, Holy Lands, Holy Lord, had long hidden himself to God knows where. The two great chamber of commerce's violent clash, he was an innocent bystander who was implicated. Zhao Qian blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, your good intentions, Zhao Qian got it. We'll help you block for a while. Quickly go. The Meteor Trading Company is already hopeless. I don't want to drag you in any more." What a fine pair of intimate lovers. However, do you take this seat to be joking? Today, none of you can leave. Qin Chuang laughed loudly and said. Qin Chuan's words made Zhao Qian's face turn red, but she still stubbornly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled lightly, but pulled Zhao Qian aside and said to Qin Chuan, "You're called Qin Chuan, right? According to what I know, there's no void mystic powerhouse called Qin Chuan in the Pola Trading Company. Where did you pop out from?" Qin Chuan's expression changed when he heard that, and said, "Where this seat come from? Could it be that I still have to report to you this little brat? Want to know? Go down and ask the king of Hell." Qin Chuan gave a savage laugh. His divine king domain was suddenly unleashed, and he charged over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. The evil extermination sword formula was abruptly released. Boom! Yi Yuan did not move a muscle, while Qin Chuan directly flew out backward. He already sustained severe injuries. The air billows, stirred up by the sword intent, directly toppled the martial artists in the distance over. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with endless astonishment, casting towards him with looks of incredulity. Is that young man really 6th level Dao Profound? He sent a void mystic powerhouse flying with one sword. Could it be that my eyesight is failing? Didn't people say that what's capable of dealing with divine king domains were only divine king domains? The young man seemed to have only released 1 SLAs. H. Plus, really saw a ghost. Just now, seeing a void mystic powerhouse made me excited for a long time. I didn't think that he was so frail. These people would not understand the terror of Yi Yuan's sword intent at all. But this did not hinder them from sighing with admiration towards the sword. Because Yi Yuan's opponent was an invincible existence, a void mystic powerhouse, this Qin Chuan's strength was far from Zhao Lingdong's. His divine king domain was at most also just 1,000 feet in range. Yi Yuan's exterminating him was merely a matter of a flick of his fingers. Just now, when the divine king domain attacked, Zhao Qian thought that she was dead for sure, but did not think that the situation changed so quickly. In a blink of an eye, Qin Chuan, this void mystic powerhouse, was defeated, lost at the hands of Yi Yuan, who was only 6th level Dao Profound. Zhao Qian's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Yuan with a look of disbelief. Over 10 years of not seeing him, Yi Yuan's strength was actually downright horrifying already. Yi Yuan came before Qin Chuan and said coolly, "You still have one last chance. Right now, is the Pola Trading Company already controlled by the fiend race or not?" What? Fiend race? Could this Qin Chuan be of the fiend race? It's impossible, right? What he used was clearly human race cultivation method. Who is that young man? Why would he know that this Qin Chuan is of the fiend race? Yi Yuan's words caused a commotion in the crowd. Fiend race, this name, made everyone's countenance change from talking about it. Qin Chuan's expression changed when he heard that, his eyes revealing a panicky look as he hurriedly shook his head and said, I don't understand what you're saying." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said smilingly, "Don't understand, is it? Reveal your true face. Otherwise, you don't have the chance anymore." Yi Yuan pressed forward step by step. Qin Chuan crawled on the ground and retreated step by step. Yi Yuan slowly raised his sword. A powerful aura finally made Qin Chuan unable to endure it. Boom! Fiendish energy billowed to the sky. Powerful black qi instantly enveloped Qin Chuan inside. Qin Chuan's aura actually became much stronger compared to before. D-A-M-N human. This seat will tear you into 1,000 pieces today. Qin Chuan said ferociously. Everyone was stupefied by this sudden turn of events. Although that surging fiendish energy was unfamiliar, this state that was vastly different from humans instantly made everyone understand that this person was of the fiend race. The fiend race actually appeared once more. For a moment, this information was akin to a plague spreading out in the crowd. Quickly run. Legends have it that the fiend race eats people. Quickly run. This fiend became much stronger all of a sudden. I reckon that he's even stronger than void mystic powerhouses. Quickly run. The divine realm sky is going to change. Legends have it that when the fiend race descends, it's a calamity of the world. Havoc erupted in the crowd. Those martial artists all lost their wits in fear and panic, fighting to escape. The feeling that Qin Chuan gave them was too dangerous. Although Yi Yuan exhibited powerful strength under the impact of this aura, it was still incapable of making them feel REA. Assured. Ha ha ha. All go to H. E-L. L for this seat, despicable humans. Qin Chuan's fiendish energy surged towards those martial artists wantonly. Clearly, he was going to go on a ma. S. Saker. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression could not help turning grim, and he said with a cold snort, "A mere fiend emperor. This young master has already slaughtered God knows how many. To actually dare be insolent in front of me. Sword intent, connecting to divinity. One sword unleash. I plus ing. A peerlessly tyrannical sword energy instantly extinguished that fiendish energy. Evil extermination was the jinx of fiendish energy. This sword, Yi Yuan used divine essence. It was like directly cruise. I plus ing dead leaves and branches, utterly eradicating Qin Chuan. Although this fiend emperor was strong, he was also not stronger than the Devil Ridge, 3 freaks. To the current Yi Yuan, it was not considered much. The reason why he dawdled until now was only in order to bait some things out of his mouth. He did not think that this guy immediately went berserk. Those martial artists were currently fleeing helter-skelter when they suddenly discovered that powerful fiend energy vanished without a trace. Looking again, that Qin Chuan with a shocking aura was already left with less than dregs at this time. That crisscrossing sword energy was currently slowly dissipating. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan like they had seen a ghost. This 6th level, Dao profound young man directly exterminated a fiend emperor? Well done, Your Excellency. You're our hero. In the midst of shock, no idea who shouted either. The others immediately came to their senses. At once, clamoring shouting echoed. If not for Yi Yuan, tranquil Sun City was bound to be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering. These people took Yi Yuan to be their hero from the bottom of their hearts. By the side, Zhao Qian's eyes swiveled around. A pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yi Yuan. That young man back, then already matured into a great hero? No, it should be that he was a hero in the first place. This man was a man who had once stood at the summit of alchemy Dao. But seeing this sight, Yi Yuan sighed slightly in his heart. These people were lucky. They were completely unaware just how powerful the fiend race force was. The one who was killed just now was merely a trivial little fiend emperor. That was all. What was truly terrifying were fiendji. Oh, DS like Jialan. One Jialan was already sufficiently terrifying. But behind the fiend race, there was even a more terrifying Holy Mother, Devil Flower, and Kanua. Perhaps before long, that scene earlier would spread throughout the entire divine realm, right? Chapter 1134. 9 Phoenix Island. Chapter 1134. 9 Phoenix Island. Zhao Qian did a curtsy towards Yi Yuan and said gratefully, "Many thanks for young master Ye's life-saving grace. This lowly girl is endlessly grateful." Elder Tan and the group of elders also bowed and saluted Yi Yuan, saying, "Today, if not for young Master Ji, our old bones would have to be buried here." Elder Tan and Zhao Xingqian were sworn brothers. He had naturally seen Yi Yuan before as well. Hence, he was still used to calling Yi Yuan young Master Ji. Yi Yuan waved his hand with a smile and said, "All are old friends already. Everyone, there's no need to be courteous. Rather, Miss Qianer, why would you show up in tranquil Sun City?" Zhao Qian's expression dimmed and said, "These few years, Qianer has constantly been searching for father's whereabouts. A few days back, tranquil Sun City's side here sent over news, finally confirming that the place father last disappeared was in the vicinity of tranquil Sun City. Hence, Qianer brought along several elders and rushed over through the night. Didn't think that we actually evaded a besiegement." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "This tranquil Sun City is merely a rank 2 holy land. What did Brother Zhao come here for?" At this time, Elder Tan suddenly interjected, "Qianer doesn't know about this, but this old man knows a little about it. Back then, the head boss said that he obtained news of the Silver Moon Heavenly Tea. Then he left the Meteor Star Trading Company, his whereabouts unknown ever since. It's just that I wonder why he viewed this Silver Moon Heavenly Tea as so important." Yi Yuan's entire body trembled when he heard that, his heart twitching violently. Elder Tan did not know, but Yi Yuan knew why. Previous life, a few years before Yi Yuan perished, he had once requested Zhao Xingqian to make him pay attention to the whereabouts of the Tao Defying Pill's 9 great core medicines. After he told finish, Yi Yuan did not pay extra attention to the Meteor Star Trading Company's affairs. After all, these 9 major core medicines could be chanced upon, but not by searching for it. This silver moon heavenly tea was precisely one of the 9 major core medicines. Could it be that Zhao Xingqian actually went missing because of helping him find spirit medicines? It seemed like there was only this possibility too. Previous life, although Yi Yuan and Zhao Xingqian were not considered to be on intimate terms, their relations. Hi plus P was also considered pretty good. It was just that Yi Yuan did not think that Zhao Xingqian actually took to heart his matters. Perhaps Zhao Xingqian had some intention of currying favor with those in power, but no matter what, he had indeed risked his life. Until now, his life or death was still unknown. What's wrong, young Master Yi? Zhao Qian asked carefully. Seeing Yi Yuan's great display of divine might today, Zhao Quan knew that this man had already ascended to the summit once more. He and she were already people of 2 different worlds. She quietly put away that romantic thought. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, I'm fine. I was on close terms with Brother Zhao. Since I encountered it, there's no logic of not rescuing. Tell me about what information you guys found. The moment Zhao Qian heard, she could not help being overjoyed. Yi Yuan's strength, she had witnessed it today. That Qin Chuan's strength was fearsome, but he could not even last past 1 move under Yi Yuan's hands. The might of Yi Yuan's strength could be seen at a glance. With him around, the hope of rescuing father clearly increased greatly. Zhao Qian did not hesitate at once, spilling out the information that the Meteor Star Trading Company found. There was an enormous stretch of sea region north of tranquil Sun City called Garner Sky Sea Region. This stretch of sea region was as vast as hundreds of millions of miles, spanning over a dozen major regions. It was the Divine Realm's number 2 major sea region. Over 20 years ago, Zhao Xingqian set off for the Garner Sky Sea Region from tranquil Sun City. In the end, he never came back. But the Meteor Star Trading Company inquired for a long time in tranquil Sun City and finally inquired in intel. It was that Zhao Xingqian seemed to have gone to the Garner Sky Sea Region's 9 Phoenix Island back then. Zhao Qian's group, coming to tranquil Sun City, this time was in preparations of setting off for 9 Phoenix Island, but did not think that such an unforeseen accident actually happened. Hearing Zhao Qian's description, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together, and he muttered to himself, 9 Phoenix Island? It is said that this 9 Phoenix Island is a death trap. Even if void mystic powerhouses enter, they might not be able to come out either. Brother, Zhao actually went to the 9 Phoenix Island along by himself? But when Zhao Qian heard, she nodded and said, Legends have it that the 9 Phoenix Island is the place where Phoenix met with its death. The power of flames is extremely staggering. Even if void mystic powerhouses enter inside, a single misstep and they would also be burned to death by the fire spirit. Furthermore, obstacles inside are extremely numerous. One must acquire the clear eye token to be able to enter inside. It's just that what kind of item this clear eye token is body has ever seen before. Yi Yuan's expression could not help turning slightly grim when he heard it. Entering the 9 Phoenix Island for over 20 years and never came out, Zhao Xingqian was likely fraught with grim possibilities. But now that it came to this, Yi Yuan naturally had to make a trip. All right then, you guys wait for my news in tranquil Sun City. I still have a matter to attend to. After a few days, I'll make a trip to the 9 Phoenix Island and search for Brother Zhao's traces, Yi Yuan said. But Zhao Qian said obstinately, no way. Young Master Yi, I know that you have good intentions, but I finally managed to find Father's news. I must go and take a look. Even if I see his corpse, I'll have no more illusions about the matter as well. Elder Tan also urged, Young Master Ji, Qin'er is showing her filial piety. These past few years, she has practically been running around to search for the main boss's whereabouts. Now that it's already right in front of her, how is there the logic of not going in? Furthermore, us staying in tranquil Sun City might not be safer than 9 Phoenix Island. The Pola Trading Company overwhelming at present. They have probably long been infiltrated too deeply by the fiend race already. They don't have just Chi Chuan, one void mystic powerhouse. Qin Chuan being eliminated by young Master Ji. They definitely won't take things lying down. What Elder Tan said made sense too. It was indeed not very safe for their party to remain here. But Yi Yuan did not wish to bring them along. Even Elder Tan was a burden to Yi Yuan too. Rather than bringing them along, he might as well enter himself. It was just that Zhao Qian's stubborn appearance. Yi Yuan also knew that saying any more was futile. He could only nod his head and say, "Fine then. Since that's the case, go together then. But I'll say the nasty stuff first. When the time comes, heed my command for everything. Otherwise, once there are any accidents, don't blame this Yi for not acknowledging relations." Yi Yuan's face fell, having the air of a powerhouse naturally. Even Elder Tan did not dare to defy as well, and hurriedly said, "Rest assured, young Master Ji. We'll definitely heed your instructions." Yi Yuan did not move out right away because he wanted to help Ao Qian refine the 9-melody origin vitalizing pill. He pulled together the remaining spirit medicines in the Blood Rain Wilderness, coupled with the ethereal blood ginseng that he acquired at the chaotic Devil Sea. He could just nice refine the 9-melody origin vitalizing pill. The 9-melody origin vitalizing pill was already the pinnacle-most origin consolidating and bolstering among mystic-grade medicinal pills. If not for Yi Yuan comprehending the medicine G, OD soul canon, in his current state, he absolutely could not refine it. But along with his divine soul's strength increasing with each Pa-S, Singday, the transformation of the gold-colored divine soul also made significant headway. With his 6th level Tao profound essence energy coupled with the gold-colored divine soul, refining this 9-melody origin vitalizing pill was naturally nothing difficult. 3 days later, the 9-melody origin vitalizing pill was formed. Holding this medicinal pill in his hand, tears coursed down Ao Qian's old face. "I really didn't think that this old man would actually still have a day where I could recover my strength. My lord, old Ao's old bones will be sold to you in the future," Ao Qian said, shedding tears of gratitude. Ao Qian was speaking from the bottom of his heart here. He really did not think that there was still such consummate alchemy skill in this world, to actually let him come back from the dead, recovering his strength. Yi Yuan scolded with a smile. "All right. Quickly consume it. Already so advanced in age, and you're still so melodramatic. Not ashamed either." Chapter 1135. Sea Race. Chapter 1135. Sea Race. B. Above the Garner Sky Sea region. Several figures were flying. Along the way, Zhao Qian and Elder Tan were incredibly shocked. Elder Tan, young Master Yi, was clearly still only by himself a few days ago. Where did he find so many peak divine king experts in these few days? Zhao Qian transmitted her voice. "These few people are not merely peak divine king experts. If I didn't see wrongly, these few people are probably all void mystic powerhouses. Especially that curly-bearded, burly man. He gives this old man an even more unfathomable feeling." In Elder Tan's voice transmission exuded thick astonishment. The curly-bearded, burly man out of Elder Tan's mouth was precisely the Ao Qian who consumed the 9-melody origin vitalizing pill. Currently, Ao Qian already thoroughly recovered his strength. The aura exuding from his body was naturally different from the rest. It was just that they all did not release their pressure. Hence, Elder Tan also could not say for sure just how powerful Ao Qian's strength was. All void mystic powerhouses? Zhao Qian's opened her eyes wide and drew a deep breath. When were void mystic powerhouses plentiful to the extent of being everywhere? That gray-robed middle-aged man, if I didn't see wrongly, he should be the extreme sword divine king who has already disappeared for a long time. As for the other two, this old man had never seen them before. If my conjectures are right, there must be a high-grade spatial holy artifact on young Master Ji. These few people have always been hiding inside his spatial holy artifact. Elder Tan was experienced and knowledgeable, guessing close to the mark. But it was precisely because so that the shock in their hearts was even less capable of increasing further. Because these few mighty void mystic powerhouse actually viewed Yi Yuan as the boss. The two people exchanged a glance, both sucking in a breath deeply. They all knew that just based on this force before their eyes, it was sufficient to let Yi Yuan establish a super holy land anew. And, while flying, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed slightly, and he stopped. "What is it, my lord?" Ao Qian asked. "It seems like there are several auras that are not weak drawing closer to us," Yi Yuan said. Ao Qian was stunned and said, "My lord, are you mistaken?" "I didn't detect anything amiss." Ao Qian looked at Kuang Tianming and Jiang Taicang. The two people also shook their heads, with blank looks. Clearly, they did not perceive anything too. "Go ahead first. That bunch of people seems to be heading in the direction of the 9 Phoenix Island too." Done talking, Yi Yuan took the lead and flew off, making Ao Qian and the rest have vacant looks. Before long, Ao Qian's expression turned cold. Sure enough, he detected several powerful auras heading over to this side. He could not help looking towards Yi Yuan in amazement and said, "My lord, your perception radius is truly too wide." He already completely recovered his strength currently. His perception also increased substantially, taking a broad view across the entire divine realm. Not many people whose perception range was wider than his could be found too. But Yi Yuan was only 6th level Dao Profound. His perception range was actually several times greater than his. How could this not make him shocked? Well, at this time in the sea waters far away, several silhouettes broke through the waves and arrived, their speed incomparably strange. Initially, their direction was heading towards the 9 Phoenix Island. But seeing Yi Yuan's party, they turned directions and came over here. Kuang Tianming, Jiang Taicang, and the rest also looked towards Yi Yuan with incredible shock. "Younger brother, this perception of yours is also truly too frightening. 15 minutes before, you actually discovered them already," Kuang Tianming said with a marveling sigh. With everyone's speed, traveling several tens of thousands of miles with 15 minutes of foot strength was still achievable. It was also to say that Yi Yuan's perception range was actually a scope of several tens of thousands of miles further than them. This disparity was also truly too great. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Wait till you guys comprehend heaven-man unity. You'll naturally be able to do it too." Yi Yuan's words involuntarily made everyone choke up. Each and every one of them looked at him and could not resist rolling their eyes. How could heaven-man unity be so easy to achieve? It was also just Yi Yuan, this freak, who cultivated heart realm to the realm of perfection when at the 6th level Dao Profound. It's the sea race. It seems like their arrival don't have good intentions. Ao Qian suddenly frowned and said, Around 10 figures drew a long trail on the surface of the water. The group of people bore down menacingly. Clearly, they were not easy to deal with people. Swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus tens of figures shot out of the water surface, directly surrounding Yi Yuan and the others. It was just that these people's looks were very ugly. Most had fish heads and human bodies, looking very unnatural. Haha, despicable humans. Offer up the essence crystals and treasures on you, and we'll spare your lives, said a merman with a large head and big ears. This merman's strength was extremely Estoni's. H, I plussing. It had clearly already reached the degree of human, void, mystic powerhouses. His heaven and earth comprehension was really not weak. Not just him, among his clansmen, there were actually 4 people who were all void, mystic powerhouses. Seeing this kind of power, Zhao Qian and Elder Tan's faces instantly turned deathly pale. The few sea races did not conceal their auras. That one in the front was even more than a grade stronger compared to that Qin Chuan. Furthermore, the moment they emerged, it was 5 void, mystic powerhouses. This made the 2 of them exceedingly worried. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help saying in surprise, "I didn't think that the sea race's strength is actually so powerful. Randomly be, you, pet into a group, and they are void, mystic powerhouses." The sea race and human race stayed out of the other's affairs. Both parties' contacts were very few. For martial artists whose strengths were slightly weaker, once they stepped foot into the Garner Sky Sea region, it was basically little chance of coming out alive. Under this calm sea surface concealed enormous danger. How many powerhouses were among the sea race? The human race did not know either. Ao Chen nodded and said, "The sea race is numerous in numbers, even many times more than the demon race. Producing some void mystic powerhouses is naturally nothing difficult." Yi Yuan nodded his head, expressing his acknowledgement, and continued, "It's just that, although the cultivation realm is high, it seems like their brains aren't too lucid." The moment Ao Qian and the rest heard, they all raised their heads and started laughing hard. These 2 people chorused in unison, not putting this group of sea folks in their eyes at all. The big-headed and large-eared mermen very under what Yi Yuan they all were talking about very quickly and could not help saying furiously, and humans to actually dare besmirch the oh blee sea race. You guys are dead for sure. Shark 1, Shark 3, Shark 4, Shark 5, everybody attack. Tear them apart. PFFF. Could it be that the sea race all have this intellect? Don't even know how to name? Yi Yuan could not refrain from laughing when he heard that. He shrugged his shoulders and said to Ao Qian, "Old Ao, you should be itching, right? These few guys, leave it to you to loosen up your bones and ligaments." Ao Qian had an excited look and said, "All right, my lord. Wait for a bit and watch the fun by the side." Yi Yuan nodded his head and brought everyone and retreated to one side. The group of sea folks was still chasing them when all of a sudden, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped them. Dragon prancing the 4 seas. After a time interval of 20,000 years, Ao Qian's divine king domain was released at its full power for the first time. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically, because Ao Qian's divine king domain was actually 10,000 feet wide. Within a 10,000 feet radius, it was all Ao Qian's domain of water. Especially Elder Tan and Zhao Qian, the 2 people, their eyes were almost popping out. Such a strong divine king domain. It was still seldom seen in their lifetime. Old Ao's strength seems to be slightly stronger compared to Cloud Sky they all. It looks like he comprehended some divine Tao laws. It's just a little too shallow. Yi Yuan appraised Ao Qian by the side.